not maybe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cropper here for the Friday Philosophy Hangout. So I've recently conceived of the idea that if I did these regularly, people who wanted to discuss philosophy would have a place to go. So even though I might not be able to usher them through for 8 frickin' hours every night, Piro does that a lot. He just leaves his and everybody just anarchy. So that may be the case. That may be what happens, but that's been my recent thought. Liran, you haven't been on recently. Your mic, you know what, I had an epiphany because I was in Piro's room and there's this guy, Vic, who totally dominates the room. Yeah. But he's got this super good mic. And so anytime he says anything, everyone has to shut up because it just, the sound is perfect. No one can squawk over you with their squeaky, crappy mics. No one can squawk when he's booming perfectly in stereo or whatever. So you should get a decent mic because people can't hear when you speak up and stuff. All they can hear is garble, and I'm afraid. I wonder how bad my mic is because now that I heard Vic dominating that room, anytime he breathed, everyone had to stop because his mic was so good.
I see. Yeah. Well, just a little note. I talked to him once.
Oh, you know the guy I'm talking about, Vic?
Yeah, I was in a hangout thing with him too. But I was in a, what do you call it, hangout with him. They didn't interrupt me from talking over him, but I'm Israeli, so I might be non-indicative of the general group.
Well, it wasn't effective if you talked over him because his mic was a lot better. So
I had to talk louder.
His mic dominates. He had excellent sound quality. That just made me think maybe I should get a better mic for these things. I don't know how bad mine is because I think it's not too good because I listen to the videos afterwards and I don't have a perfect booming thing. It's just a standard mic on a Macintosh. So.
It's passable. It's okay. It's good enough, so to speak.
Yeah, it's good enough for a philosophy hangout. Ladies and gentlemen, you can join in places. So what have you been up to? What happened all the time? You know that Johan Ratz has lost steam. He can't hang with the group anymore. I don't know why. He can't handle it.
Because he has a cave he has to go to.
He has what to go to?
A cave.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure. Well, he and I came to a pretty clear point where epistemologically we're just a dead end and we had to agree that we don't agree, and it wasn't too interesting after that because everything came down to that single mistake of his.
Well, I mean, I talked to the guy. He just doesn't know. I mean, this is a common misconception. Talking is not a remedy for ignorance. If somebody doesn't know, you really can't do anything except say, go figure stuff out, then talk to me.
That's true. That's why old people don't argue with young people.
Sometimes. I'm Israeli. Everyone in Israel argues with everyone.
Period.
Israelis are very inquisitive people in that sense. My computer is kind of stuck, so if there's any...
Yeah, I don't know how many viewers we'll end up with. Apparently, Liram is restarting his stuff or something. But if this turns into a big brouhaha, I'm only able to be here for about an hour. So if it turns into a brouhaha, I will be departing and leave it to the anarchy. If it fails, it fails. But what I plan to do is do this regularly. And if it becomes a thing where people know that they can come and have a good philosophical conversation, then that's whatever. That's worth something. It's free. Google Hangouts are free, so why not do it? So, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, you should listen to the Todd and Brandon show. Mr. Cropper and Todd Reinhardt are starting a Sunday podcast show thingy. So we'll be doing that every Sunday around noon, and that'll be cast to everybody. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can join this call by clicking the join button in various places on YouTube, Facebook, and in this Google thing at the chat on the right if you're watching in Google. Liram, you're back. Would you have to restart? I thought you were against restarting.
No, I just suspended it and unsuspended it. Much easier than restarting.
Sometimes you gotta restart.
I use Ubuntu, so I don't have these. I use Linux, so I don't have these problems. Linux snob, as you can expect. Even though I'm not a very. By the way, is my voice, my sound any good? Because I have a better microphone that I can use.
You should get. Do you have a better microphone? You should get it. I mean, you sound like you're far away from your mic in a big room.
Okay, just wait 5 seconds. I'll be back. Promise.
Yeah, no problem. I'll tell the ladies and gentlemen about the man from Peru whose limerick stopped at line 2, and the young girl from, let's see, it was a girl named Alice, and she used a dynamite stick for a phallus. And they found her vagina in North Carolina, and her tits fell on Buckingham Palace. It turns out that Alice had a sister named Jill who used a dynamite stick for a thrill, and they found her vagina in South Carolina and bits.
No, Brazil.
So you can join this by clicking in various places.
No, it's Brazil. I'm telling you, it's Brazil. See, Brazil rhymes with Brazil.
That's better. Yeah, it's a little tinny, but it's not a booming voice. So that's good. That's a much better mic. You don't sound like you're far away in an echoey room. That's better.
1 second, please.
Yeah, no
Can't
problem.
hear me because I'm gonna use this. No, the sound is gonna get better. Promise. 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
1 second, please.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can join this hangout by clicking various places: Facebook, the comments on YouTube. There's a comment below. Just click that, and you'll be exported into this room magically.
How do I sound now? Better?
No, that's terrible. What happened? What are you doing?
What about now?
That's a little better. What happened? Keep going.
Now.
Hear me now, he said.
I did a podcast about, you know what Star Wars is?
Do I know what Star Wars is?
Yeah.
Cheese and rice.
I don't know. You seem to hate everything to do with fiction.
Well, that's
So
old.
I think-
That's old. That's old enough that I could have watched it as a kid before I knew that fiction was all makey-ups.
Yeah. So, do you like it or don't you like it?
Oh, I liked it 15 years ago. Last time I watched it. I don't got time for that. Jesus Christ! You know what I pulled off my shelf?
By the way, can you hear me better now?
Look, I got these 3 books that are just sticking out. Oh, you can't quite see, but I pulled them all out because these 3 books, and that's excellent. Your sound is excellent now.
Thank you.
These are the 3 books I pulled out last night
Katrina.
in depression, and a depression about how little I've been reading lately because I've been busy. The Men of Science in the Renaissance.
I read something about that too.
Yeah, I've read a number of them, but I've never read this one, so I want to read it.
Recently, I read about fairy tales and how they have to do with science.
All right, so here's something besides fucking fairy tales. The Memoirs of Hadrian, Hadrian's Wall, etc.
That's not...
The Memoirs of Hadrian. Give me a break. I'll read it and see what was going on in Rome. A Concise History of the Law of Nations. What?
That's interesting. Who wrote it?
Oh my God, this is excellent. Every paragraph is so excellent, I just had fits. I mean,
I
it's
want one. How much are you willing to part with it for?
well, I paid $1 for it.
I'll pay you 2.
Okay. Okay, so I guess I would probably accept 1,000. No, there's no.
Wait, what is the name of the book?
A Concise History of the Law of Nations.
Law of Nations. Oh, you can get it on PDF for free, huh?
Now you need to look it up now and see how much it is. It's by Newspawn. Now listen, it's by Newspawn. Oak Ridge State, welcome to the state.
Hello.
This was published in 1947 originally. History of the Law of Nations, 1947. So those.
Okay, you can download the PDF for free.
So what do you? So you got time for Star Wars, and I'm stressed out because I'm trying to get these 3 books read, and you got time for Star Wars?
I wasn't reading about Star Wars. I was reading why Star Wars became so famous.
Well,
which is very important because it's a very popular cultural phenomenon, and if we want to understand our current culture, we have to understand the dominant cultural products.
as a big
Well, enough with sociology. Oak Ridge Jet, what do you have for us today? Do you bring
I don't
anything
know.
interesting?
I mean, I've been reading Don Quixote. That's about it. But that's fiction, so I may not like it.
That's
It's
amazing.
16th century fiction, but it's still
Yeah.
fiction.
Anything written before the year 1900's worth it. Give it a read. What the hell? Give it a swing. Why not?
It was a PDF.
What's that?
It was in the chat. Some of you may see a PDF to the book you recommend so much about, and you can download it for $4.50.
It's not too bad, I guess.
But it's a PDF. It's better than a book because you don't have to carry it around with you. You can look in it. You can get summaries, whatever. So PDF. It's the best way to read. What?
When was it published?
1947.
Okay, it's newer. I thought it might have been out of copyright, but I guess not.
Probably no. It would be out of copyright because these things only last for 50 years. But it seems that Oxford got the rights.
Okay.
Oxford got the rights because they're selling it.
So, Oak Ridge Jet, were you in the room last night when we were talking about? Let's see. Did you come in last night?
No, I don't think so. I think I may have watched a little bit, but I did some other stuff. So.
Oh, Peter and I, Peter from Australia, were talking about how he tried to define evil on the fly off the top of his head and bungled it, he felt. And he said polemics on the fly is not so easy. And I don't know if you had heard that part of it, but I was sort of thinking of these hangouts as like practice in polemics, practice in defending and attacking, and I guess you haven't read all of Ayn Rand's work, so you're at a level, I have to say, where you're learning about some of these angles, right?
Yeah, I'd say so at this point.
Can you give me the arguments? Oh, how about child labor? Can you give me the arguments for child labor without taking 5 minutes? Can you give it to me in 2 sentences?
I can.
They can do labor, so they should do labor. There.
That's stupid.
There you go. There's no reason why they shouldn't. So.
I can give you a very concise argument.
Well, I'm talking about the child labor in the 1800s, which is that was a real phenomenon. There's no child labor today, but how can you defend the factories in the 1800s? Liram, can you go ahead, see if you can.
Things were said before it, look up history. No, things were worse before it, read history. That's all I can say.
Well, things were even worse before. They were worse off.
Yes, I read a book about pirates, and the kids in the 16th century were sold to chimney sweeps to sweep chimneys because they were small, while the fire was still going, and they had a mortality rate of 90% for chimney sweep kids.
Are we strictly defining child labor as these more industrial types of occupations? Because they've been employed on farms and shit for centuries. So.
Well, yeah, there's an argument for farm labor because that's just a way of life. What are you gonna do? I grew up on a farm, so I don't know what to do about that. I got charged by cows when I was 8. And I could have been trampled and killed, and it happened all the time. So, what are you going to do about that? Nothing. I don't know. I think that's virtue.
I mean, that's still happening today. So.
Well, all the good people who grew up on farms. So.
Really blessed you. All the bad people simply die.
All the bad people grew up in cities. That's what my mom told me. That's not true.
How do you guys feel about what's going on in Turkey right now? At least it's ongoing.
There's a war somewhere, and it has nothing to do with Israel. I'm happy.
What are you talking about? I know about the France truck thing, but I've been working the last couple days. I didn't know anything.
There's a coup going on in Turkey right now.
No!
Yes.
No!
Why?
The army, or a subsection of the army, is trying to take over.
Erdogan?
They're trying to kick him out. It's like the last of the Kemalists, essentially, the secularists, I guess. They're the leftovers from the last few decades. They're losing in power, presumably, and they're essentially making an attempt to take over, to kick Erdogan out.
Well,
it's probably not going that well.
They'll either win or they'll all hang.
Obama threw in his hat behind Erdogan, probably because the coup, the people attempting the coup are losing. Presumably, he probably knows something that we don't at this point, and they're probably not going to.
No, it's not true that these people know something that we don't. I know it from people who worked in intelligence. It's very rare that these people actually know extra stuff we don't. Very rare that it happens.
They watch CNN to find out the latest.
Well, it took a long time for Obama to declare one side or another.
Well, don't you, Oak Ridge Jet? Don't you find it more possible, more likely that he sided with Erdogan because he's a coward or a Muslim? Rather, I mean, if he's just to say they're the weaker one, so you don't side with them. That's cowardly. That's not an American attitude.
Possibly, but I might be. I'm just giving him some pragmatism here. He just waited for one side to look like they're gonna come out in the end, so he just picked that side. So
that's
the Argentine tradition.
Yeah, that's our best hope is that he's pragmatic, because Obama might not be pragmatic. He might be something else besides.
Erdogan, technically, Erdogan was elected, so technically, if you sided with the coup people, it would be anti-democratic, I guess. But,
right. So. Yeah. Sometimes democracy. Well, democracy means a free election once. That's what a democracy means.
But there was some interesting footage. I mean, there's a video of Cobra attack helicopters firing machine guns or firing their guns on Parliament in Ankara right now, or at least a few hours ago. So.
Wow, I did not know about all this business. Huh, that's interesting. It'll go crazy. Look, Syria's been in war for too long. Obama had the ability to stop that and sort it out, and decided not to. So there we go.
Nobody does them anymore. Not even Israel does.
Well, we're one step closer to really. I mean, look, if Turkey descends into real war, remember that they were about to join the EU. I mean.
And technically, they're a major NATO contributor, at least the major NATO contributor, technically. They have the second largest force in NATO, even though it always seemed like it was there just to brush up against the Greeks, essentially. That's about it. But, I don't know. They hate
Nobody likes Turkey.
I don't know how
the foreign ministry hates Turkey. You know why?
Why?
A lot of Armenians. Really, that's it. Armenians hate Turkish people.
Well, it's because of the genocide back in...
No sense. Yeah. If you ever meet an Armenian, tell him you hate Turkey as well, because of reasons.
Now, back during the...
Armenia must be celebrating now, by the way.
Probably.
Now, Liran, can you give me a couple sentences about what the hell the war in the Balkans with Bosnia and President Clinton and what he did and stuff?
No idea. I wasn't alive back then.
Do you know anything about that? 2 or 3 sentences? Because apparently we were bombing Christian armies to stop them from killing Muslims.
I don't know, but if somebody says that, I'm not gonna immediately assume that the Christians are the good guys and the Muslims are an enemy.
Well,
not 100%. It's not likely, but go figure.
All right. I was just wondering if you knew anything about it.
I wasn't alive back then. Even.
I just know that we stepped in and saved a lot of Muslim lives, and I'm afraid. Well, I mean, good hell. What if that were to happen again? What if they start trying to kill Muslims in Paris and in London, and we step in and bomb the security forces of France and Britain to stop them from killing Muslims?
France is not going to do that. It's a big hypothetical. Hello, Jason.
I mean, I consider France to be a fascinating country, just now and in the past. I mean, it's one of the most unapologetic countries.
He likes unsaved armpits. Oak Ridge like saved armpits, unsaved armpits. What else is France famous for?
Oh man, they seem unapologetic for at least compared to the other post-colonial powers, like Great Britain and the Belgians and everyone else. I mean, they don't apologize for it, and they're still in Africa, at least to a degree that none of the other colonial powers were. They still have bases and missions in several African countries.
And you know how they behave down there? They behave so unilaterally, like they go in and take out elected leaders at a whim on a 2 weeks.
They support these guys, they don't support the other guys. And It's entertaining, to be honest.
It's amazing what France does. They act like they're 100 years ago. They act like they don't even know World War I happened. They don't even. They act.
France is like the pretty woman who's not that pretty as she used to be, but she still has the attitude, so you assume she can get away with it, and she does.
I mean, they're the only power there actually challenging the Chinese to a degree, which is interesting, but no one really gives them credit for it, I don't think.
How are they challenging the Chinese?
Yeah.
Well, no, they just have extensive business interests in many of the African countries that used to be their colonies.
Okay.
I mean, I guess that's the only thing, but still. It's interesting.
I mean, China is not... you're saying it wrong. In that sense, China is challenging them, not the other way around. Also, it's the other part of the African country. You have to remember, France is largely on the western part, and China is going on the eastern part.
Yes, that's true.
So it's not necessarily... Remember, Africa is fucking huge.
Yes.
It is.
It's a continent, I understand.
No, it's even for a continent, it's huge. It's like 4 or 5 times bigger than Europe, which is not a stretch because Europe is the size of Argentina.
15 times the size of Europe.
Because remember, Europe is the size of Argentina.
Yeah, I
See
knew.
this?
Did you guys know that? I knew that.
You see
Well, it's
this
hard to
little,
get a good
beauty?
look at the size because of how the maps distort sizes of
I'm messing
Yeah,
around.
that looks size.
They're on opposite sides of the globe. How would you ever glance at them and know that they're the same size? Anyway.
look at a globe, maybe.
Are you-
I have a big ass map of South America.
Yeah, you do. I used to have my walls covered in maps. I should do that again, damn it.
I like maps. I like maps.
Jason, what do you have? You have a dirty limerick or anything for us?
Not at the moment. I'll work on that though.
No, it's a philosophy hangout. You would have been chastised if you would have tried shit like that. Something about the poor girl from France who boarded a bus in a trance. So the passengers fucked her, so did the conductor. Driver shot off in his pants.
That sounds horrible.
They're the poor girl from France. I didn't say it was a happy story. Anyway, how you doing tonight? What happened in New York today? You guys didn't have any terrorist attacks. They got them in Nice and everywhere else. You heard about the coup in Turkey?
That I know of.
Turkey's falling apart. Did you hear that?
Yeah, the military's pulled some kind of a coup, or they're attempting to.
Woo-wee. That's gonna be different. That'll be fun. Let's have a little fun.
Guys, wait a second. I got something to show you. You see this thing?
Don't.
Okay. I'm going to show you something, and I'm going to see which one of you know what it is. Can anyone tell me what this is?
Mortar and pestle?
No.
Isn't
Oatmeal.
No.
You're eating oatmeal out of tractor parts like a real man.
Hey!
I'm going to give you a hint. This is an Argentine and South American tradition. Very popular.
What is it? What are you drinking it? Is that a straw you got there? You are drinking it? It looks like a slush.
It's a bombisa. Right?
Looks
Okay.
like manure inside of there.
Yeah.
No, it's tea.
You
I'm
never-
going to give you a hint. It's tea. You see this thing?
Never
You see
gonna
this?
take over the world with traditions like that. Jesus Christ.
No,
No, it's really good. You see this thing?
I see that thing.
It's a metal straw with holes.
Hmm.
Can any of you tell me what that is?
It's
I don't know. It's a tool, so I like it. I like tools.
a steeper.
Mate.
yes?
Mate.
All right. Well, back to the subject, which I'm not sure what it was.
Oh my god.
I had a
so-
question for everybody. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah.
okay. So, philosophy in translation. Do you guys ever feel that you're missing something? Like philosophy that wasn't originally written in English, that it's been translated by various people over the years. Like I'm
Yeah.
reading
Oh, yeah.
Don Quixote, and it was in medieval Spanish essentially, and the translation's good, but the message can change quite a bit depending on who translated it and when they translated it, that sort of thing.
You have to remember, every translation is an interpretation.
Yes, it has to
So-
be.
Yeah, so you have to ask yourself, is this a fair interpretation, and what translation can I get that interprets something the minimal way. Like when I read Aristotle, as a rule, I don't translate his technical terms because those don't always have a translation at all. Sometimes.
What do you mean when you read it in Greek? When you read it in Greek?
No, I have the Greek in front of me. I have the original, and I at least try to see what word corresponds to what thing. Like I don't know. I don't translate Ausia or te e inai or
Well,
other technical terms.
Oak Ridge Jet, to give you an example, I've read Dostoevsky, and I've read from Crime and Punishment from 2 different translations. And one of them, he's more careful to sort of give whatever the Russian sentence was, regardless of how comfortable you may be with what he's trying to do. And in the other book, by a different translator, he sort of made you comfortable reading it as a modern English American or something like that. And so his sentences weren't as flowery, and they made you more comfortable and stuff, but they weren't as true to the Russian language and the original ideas and the original verboseness and sort of the character of how Dostoevsky wrote. So my point of it is, get an older translation. It's almost guaranteed to be better. Give me a knucklehead from the modern era who can translate it.
By the way, it's the opposite for Ayn Rand in Hebrew.
Really? Tell me more.
Yeah, the translations of Ayn Rand, the old translations of Ayn Rand in Hebrew, completely different book even. Sometimes they just say things that are different. It's like the guy who wrote it didn't get the philosophy and said, oh, this philosophy means cutting people's throats.
Oh, he just didn't.
So you have like...
Wasn't an objectivist who translated it.
No, not even an objectivist. Someone who was hostile even to the philosophy. You know?
Wow, that's a tragedy.
And I was like, what the fuck am I reading?
That's a tragedy.
The new translations are good. And I mean, one translation didn't even have the speech of God.
Oh, that's terrible. Oak Ridge Jet, so why did you ask the question? What do you think about the responses? Or Jason, did you want to chime in?
Go ahead. I don't have anything to say other than, yeah, it's a real challenge. I think, especially if you're translating philosophical works and you have somebody that doesn't understand the philosophy or is trying to understand an idea that no one else understands other than that philosopher.
No, the only reason I brought it up, I was reading Don Quixote, and it was in Spanish, and it's a really good translation, and it sounds really good. So whoever did it kind of understood it.
It's Don Quixote. Remember, only people in Spain and Mexico, aka stupid people, pronounce X as X. It's X, like in regular English.
Okay.
No,
nobody in Spain or Mexico could possibly be offended by that statement.
Of course not. Nah, they know it. They're used to it.
Quixote wrote in the 1600s? Mid-1600s?
Early 1600s, late 1500s, that sort of thing.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to read if you know modern Spanish, by the way.
What?
It's not very hard to read if you know modern Spanish, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's not easy, but it's like reading, I don't know, King James Bible. Also, it's not medieval, it's post-medieval. He wrote well in the Renaissance. So it's not medieval by any standard.
You are correct. I misspoke.
You want to hear a joke?
Give me a joke and then I'll tell you something interesting.
Hey, okay, so there's this guy and he goes to a mental facility. And this guy was saying, and the guy looks at him and says, dude, what the hell are you doing? And says, I'm counting time. And he says, you're counting too slow. And then he says, don't get it? He says,
all right, well.
not a good joke.
Maybe, can you start again from the top? I missed that.
No, don't encourage him. He'll start again.
No.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Want to hear a joke, by the way?
You just tried that.
Look. Do you want to hear a joke? Yes or no?
Do you know what the Buddhist said to the hot dog vendor?
Make me one with everything.
All right, you know Hitchens well enough.
It's a very stupid one. But look, do you want to hear a joke?
Yeah, what you got?
look, if you want to hear a joke, go to a stand-up. So come on.
Oh wait, well I'm a, Tony.
That's the joke.
Hey, yo, what's going on?
Tony, welcome
Hello,
to
Mr.
the stream. I
Tony.
haven't
Nice
seen
to
you
meet
about, have I? Do I know you or do you know I?
You know what? I'm Tony. How you doing, everyone?
Good
Hello,
to-
Mr. Tony.
What's your name?
We got.
Huh?
My name is Mr. Cropper, and these are my opinions.
Actually, Brendan, I know you a long time, actually.
Oh, very good. You sound German. Is that true?
Irish.
Oh, Irish. That's all in Germany. That's a sort of on the.
It's really close. No.
Yeah, it's ruled by Germany.
Oh yeah, just a few thousand kilometers.
I think the Irish are ruled by Germany. Is that true?
Yeah, it is, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Disgrace.
What?
It is a disgrace, yeah.
Recent development.
What about Braveheart and freedom and whatever?
You'd have to forgive me. I'm talking to someone in India right now trying to get my printer set up.
Oh, okay.
That should be fun.
We'll be patient with you. We'll continue with our dirty limericks and stuff.
Can I call him?
This is philosophy and dirty limericks.
This is supposed to be philosophy. Oh, here's a problem. Peter from Australia was asked by a utilitarianist to define evil on the fly, and his opinion of himself was that he bungled it up a little bit. So let me ask you guys to define it on the fly, or let me just Jason, you haven't been silent to this point. Jason, define evil off the top of your head
Evil.
in a human ethical context. A man on a desert island. What's evil?
I think evil is willful evasion of reality.
All right,
What?
Irish guy, Dave. Who is it?
Tony.
Tony. You want to try it?
That's a very
Yeah,
Italian
I think you might be drinking that cheap beer you got there. What do you got there?
I got all of you beat.
That's some budget beer.
That is some.
I think
70% rice beer.
I have all of you beat.
e-
Just really
evil,
beat.
evil is the unattainment potential. That's what I think it is.
It's that.
Try again. I missed.
I can summarize in one word.
What?
Well, let him. I didn't.
The unattainment of potential.
That's
Unattainment of potential.
Yeah.
All right. So we got willful evasion of reality, unattainment of potential, and Liren, you got one single word.
that.
Bex.
No, that.
Bex.
D-E-A. No, D-E-A-T-H.
Debt.
That.
D-E-A.
Oh my God, you're making fun of me, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like debt. I think it means death.
Means being dead. That which kills.
Death.
You.
T-H. Oh, death. Oh,
What did I say?
Jesus. What are you from? Another country? Are you an immigrant?
D-E-B-T.
Ah, yeah. That's actually exactly the truth.
You're not even from America, are you?
Maybe no. Well, I'm in South America.
It's not true. He's from America. He's an American. All right, Gentle
Maybe.
Chaos. Welcome to the jig.
I'm not an American.
Hey, Gentle
Uh,
Chaos. I want to apologize. The other night, you guys ended up in a room and my computer crashed. I opened a new room. They wouldn't let me go into your room to tell you because I can't go back into a room that after I left it. And you guys ended up talking off of video for a while. So I
Yeah,
apologize.
we thought you fell asleep in there, so we just kept the party going, you know.
I went in another room and started a new party because my shit crashed. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Well, it's
welcome
good to
back.
be here. Good to see you guys have it tonight, you know.
Yeah, it's Friday night, so everybody's got the chance to mess around and waste some time on philosophy.
Yeah.
All right, somebody throw something out there while I drink some beer.
Anybody interested in the demise of
Pirates.
Western civilization?
In the what?
The demise of Western civilization at the
It's
moment?
happening. Listen, Tony, tell us a
We're
little
dead. We're dead weak.
Pirates. Pirates are great men of the sea.
All right, so pirates or whatever. Listen, Tony, tell us what's going on in. You think it's civil war? I say it's civil war in Europe right now.
It's cultural civil war.
It's
It
happening.
is. It is.
That's similar to World War anyway.
It's basically the left have been running shit in the West for so long. It's just falling to pieces. It's just falling to pieces. It's a disgrace. It's like like, first of all, before we go any further, would anybody agree with this? The reason that academia is run by the left is because if you can't do anything in the free market, you go to academia and complain about the free market. Would anybody agree with that?
That's a really, really good angle. It'd be hard for me.
That's kind of true, not necessarily, because it's actual work.
It really is very true. I'd like to hear why you don't think it's true.
I'm not saying it's not true, I'm saying it's not the whole explanation, because I know some of these people, they actually do work hard, and it's kind of demanding.
Do they add value to the market?
No.
No,
Not real value, but people think it's real value, so.
they don't add value. They're robbers.
If you don't add value to the market, then all you're doing is stroking your own ego. That's all you're doing.
No, they think they're adding value to the market. They really do think they're adding value to the market, but they're not, so.
No, they're trying to destroy markets. Come on.
Well, hang
I
on.
know they're trying to destroy market,
Then that's what
Hold
it
on
is.
a second.
but they're trying to enrich society.
Hold
That's
on-
what they
hold
think
on a
they're doing
second. Hold on a
sometimes.
second. Why is it that the left in the US can't have their ideas in the open market of ideas? Why
Well, in a
when
sense
you
they
get
can.
Yinnanapolis and all these guys, when they want to come speak, they don't want to debate them. They just want to shut them down. They want to get rid of free speech.
Yeah, like Milo Yiannopoulos, for example, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of examples of
David Agator, for example, is very interesting at the moment. Milo's tour. If you don't know who Milo is, he's a homosexual conservative who's got a fetish for black men, and he's conservative. And they can't put him in a box. And everywhere he goes, they're shutting down his free speech everywhere he goes. You should look it up. It's interesting. You should actually listen to what he says. I'm listening.
yeah, and
Yeah,
what the tragedy was the time that he went on stage in Chicago, I think it was. BLM took over his stage. They threatened him physically, and the security he paid for stood by and was told not to disrupt the black disruptors. And they actually broke laws. They threatened him, which is initiation of force. But, of course, even like these Black Lives Matter that are shutting down freeways and the cops show up, what do the cops do? They stand there and argue with the people and try to get them to leave.
There's a gay bar right down the street, right? And they have good food. And I go there, I get drunk. I go down with my wife. And, we get drunk and stuff like that. And I make all these new friends. I wake up the next day and I have all these new faces. So I met this black actor and singer and stuff like that. And we're friends on Facebook. So he posted black pride is not anti-white, something like that.
Wait, there are black people in Ireland?
I don't live in Ireland. I live in Boston.
You live in Boston?
Yeah, I live in Boston. Yeah, but
There are Irish people in Boston?
Yeah.
Irish people run Boston.
Alright.
They run Boston. But anyway, so he said being pro-black is not anti-white, and I wrote, and vice versa. I mean, isn't that fair?
Yeah. Being pro-white's not anti-black.
He had an issue with that. He He said I wasn't getting it.
That's gonna.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Black
gonna.
chicks have better ass, but white chicks have better tits, so
I
don't know.
I like being a provocateur on Facebook. I love just pushing these people's buttons because sunlight is the best disinfectant,
Yeah, and it's so easy to, and you guys have probably heard of this phenomenon where, like, the Huffington Post and these leftist rags shut down their comment sections, or they heavily edit their comment sections.
I am banned
That's
from
probably not true. I don't believe it.
What was it, Tony?
I'm banned. I'm allowed to look, but I'm not allowed to comment on every single feminist page on Facebook. Every single
That is
one.
an awesome achievement, man.
Every single, and also as well, this is something I have to ask you about, Brandon. I don't know if you're aware with the politics in Northern Ireland, but right now it's like the loyalists are celebrating 365 years since the Battle of the Boyne. But the politics of Northern Ireland. I like that everyone's drinking beer. I like that, but but I'm banned from every loyalist page also. Just simple logical questions. They just don't want to. They just don't want to. Their ideas aren't worthy of debate.
Yeah.
No. Which actually, I have to ask you, Brendan. You were actually the person who actually got me interested in philosophy years ago.
Oh, good.
Yeah, when you were Mr. Cropper.
Yeah.
You were Brandon Cropper,
Mr.
or you were Mr. Cropper, and I was listening to for years, and I would watch your videos you done on I will watch your videos you done on Benjamin Franklin's autobiography or something like that. And so it's nice to meet you. You're actually kind of a hero of mine.
Oh, good. Yeah, that was years ago. That was like 9 years ago now. I did that 10 years ago. So.
Well, it may have been. It may have been. Yeah, it was 9 years ago. It was.
Yeah. So yeah, good to meet you guys. I sort of took a break because I didn't have a camera for 5 years. So, and I come back. There's all these people have always watched me, and we can hang out. So it's crazy.
Did everybody else watch it?
No, not all these people. General Chaos never heard of me. Sidney Winston, I think, is a terrorist, and Mon Onum knows me from years ago. Yeah, there's several people here who knows me from years ago. Sidney, do you want to speak for yourself? We think you're a terrorist because you're hiding your identity with those glasses and stuff. I'm just being provocative. Sidney, are you available to speak? Do you want to defend yourself? And I think I've seen you in actually, come to think about it, in Piero's Hangouts or something, Mr. Winston. But anyways, no more attention for the gentleman, is it? Who has the green curtain behind him? I don't know you. Who are you?
That's Sidney.
Oh, is that okay? Oh, I have seen you then before. No, we can't.
I was in your hangout like 2 days ago.
Oh, okay. All right, very good. Nice to meet you. You're some sort of socialist or Bernie supporter? I don't peg you as Ayn Rand. Do I have you right, or am I picking on you? Look, I've had a few beers. Don't take it personally.
Hey, Brendan, are you vaping?
I'm trolling. I'm trolling.
No, but no, are you vaping? Are you smoking a vape cigarette?
Yeah. Useless nonsense.
Hey, what's the worst part of vaping?
What's the worst part of it?
Paying for it.
Paying for it. Oh. Oh yeah, paying for the fucking bastards.
Yeah. Well, there you go. What are you drinking?
Stop.
Yeah, I see. I save enough money on this nonsense that I can afford to vape. See how that works?
Yeah. Well, it's more expensive?
What, vaping?
Yeah.
More expensive than what?
This is the best.
I don't know. I've never smoked cigarettes.
You've never smoked cigarettes and you just went straight into vaping?
What the hell?
Yeah.
I think he actually tried the patch out first to see if he would like it.
I tried vaping. I don't smoke cigarettes, and I gave it up. It's kind of...
Guys, I have something funny to say. This is actually funny.
All right, he's been waiting. Give him a chance. Give him a chance.
All right. So, I asked don't laugh. I didn't say the joke yet. So, don't laugh. Okay, so I asked myself, why aren't there any feminists in Japan? You know, none. Not a thing. Not in Japan.
Why?
Because the Japanese hunt whales.
They do what?
They hunt whales.
They hunt whales.
I'm sorry,
It must
It's
be
not your
funny
fault.
on
You're saying that all feminists are obese whales.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah.
If you have to explain it, it's not funny.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah.
You know, Justin Trudeau is a feminist, apparently.
Okay.
He's a whale.
What about Trudeau? That son of a bitch.
Honestly, I just think that he's just sticking to the lowest common denominator to get votes, and he's virtue signals every election. That's what I think he does.
Yeah.
He's never going to be the consequence of his policies. He's just going to virtue signal his way to the top.
Principles haven't come to Canadian politics yet. They're still messed up in political correctness, and they don't have any. There's no urgency for them. You know,
don't need
political
it.
correctness is being thrown
We
out.
can play while you guys fight it out with everybody else in the world. Fuck it.
Are you Canadian?
Mm-hmm.
I got friends in Toronto. I must say the Canadians are very nice people.
Yeah?
Yeah, very nice.
They better be. They only have one neighbor.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, they're neighbors with Denmark, technically, I guess.
All
No,
right.
our neighbors are France because we got a couple of little islands
Yeah,
off Newfoundland that are France.
I was in Montreal. And it was like a European city. And when you were drinking at the bar, people would ask you, "Are you English?" And I'd say, "No, I'm Irish." But what they meant is, "Do you speak English?" That's the way they would say it. I remember one time Brandon, it's one of your videos.
You can call me Mr. Cropper. I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Mr. Cropper. One of your videos, you said you had a little meeting and I had a drink with a guy in New York, and you were discussing philosophy and stuff, and the barman says, "I'm not British, I'm Irish," and you took issue with that.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear. I'd like to.
Well,
That if you don't mind.
I saw a map.
Yeah, you seen a map.
Yeah, you guys got a little fucking island off the edge of Britain, and you think your guys are some different thing. No, fuck you.
All right, okay.
Look,
I was hoping that there was actually some research put into your opinion, but
okay, all right. You want a deeper philosophical thing?
well, they're completely two different cultural entities.
No. Okay, Okay, let's go into that.
Okay, how is it so different?
All right,
Explain to me how is Irish culture different than British culture?
Liram, we
I was
can.
gonna do the whole Protestant Catholic thing or something.
Liram, we
Oh.
we can't hear a word you're saying. You got to get your mic fixed again. We don't hear. You're just fucking with our shit right now. You're just fucking with our jive. Listen.
Yeah.
Let's go into that. Let's talk about why Ireland shouldn't be independent and why Britain had ought to just own it. Britain only.
You begin.
Well, they did own it.
Yeah, they did own it. Britain only screwed up in the way that they screwed up in every single other place they owned. So I just wish they would have done a better job. That's basically my only real argument at the end of the day. So if you guys fall apart into Balkanized states, then that's not.
Ireland's screwed now. The Republic of Ireland. I don't know if you know the geography of Ireland. We've got 32 counties. The 6 of them are still occupied by ruled by Britain. So now we are a sub-state on the fringe, on the extremities of Europe. Now with the Brexit. And here's the thing, right? There's even when Ireland and England were at war, Ireland and Britain were at war, there was still an exchange. There was still free market, more or less. There was still free movement of labour within that little island block. Where England fucked up was Ireland was a part of the British Empire. Ireland was Britain's first colony. If the colonization of Ireland wasn't successful, then the British Empire wouldn't have had a blueprint to impose on India and other parts of the world.
All right, that's interesting. That's an interesting.
Skeptical.
You know, I've tried so many times to study the history of Britain, and it's so much of it is so just this king and that queen and that prince.
Very, very enough.
And they went over and they was in a castle.
I'll tell you something even. I'll tell you something even better, right? Is Ireland has the oldest continuous written recorded history in the world. It's unbroken. Because Ireland was not part of the Roman Empire, and not because the Romans didn't want it, they could have had it, they didn't want it. There was nothing there.
What's this unbroken written history? That I don't know. Okay.
Ireland has continuous written history.
All right. Well, what's that worth?
It's worth what it's fucking worth.
I know. It'll buy you
What is it fucking worth?
that plus $5 will buy you $5 worth of beer.
Well, hold on 1 second. After the collapse of the Roman Empire,
All right.
the Roman Empire, we fell into the Dark Ages, because Ireland was self-contained. What happened is Ireland's nickname is the land of the saints and scholars, because the monasteries kept moving forward. So after Europe started rebuilding themselves, they sent their scholars to Ireland to be re-educated in Christianity and so on and so forth.
So
That's not.
Well, you know what? You've answered the question, Brandon.
Did I answer the question? Listen, my longer answer is that Balkanization is not in the interest of humans.
But is self-determination in the interest of humans?
Tribalism is not in the interest of humans.
Okay, but is self-determination
I have an idea.
unions?
I have an idea.
Humans.
Well, okay. Now listen. If self-determination, I obviously can't take exception because the country I live in broke off in a war to determine.
Listen, I am a citizen of America also.
So you know that that's important.
It's in Ireland, and so basically there is some hope for you yet with some with some further data you can wrap your philosophical mind around.
All right. Let me say one last sentence.
I am Argentine.
Let me say one last sentence, and then we can let it go off into Argentine history or whatever. But let me just say that the United States of America is an example of the cooperation growing, and Britain should have done that, and I wish they would have done that. And if they would have, then Ireland would still be part of them, and it should be part of them, and cooperation should grow, not shrink.
I agree. And you know what? Absolutely. Ireland and Britain and Ireland and Wales and Scotland, our cooperation, our cultures are very homogenous. We have a special bond, but it was a political thing. You know what? It was just a wave of Marxism and whatnot and revolution in the air. But
it's a bunch of little teeny islands, and you all ought to get together. Give me a break. You know, that's my real point, I guess, right?
Wait. Okay.
I understand that.
Yeah, Marxism, you say, Tony, right? I mean, is that?
Marxism? Exactly. It's it's basically the revolution, the revolutionaries. And everybody romanticizes all. Everybody's having revolts and all this.
Well, it happened at the same time as the actual Balkanization happened, essentially, in the Balkans. That was happening everywhere.
Wait. I want to ask something else. How is being Irish so different than being English or British? I mean.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Well, religion, right?
eat?
Essentially.
What do you eat?
That's a very good question. There's a cat coming in. That's a very good question. So I'll answer it. First of all, the similarities are about 50-50 from the differences. So they're very subtle differences. So first of all is the histories are very different. But they're so intertwined. It's very complicated to talk about. But for example, the Irish never had the influence of the Saxons, and we never had the influence of Rome.
That's not.
Our culture is stayed Celtic.
Okay. Look. Don't give me the historical reasons. Give me how it is now, and then we can talk about the historical reasons. But start somewhere.
Honestly,
start.
Honestly, in today's measure, the personalities and the work ethic is very similar.
Okay.
It's very similar. I would probably share more with an English person than I would with any other nationality.
Okay.
You know.
How are you different now? How are you concretely different? Not how are you different abstractly. How are you concretely different?
We're not. No human being is concretely different from
How
anyone.
as a culture are you completely different from one another, okay?
No human
As a
being.
culture.
No human being is concretely different from
I
anyone.
didn't
It
I
gets
didn't
different human
concretely
beings are
similar.
not.
I didn't say concretely as a human being. I said as a culture.
All right, ask him a question and let him respond.
Well, respond to my question. Respond to a question nobody asked.
And my response is, I do not believe that there is a concrete difference between any human being. It's all subtleties and culture.
About culture. You tell me about human beings. I'm not asking you to give me a general statement. I'm asking you to general the question and tell me how being British is not the same as being Irish as a culture.
Where are you from?
And you tell me, everyone's different. What does that have to do with it?
Where are you from?
He's
I'm
from
an Israeli who lives in Argentina.
He's a Jewish Argentine.
No, I'm an Israeli who lives in Argentina.
Every
That's
good
it.
bar joke starts with a Jewish Argentine. So
Well, you know what? I suppose you got me there. There is no concrete difference between.
Well, then what's the fucking difference?
You got me. You know, I'm looking more at the nuance. That's all. That's
You
all.
could say the
How can you see the nuance? No, wait. This actually does come to epistemology. How can you say the abstractions lead to differences if when it comes to concrete you see the same?
We're all innately similar.
Well, not innately. Well, maybe innately. Depends what you mean. But like, you give me a whole spiel about how being Irish is not the same as being British, and they have different sources. But when it comes down to it, you tell me, well, they are the same. So what does all that matter? All that is not like a footnote.
I'm the same as you. You're the same as me. You know, we're splitting hairs here. When you're talking about culture, you're splitting hairs. We're the same species.
No, I don't think we are, because I mean, in my culture, it's really.
all right, Liram, let me jump in for a minute because this seems a little fruitless, I have to say. Tony, let me ask you, because I don't know exactly where you come from. I'm just asking because you've been watching me all the time. Let me ask you one or two quick questions just to get an idea of where you're at. Like voluntary taxation, what do you think?
If it's voluntary taxation is okay, then it's not really tax.
I mean, do you think it'll be effective, or you don't care if it's effective? We have to do it anyway. It's the principle we have to live by.
Taxation is theft.
Okay, all right, good. And
I've got a question about voluntary taxation. Are you saying a certain percentage which you volunteer where it gets
Voluntary
paid?
taxation is charity.
okay. So you're asking how we would handle it practically?
What's your second question?
The second question would be something like ultimate free speech. Is there free speech we can violate? Or
Absolutely, I should be entitled to say whatever I want, whenever I want.
all right,
I agree.
that's about. So you're pretty Randian. Okay, good.
Oh, hold on though. Hold on. I have a nuance to that. You can say that, but if you're in my house and you insult me, I'll knock you out.
All right. So you're pretty Randian. That's good. All right. Mr. Atheist, you had a question.
Daddy, you got two questions?
Who, me?
Yeah, that's it. You got two questions.
Well, I just wanted to find out, that gives me a really general idea. If I want a general idea of where someone is, I say voluntary taxation. And either their head blows up and they don't know what the hell's going on, or they say, yeah, obviously taxation's theft. Now, we have Sidney Winston here who says, how's this going to work? So I just
I just wanted to know what you meant by voluntary. It's a little ambiguous, basically. It's
Okay,
either
I agree with Sydney. I don't think voluntary and taxation belong in the same speech bubble.
All right, let me give you like a two-sentence thing. You're driving down the freeway in your voluntary taxation society, and there's a billboard that says, your share of this year's taxes is $16,000. And then you drive a little further, and there's another billboard that says, GMC gave 32,000 brand new automobiles as part of their tax payment this year. You should buy a GM because we support our government. And then you drive a little further, and it says Ford gave 95 brand new M1 tanks to the government this year. You should support Ford. And you just keep driving and seeing all this stuff about how people give all this stuff to the government. And the government would keep asking you for money all the time. And that's what society would be like.
But you know, the thing that I like about if I was going to add my 2 cents to voluntary taxation is you should say like, imagine this sort of concept. I just thought of it right now. It's like you're going to get, say you get taxed 40% state income, right? And you take off a box. Do you want this money to go to tanks? You want to go to schools? You want to go to roads? It's like that would be a better system.
No,
I
that'd
would
be
like to see what would get funded.
it'd be a step in the right direction, I
It
think.
really would be. It's like, who the fuck wants a $35 billion F-30, or how much does that F-35 program cost again?
Well, okay, you're right.
100 billion.
Billions
Boondoggle
and
like that
billions, I
would be
think.
cut down on. But
You know what? With all this wasteful government spending, it gives socialists a platform for like entitlement lifestyle, because they can point to this and go, well, you spent this much on a useless fucking fighter, so why can't we just give everybody free college? It's
Yeah.
because if you flood the market, then you cheapen the value of a degree. Not everybody needs a degree. A degree doesn't.
Hold water.
A degree, if everybody's got a fucking degree, it cheapens the value of it. It's like
Correct.
everybody's got these beards now. At the start it was cool, but now it's like, oh fuck, just have a shave.
Well, not everybody can get a degree because not everybody's a
Honestly, my
smart.
beard is the best.
Not your beard. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the woodsman beard.
not everyone can get a degree. Why? Because they're not a genius? Is that what?
No, because not everybody has the smarts to get a degree.
See,
Yeah, not everyone's
I
skill
agree-
requires
I
it.
agree.
Most people can barely figure out how to pick up a fucking shovel and dig a hole.
Right.
You know what's Sydney?
That's not true.
I agree with Sydney, right? I agree with Sydney because we should have degrees set out for the part of society that can, actually do something meaningful towards society. I can pick up a shovel and dig a hole. I'll take care of that. But I don't want to talk about fucking physics or anything because I don't get it.
Yeah, I tried the sciences and a huge big mistake. It just wasn't right for me.
You tried the degree or the shovel?
They're both the same at that point.
Yeah. Well, I think that if you pick up a shovel and you got reasonable intelligence, you can use that shovel to put you in the right direction.
Yeah,
Did
you
anyone
use
ever
a shovel
work in manual labor, by the way?
you go to night school or whatever. Yeah, I see what you.
Did anyone ever work in manual labor?
Well, I worked in manual labor.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I came here, I picked up a shovel, I literally shoveled. That was my job. And I have a company now, and I've got 6 guys working with me and 3 subcontract crews under me.
What do you do?
shovel?
I mean, are you a contractor?
I'm a construction. I came here when I was 19 years of age. 19 years of age, and move on to, I'm 33 now, 14 years later. I've got a pretty successful company going. I've got guys working for me full time, and I've got subcontractors that have like 5 or 6 guys under them.
How dare you take advantage of the recession that we just came through?
You know what? I love the recession because the recession gave people a mindset that, you know what, maybe I'll hire this guy. I was 25 when the recession started. I started my business in a recession. I got a second look during the recession. People trying to save money. I outcompeted people.
Can I let me butt in for a second and say, Sydney, let me just give you a description for me, I'll give you a description of what a recession is. A recession.
You don't look like a construction guy.
A recession is when there are companies that are bloated and can't make it, and they fall over and die, and other companies run in and eat up the scraps.
It's a reshuffling of resources.
All of the things that those old companies were made of. They were made of credit lines, workers, factories, machines. The credit lines, workers, factories, and machines got spread out among other companies. So it is simply a readjustment. Those companies that are efficient and are hacking it get more resources, more workers, and more credit lines. and the companies that weren't able to cut it because they weren't giving their customers enough value fail, and they get redistributed like a corpse gets distributed in the forest.
Exactly. Exactly. That's
Let me
exactly
ask
what
Sydney
it
to
is.
respond, because Sydney was, and then I'll throw it to you, Tony. But Sydney,
Well, it seems to me the way I've looked, the way I have seen business, the way business dies during a recession, I see middle management getting bloated, and it's the cutting the fat of the middle management which sort of starts the trend.
Well, I got to say one thing about middle management. Middle management is a dying breed.
Yes.
It is completely the efficiencies of human progression.
Middle management is only born of
To me,
laziness.
middle management is a farm laborer, and the combine harvester is technology. These jobs are obsolete. They're obsolete.
Middle
It's
management makes more
fundamentally,
sense, doesn't it?
My work ethic. I make 100 phone calls a day, 50 texts. I'm on 5 different job sites every day, and
Crazy.
the ground I get covered. And even just take the fucking automobile that I can transport myself around the place and my tools and materials, all from the free market capitalist nature of the human being. Now, I hope. Who here is a free market capitalist?
yay.
Me too.
Here, here.
Me too.
I think we've got only Sydney. You and Gentle Chaos possibly, but Sydney, you're going to have to hold your own here. Jesus.
Well, I'm a
Can
call me
anybody
a
show me?
libertarian with a
Show me
social conscience.
any benefits social in the city?
Well, Tony, let Sydney say what he is then. What's your jig?
I'm a libertarian with a social conscience.
Okay, you're a socialist then. All right.
No. I'm a libertarian with a social conscience, and I think that the best thing for society is to have capitalism. Because
Well, are you familiar with the arguments of why you can't use the utilitarian view? You cannot result.
I have a question.
All right.
The first time I've ever heard of utilitarianism, right? I asked the guy to explain it to me, and I haven't heard it since. And he says, what's best for the most amount of people should be implemented. Like, can you elaborate on what's utilitarian? What is that? What was the philosophical stance of utilitarianism?
The basic principle behind utilitarianism is that an action by an individual should be measured by how it affects all of society together, not just that individual or his wife or his kids or whatever. So society is the measure of value for utilitarians. If anyone wants to expand or take exception to that, go ahead.
I would add to that, if I could, for just one moment. The greatest good for the greatest number is sort of the principle.
It's a tagline, yeah.
Yeah, the problem with it is, how do you know what's good for people?
I'm an individual.
You know what I know for myself?
How do you compare my happiness to your happiness?
I don't care.
It's all subjective.
I don't care. I care about my happiness.
Yeah.
I don't care about your happiness. I'm not responsible for your happiness.
And that's the only rational thing, obviously, is individuals. Nothing else exists besides individuals. Society doesn't even exist. There is no society.
You want to care about minorities or majorities? The smallest minority is the individual.
Yeah. You like minority rights?
Yeah, I'm a minority, you know. And I am not responsible. I am not responsible for your happiness. I'm responsible for my happiness. I might take responsibility for the people that I care about, that I know. That's it. But I'm not responsible for your happiness.
So selfishness is a virtue. Tony, yes or no?
Selfishness is misunderstood.
It's a virtue then.
It is a virtue.
Now let me just let a ghost out of the closet here. Gentle Chaos, you went to prison for murder. You want to talk to us about selfishness and what you think selfishness is, and etc.?
For me, in my experience of it, selfishness was born of the ego. A lot of my selfish ways were just some story that I was believing in in this mind that I have.
Now wait.
And,
so let me just say one sentence, then I'll let you go. You think selfishness led you to destroy your life?
It was probably carelessness.
Selfishness is something that I got to experience here on Earth, and it was something that helped me grow. I grew from it, and so where selfish they are very similar, meaning is being selfish, not going to my my little nephew's birthday party when I'm in a space that I wouldn't be because I got my own stuff that I deal with in my life, and so if these invitations, I get invitations.
If you go to your nephew's birthday party and you're all fucked up, then that's selfish. If you don't go because you're going to embarrass yourself and your nephew, that's unselfish.
No, even if I just decline and say no, I'm not going to make it. What's selfishness to me and what's selfishness if they see that selfish themselves, it's two different things. Like, I take care of myself, brother. I definitely take care of myself, and taking care of myself a lot of times has to do with taking care of other people in ways,
Absolutely. I will make sure that I will take care of people around me before I take care of other people, because
in the bigger picture, who is another human being on the other side of the earth? In a way, there is a energy that is in both of you that has you walking around right now talking. What people call it, all the names for it, and I know it's real because of how I experience life, of going to prison, of having addiction in my life, and being able to feel the degree of peace within inside of myself. Well, for a long time, I just didn't even know existed.
I can understand those esoteric feelings because I done a lot of hallucinogenics at festivals, and I can tap into that emotional space.
Yeah, well, it's really just a space, like emotional. The emotions, because I didn't know them, they wreaked havoc in my life. So anger brought me a lot of fights. Sadness brought me a lot of other things. And so once I was able to learn these feelings that I was having and realized that they weren't necessarily who I was. The feelings had me reacting to life, and reacting isn't responsible for me or the world.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Can I jump in, Gentle Case? I want to say that we sort of want to define selfishness as doing what's best for yourself, and it seems like you were being led by emotions without really thinking about them, and now you're taking a look at these and thinking harder, and back then you were just being led by emotions. For us, being led by your emotions is not selfish. It is self-destructive.
Yeah, you have to be rational.
Yeah, no, I understand that. All right, so
selfishness did nothing bad to you. Selflessness did.
Selflessness. I like that.
But go ahead. Let's let him.
So all these labels that we'll use to describe all these things, selfishness is, from my perspective of what it means, is not just caring about myself and everyone else. So I am the not sharing the good that I have in my life can be very selfish.
Now wait, why? That's a leap. Why did you make that leap? First you said caring for yourself, but then you say not sharing it. That does not help you.
No.
That hurts
you.
So
if you're able to see other human beings, if you've had experiences of seeing other human beings and not without separating the two, brother, you're talking about a whole other thing. If we're speaking from perspectives, I come on here to share mine, and to have you speak like I'm saying something wrong. It's my perspective, brother. I'm attempting to describe how I feel and how I see the world through my perspective in everything that I've been through, and I'm here to honor everyone else's how they see the world as well.
Yeah.
I've done nothing wrong in my life. I'm learning how to live. I can tell you that I love people much deeper than I ever have. I'm able to look at people and actually I want to see people happy. Peace is my thing. I believe that.
I see people are happy also. I love when people are happy because it's just a good feeling. But I would love to just interject a point and like divert the conversation a little bit. And I would say that altruism is akin to egotism, because I think that altruism is an action a person undertakes to get a pat in the back by someone else. That's all it is. I think that's,
You're right. A shallow egotism which ends up being self-destructive.
yeah, like no, listen, no, I actually do a lot for people. I am very good to people. I always take care of people. I always help people out. But it's always for, if I'm going to be completely honest, in the sphere of my own self-interest. And that's it. Like people say, "Oh, I love my kids. I would do anything for my kids." You're like, no, you're biologically programmed to ensure your DNA goes to the next generation. That's all.
Well, but Tony, don't we find that it's only in wealthy societies that people are willing to take care of their neighbors? You know, and in poor societies.
No. That's not true, Brendan. Brandon, that's not true at all.
All right.
It's not true at all, because in poorer societies, people are more likely to take care of their neighbors because they know that next week they're going to get fucked and they're going to owe them.
No, I misspoke. What I meant was freer societies, I should have said. In freer societies, you're willing to take care of your neighbors. In more controlled societies, you really don't care about your neighbors. It's somebody else's fault or it's the government.
When your life, you're saying is when your life, your healthcare, your decisions are taken over by a party or a group, then you are much more likely to gravitate towards the group. Whereas in a free society, like for example, you can't get more of a free society as like a hunter-gatherer society. No. Hold on a second. You're going to find this interesting. You're going to find this interesting, Brandon.
Okay, we go ahead, but freedom is a creature of the law. But go ahead.
No, hold on. So hold on.
I second that.
Uno momento, por favor.
And I want to return to General Chaos's point as soon as we're done with this. But go ahead.
All right. So real briefly, right? I obviously don't have my sources. It's just in my head, but they've looked at hunter-gatherer societies. So basically, if someone makes a kill, right? If somebody makes a kill, that's a good wife you got there. Someone makes a kill.
I'm just telling you, I'm getting up for another one. Go ahead.
If someone makes a kill and they kill an animal, they know they got no refrigeration. It's going to go bad. So they share it out amongst the other members.
True.
And then they get brownie points because they've done that. Because the law of averages is there's sort of 10 groups. The other guy's going to make a kill.
Well,
don't share it out.
Okay, don't look at it in a vacuum, because just the day before someone else made a kill and shared. So it's not. It becomes an obligation, and it becomes a social obligation that is enforced with dead.
Exactly. Now, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example how a hunter-gatherer society ends up in the construction business in Boston. I ended up. I had a guy working for me, and he was fucking brilliant. He was absolutely fantastic, and I was really busy. I had a lot of work, and I needed workers. It's very hard to find a skilled plasterer, so I'm a plasterer. So I got this guy, and he was addicted to heroin. I was like, "Fuck! I got a junkie working for me." And then I gave it some philosophical thought. I was like, well, I might have been justifying shit also because he was producing work. He was creating profit. I was like, well, if you think about it, he's really just like a diabetic. If he doesn't get it, he's going to. And it didn't impact his.
Go ahead. It didn't impact his.
it didn't impact his output. He was doing drugs so much he didn't get high off it. He would just die if he didn't get it. You know, so basically, since he started working with me, and he was producing work, I would bring him aside and I would say, you know, you're better than this. You can do more. I would do anything you want to help you out. Got him a bed in rehab. Okay. Picked him up from rehab. I knew right away that he couldn't go home, but I'm back out working the same day I picked him up. Insisted that he didn't go stay in the old place he went in. By the way, the guy's 54. And so now that he's off, I used to have to pay him every day. I had to give him cash every day. He's getting paid once a week. Now he's showing up. He always had to show up because he needed the money. Now he's coming in, right? He's got a new apartment. Like his phone is on every day. He only needs to get paid once a week. And you know what? I picked him up this morning. He goes, "Hey Tony," he took a day off yesterday. He goes, "Look, he had all his teeth ripped out. He's getting brand new teeth put in." And so I'm after helping change this man's life around.
And
what was the catalyst for it? It was my self-interest that I had so much work and I needed a skilled plasterer. I needed to help him so he could help me.
Right, I was going to say, it's because you're a selfless altruist and you're sacrificing your interests, right? No, it's because
I'm really capitalist, and I think people do better in society when we're looking out for ourselves. And I think that it's impossible in a social society to do well when other people around you are doing badly.
But you ended up looking out for someone else to look out for yourself. I mean, that's the way. I mean, okay. Look, Tony, let me give one sentence. Let me give one sentence because you've been speaking. You only get any money from your company after you have paid for your materials, your labor, and your creditors. That's when you get anything at all. If anything's left, it's only because everybody else ate before you, and they call you selfish.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Brandon. Thank you. And I will tell you one thing. And to run a company, my bank balance is often lower than my laborer's check on a Friday. It really is. It really is. And you.
And they think you have, your sound went out or something, they think you have millions of pounds to spare or something. They always think they can dip into your profit and stuff. They think you are an endless well. And I don't know if you're trying to speak, but your sound is gone.
Thank you so much, bro. You know what? You actually are, you're a very wise man. You're a very wise man. I guarantee when you work in that Olive Garden, you could understand that.
Well, I may understand it from many levels. I grew up on a farm, so you have to be smart. Now, listen, we've been 10 minutes.
You grew up on a farm, though.
Let me. What's that?
I didn't know you grew up on a farm.
Yeah, grew up on a farm.
But a farmer is the original entrepreneur.
Yeah.
The original entrepreneur.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're your own boss, and what you do and how far you go is totally up to you.
Exactly. You might get some good land. You could do a lot more with the work ethic. Bad. I'm sorry, guys. We're dominating.
And we are. I know, Gentle Chaos. I hope you haven't forgotten totally what we were saying. But I wanted to say. I'm going to say a sentence for you, Gentle Chaos, and then you can take it. But I wanted to reply to your sentiment. No, I don't criticize you for coming in here. You say I'm kind of attacking you in some way. No, I don't criticize you for your view or anything. The thing is that we think that selfishness is the primary virtue. Everyone should try to improve their life and think really hard about how to improve their life. And I would say that you hadn't given that direction very much thought. You just thought, oh, I'll do whatever I feel like and impress my friends, and that ended up badly.
I have to interject. I have to.
Okay, go ahead, Tony, and then Jim.
I really do. I'm sorry about this. Listen, look, basically, it is your moral obligation to acquire and amass resources. And if you don't, you are selfish. If you don't amass and acquire resources, you are selfish.
Selfish.
What are
And here's
what
why, right? Because if you're only doing enough to get by, then you're only capable to take care of yourself.
Yeah, and no one else. Yeah.
Exactly. No.
Right.
If you
Right, Gentle Chaos.
resource to take care of your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, or anybody serving.
All right. Well, let Gentle Chaos answer that, and then Green Soul Sufi, welcome to the jig.
Oh, how you doing?
Sufi.
Glad to be here.
Hey, Frank.
Well, what was the
Hey, how
question?
you doing, Sydney?
So, Gentle Chaos, do you
What was the question?
point and his? You've got a lot of stuff on your plate because he and I have both now said things. Selfishness we view as a good virtue, and we think that when you don't think really hard about stuff, you end up being not selfish in some really important way. We think that's important. You may think it's all words, but go ahead and say whatever.
I mean, that's what we're using our words. I'm not saying any of your comments are any unvalid than anyone else's. To me, selfish, what I call it is self-care. It's the word that I use is self-care, and that means in order for me to be the most beneficial for the world, I have to first take care of myself, and then I have to ask, how will I do that? How do I do that, though? Because for me, as an individual, taking care of myself wasn't drinking. Me, it wasn't drinking. That was not taking care of myself. And so from the experience of drinking, I do not sit here and judge. Just from my experience, I know that when I was in that space of drinking, that I reacted a lot more to the story that I was believing in my head. You know, all the stuff that I was told was sort of the ways of the world are just they're not that way. I come to find them not that way, and
you need to have axioms. You need to have solid rods of truth.
Solid rods of truth?
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to have that? So that's something I don't have?
No. What I think what you are is you're touching them. I think you're touching them, but hold on. I think you're touching them. But what you need to do is define them. You need to define what is you and what you believe in, and then you can encounter every situation that says, is it this or is it this? And then
so who you believe you are is who do you believe you are? I ask because
right or wrong. You have to define your own moral compass. Right now you got a bunch of morals in a basket, and it's filled with water. I said morals are apples. You're bobbing for morals. You're bobbing for apples. You're trying to figure.
Yeah, that's a clever way to attempt to say something. And I can tell you from the space I live, brother.
I'm not criticizing.
The space that I live. So this basket of morals, you call it, it's merely listening to a place that speaks to me inside. And that is to care for all human life, as it is yours.
I am not criticizing you. I'm relating to you. And
I just see that's so. If you would play that over again and explain to me how you're relating to me with what you just said, that would be amazing, brother. Because I didn't get that. I didn't receive what you were sending. As relating. I got it to you were telling me what my life was.
Maybe I misspoke.
Yeah, maybe you did, because I simply live.
Well, let me connect with you then.
Yeah. To connect with me, brother.
Yeah, so
you would have to go in yourself, because that's the only way to do it. You can't do it with your mind.
Yeah. So listen. Well, hold on. I need to say something to dude in the green t-shirt.
Yeah.
I need to say something to dude in the green t-shirt.
Do what?
Listen. Basically, what I'm saying to you is, I can relate to you because the way you're grasping things, the way you're expressing yourself is very emotional, and I've been there. I wasn't criticizing it. I was saying that if you had, if you could define what you're trying to say, because I can feel what you're saying, but you feel what you're saying, but it's not defined. You could have a rod. You could have a purity of thought.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I can give it that. I can explain it to you, but right now I'm having
what I know I am. What I know, my experience in going through all the experiences that I've had in my life, the thing that I come to is I am not this mind and I am not this body. I have experienced life not attached emotionally. There were bits and pieces of times that I wasn't attached emotionally because I wasn't taught how to detach from emotion.
At all.
Do I?
Nobody cares about your experience, understand?
I'm not talking
Nobody cares about your experience.
Okay.
Nobody.
Well, what are we talking
Stop
about?
mentioning it.
What are we talking about then? What if you don't? What are we talking about? You're sharing your experience here, bro, or how you see things.
I'm sharing my thoughts. I don't care about what you feel. I'm not your wife, mother, psychologist, whatever. I don't even think your psychologist would give a damn about what you feel. Your feelings aren't worth a damn. Got it?
Yeah, to you.
That's all ego for you, brother. That's not caring. That's selfish right there. Not giving someone the opportunity to even sit and talk.
Well, right now, this guy's feeling angry.
Yeah. Ron, what do you mean feelings don't matter? Feelings are how you experience life. That's pretty important, isn't
it? Okay, fair enough.
Well, I didn't even hear what you just said, bro.
I'm saying, oh, here we go.
Here
we go. Damn it. I unmuted him for a second, and he said that, and I
didn't hear him. I didn't hear what he said.
Oh,
I understand.
And see, it doesn't matter because
all right.
What you say, brother, I could see on the screen, and whatever anger you're working from, whatever place inside of you you're working from, you got to be trapped in your head. To have anger, to express anger like that towards me, for saying the word "share my experience." I mean, that's
So I didn't want it to derail everything. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that to happen like that. Anyways, go ahead with the thoughts and things that was because I saw. I'm sorry, I interrupted. Jason, I think you were speaking to him, and I didn't want to interrupt. Please go ahead with what you were saying.
My apologies. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello? I can hear you.
So Jason, I would like to hear what Jason says though, because it's not in what he's saying; it's how he's saying it. So if you have that much anger in you for something, like I know your experience in life isn't too good, so you come on here, and even come on here. I mean, look at the name of the room, and you want to. And you react out of that space of anger towards me, when I'm simply here because I want to see stuff take place in the world that I'm not seeing, and so I come on here to attempt to share in everybody's experience.
Jason, why don't you take a topic you want to talk about?
Yeah. Hey, this is Jason. Well, yeah. Dental. Yeah. That was not actually me. That was Laurent speaking to you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, my bad, brother. My bad.
No, it's cool. I interjected there. I just said one thing. I said was, I'm not sure what Laurent means by that. I think he might just mean your feelings don't determine truth or falsehood or something. But
no, they are the experience, though. You know, and so I got to know them.
Experience certainly matters because that's. Your feelings are important in the sense that that's how you experience life. So if you didn't have any emotion, you wouldn't even act. You wouldn't even pursue anything at all in life.
To be able to go through them and learn what the feelings were just saved me a bunch of suffering that I was bringing into my own life. And when I did that, I was able to find a way to walk in the world that just felt much better, a much better way to walk in it. So I follow that thing, and a lot of it has to do with doing stuff.
The dude with the headphones, I don't know your names yet. What do you want to talk about?
The dude with the headphones misbehaves a lot, so I've got him muted. Lirim. And Peter is from Australia. Peter's just joined us. Lirim, I'm going to unmute you, and I actually have to leave you people unchaperoned because I work in 5 hours, so you fuckers are going to have to get along or something. And you guys have like 5.5 hours from now, this shit will shut off and quit recording, and y'all can hang out after that, but it won't be recorded. So, Lirim, I'm going to unmute you, and you guys are going to have to rebel against him or something if he goes crazy, because you saw what I just unmuted him 1 second, he started insulting Gentle Chaos. Gentle Chaos, be careful, because selfishness is a virtue, and there are people here who believe it's a virtue, and Lirim, for example, will attack you. Lirim, you're going to go off mute in 20...
Brandon, before you go, I initially said that, selfishness was misunderstood.
Yeah.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
All right. Yes, we can hear you. Now I'm going to mute you again. Okay, go ahead. Selfishness is misunderstood.
Yes, selfishness is actually selfishness is cohesion.
Well, I mean, okay, do you think that Ayn Rand should have chose a different word, or do you think that's okay? That she fought everybody and said, fuck you, I'm just going to use the word that's true.
I think that it's a misunderstood term.
All right, well, you're going to have to defend that because I'm going to turn my microphone off and listen to you while I take my panties off and stuff, so... All right, you all take control. Liren, you're back on, but behave yourself. Everybody's going to have to... All right. Let Tony finish speaking. All right.
Spoke a lot.
No, I want to hear what Tony's saying. All right, go ahead. Tony.
So we're talking about selfishness.
Hmm?
So what are your views on the topic?
Who, me?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Me?
Go ahead, Liren. You're on the spot.
Selfishness. Let's go to the dictionary. I always use the dictionary for these things. Selfishness. The dictionary says selfishness, taking care of self. Yes. Taking care of self is the definition. So now that we have the term taking care of self as the definition, can anyone remember that? Is anyone gonna remember that?
Yes, and so I will go forward and say that as we're a social species, that the people who are around us need to be in a good, strong situation. So the people around us need to be solid. So
what?
The people
growing up. Growing up, where did you experience the programming of, like, if you didn't give someone something, so being selfish in a way? That's what I was taught through peers around me or my parents, that if I didn't do this for someone else, then I was selfish. So that's backwards, right?
I like it. I think it's beneficial to me when the people around me are happy, in a good mood, and generous, and happy. And so,
what does that have to do with taking care of self, though?
So the more I can do to make things better for those people is better for me.
What does that have to do with taking care of self, though? I mean, it seems like I just gave you a very nice definition. You don't want to use it. Why? Hello?
My input is that by taking care of people around me, it's actually a selfish act because I want to be around well-balanced people.
I disagree with that because there's so much, and this is true, that there is very little you can actually do to change people. And that's a fact.
Say that one more time.
I mean, people actually are the ones.
So every 7 years in science, it's been said that every 7 years the human body changes out every cell in the body, right? So these cells are constantly.
That's a myth.
It's not what?
In advance, that's a myth. So some myth, not true. We know a lot of cells never brain cells, bone cells, marrow cells. That's completely untrue.
Really?
It's a made-up fact. It's like
it's all a made-up fact, brother. If you get down to the nitty-gritty, it's all a made-up fact.
All right, listen, Liram, you gotta quit being a D2 type. You gotta try to contribute something. All right, that's not appropriate to just destroy every argument everybody gives. Accept what they say and try to move forward.
Okay, put forward a statement that we can critique.
Yeah, for hell's sakes. So I've muted him again. See, this is why I mute him, because he always destroys everything. He won't argue with anything, and then everybody can't say anything, and then everybody stops. And
Well, put forward a statement.
Should I let him? Everybody vote. Should I let the motherfucker talk again? He just destroys everything anyone says, and he doesn't give anything productive.
Yeah,
you want to let him back on? Jesus.
You have to offer.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
All right, I'm gonna let him back on.
Let him on, man.
It's up to you guys. You guys take care of this motherfucker. All right, he's back. Liram, you're back.
I'll just say, you know why I destroy all of your arguments? They're not very good. Sorry to tell you this, they're not
Okay,
very good. So.
Can we hear your
It's not personal.
I would love to hear your argument.
About what?
Exactly.
I mean, you know, you don't make arguments in a vacuum. You know that. Oh, about people, I was saying, I find people
why don't you create a topic for discussion?
Pirates. Who here likes pirates? I love pirates. Epistemology, I love some. Pirates.
Pirates?
Pirates. Yeah.
What? The privateers.
That's connected to it. They wouldn't say the pirates, though.
Yeah, the privateers. Yeah, I like privateers.
I like privateers.
So
why privateers are not pirates? Who's your favorite privateer?
Well, I don't know. Why don't you lay down a presentation?
Well, I can't. Tell me this. Wait, before it, let's give some attention to you. Who's your favorite privateer?
I don't have one. It's your topic.
But you said you love privateers.
Well, yeah, I like the idea of it. I don't have a.
Well,
I like the idea of it.
What is the idea of it?
Well,
yeah, what's the idea of
it? I'm being introduced to it, so.
Well, why don't we take the guy with the headphones and let him take it away?
Yeah.
I'm not headphones. Privateers, if any one of you want to know, privateers are individuals who are contracted by the government to raid enemy ships or ships belonging to an enemy nation, especially trade ships, in times of war. So it's basically a contracted raiding group. Hello, Todd.
And they worked on commission.
Hello.
Hello.
Ah, you came in the right time. We're talking about the glory of pirates.
The glory of privates?
Pirates.
I got a question for Liran.
Pirates. Ah.
Hey, Todd. How you doing?
Who has a question for me?
Yeah.
The glory of what? Brandon, fill in. I can't understand his accent.
Pirates.
Pirates.
Pirates. Ahoy.
Liram. Get a microphone, Liram.
Well, all right. All right. Okay. So, seeing as you're incapable of, making a presentation, I'll give you one more time, or I'll take it away.
No, pirates on the high seas.
Oh, pirates. Okay, I thought he said privates. I thought he was talking about my dick.
Here's the interesting thing. Here's the interesting about pirates.
I'm just saying.
It was actually democratic. It was actually a democratically run boat. It was a meritocracy. It's a meritocracy.
Well, listen, I'm gonna go to bed shortly. I promise. Like, I even took my fucking hat off. So, Todd, let me just hijack everything for a couple minutes, and we can talk for a second. You and I are starting a show in a couple days.
We are.
You came on to have a word. I'll let everybody go back to their stuff in a minute, and you guys have like 5 more hours to do your stuff. But what, Todd? What did you come on to? I have to put my hat on. I look funny without it now. Go ahead, Todd. What did you come on to speak?
There you go.
Hey, Todd.
Well, I wanted to come in and say hello to everybody, and you guys are amazing. I have no idea how you guys go for like 7, 8 hours. I'm totally excited about the show Sunday.
Dude, this is starting to sound like a Donald Trump speech.
It's better than that. It's worse than that.
It's
No,
going to be huge. No,
it's
I
gonna
am.
be
No,
huge.
I'm not.
He's
No,
got
that-
big hands, though.
I'm being genuine.
It's gonna be huge, and it's gonna be selfish. That's even better.
Yeah.
Is it going to be selfish?
By the way, Brandon, did you get the file I sent to you today of the many?
Yes,
The
I
audio?
didn't open it because I found it when I was opening this room, so I haven't messed with it yet. Go
Okay.
ahead, I'm just out. I'm just opening a beer. I'm just away from the fridge.
He's opening one of the cheapest
We're gonna
beers.
have
man.
One bit before bed.
people say like I'm offended. I not harshly, but just a little bit about you saying this is like Donald Trump. I am sincerely excited. If I didn't give a shit about this show, if I wasn't excited, I wouldn't fucking do it.
No, did I say like what? Did I say the show is like Donald Trump? That's not what I meant.
No, I mean
I'm saying. What's
I'm
the
saying
thing
I'm
about-
excited about the show because I'm excited about the show, and I'm telling you in English, I'm excited because there's good stuff happening. There's good stuff. You know, Brandon has shared with me a few of the topics he wants to cover. I've shared with him a few of the topics I want to cover.
Can we talk about one of those topics?
Okay, Todd, do you want to throw one of the 6 topics? Because I gave you my 3, you gave me your 3.
Oh, I
want
think
to hear
we're
Todd's-
talking about. I want to talk about the show and how we feel it's going to help people.
Oh,
I
come
wanna
on.
talk about-
Being selfish.
World topic.
I don't know what what are your topics?
Yeah, I'll give him one if you don't give him
Wait
one.
a minute. That is something I want to talk about. I also want to talk about reality and what it is. I want to talk about philosophy and how I view it.
I want to pick reality because
Good.
without reality there is no philosophy.
Exactly.
That's good. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think you're going to love what I have to say. Oh, and I promise, on Sunday we have some rules. It's not like this free-for-all, like whatever in the fuck is happening here. This is amazing. Like, this is like a brawl, and I think it's great. But our show is not going to be this. It's going to be more structured. There will be no swearing. We will probably be sober, which is fucking horrifying.
Todd,
That's terrible.
Todd, I have a question for you.
Be
Todd, I have
very
a question. Todd, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So, like, is reality just the sensation of our 5 senses, or is there something more to it that we don't understand?
Oh, you're asking me to blow the show.
Yeah, don't do it.
I'm not gonna. Don't.
Let's go to one of the other. Okay,
A question to the human being. I'm
Okay,
asking
can I
you
say one
at
thing?
any given point to answer
Can
a
I say one
question.
thing?
That's kind of-
I'm going to say one thing. By the way,
I'm
what's
not
your
going to
name?
say the show.
Tony?
Yeah.
Okay, Tony. Reality was really summed up beautifully by Aristotle when he said, A is A. And he was referring to a beautiful, eloquent reality of reality. And it's axiomatic. A thing is what it is. And the idea of the law of identity ruling over our fundamental view of the world is beautiful. And that's
Can
what
I
I'm going to emphasize.
can I real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the last time I heard someone use that quotation by Aristotle, I was listening to BBC Radio, and there was a guy on there who was talking about. He wrote a book about the history of dogs, and he said that, like Aristotle says, everything has an essence. And no, everybody says that a wolf and a wolf came from a dog, right? Or a dog.
No, the other way around. Dogs came from wolves. Sorry.
Yeah, dogs came from wolves. But he said, but the essence of a dog is different from the essence of a wolf.
Right.
So because a dog is a social creature, it inhabits many places, many towns. In Nepal, they have festivals dedicated to them. So the essence of a dog is different from an essence of a wolf.
Right.
But scientifically speaking, they're very the same. So that's an interesting thing that could be discussed. Is the essence in the philosophical measure different from the biological measure? That would be my new
No, I'm going to plant my flag and say no. And you got to be careful when you issue a non sequitur, because the lineage between a wolf and a dog. Hold on a second. You had the floor. I let you have the floor. Let me talk.
Okay.
A wolf and a dog are, at the evolutionary stage, they had a common ancestor, but the dog, through breeding, became a separate species, and so their essence changed. The dog is from the wolf, but the dog is different through breeding and through the selective. And by the way, humans had a lot to do with this. Humans intervened in the natural evolutionary course. We began to choose certain traits in dogs. I love dogs. I consider myself half dog.
Can I let Peter have a stab? Peter, you wanted
Peter,
to
go.
Oh no, I just wanted to slightly correct that that scientific fact that they're not different species still.
Oh, okay.
No, he's wrong. Dead wrong. Sorry.
Sorry.
Canines and the wolves are two different species. A dog can't fuck a wolf and get a fucking species come out of the fucking wolf.
A wolf-dog hybrid is
fertile. Sorry, you're wrong. They have speciated. Sorry.
A wolf can breed, and the
sorry, you're wrong. A dog cannot fuck a wolf and make a baby.
This is just a scientific
No, you're wrong. I don't know what science you're relying on, but you're wrong.
This could be Googled. It's not a next thing. Next.
While Brendan's Googling, Todd and Peter, may I say something?
Lupus and canine are separate species. A dog cannot fuck a wolf and make a baby.
Tony,
Todd and Peter,
you're wrong. You're wrong.
Tony, speak loud.
Do you know the difference between a horse, a donkey, and a mule and a jinnet?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so there you go. Now, Todd, let's ask the rest of the group if they know the difference between a horse, a donkey, and a mule and a jinnet. Let's see. Let's ask headphone guy.
Tony.
No, I've muted him because he's so disruptive. But I know.
No, he's good. No, let Tony talk.
I know a mule is not fertile.
And let Peter talk too.
Don't
do that to Peter.
Everybody can talk with the guy from Argentina because he's so disruptive. You won't let him.
I don't mind disruptive.
Okay.
Put him back on. You guys do it.
Todd, right? Todd, right?
Yeah.
Are you listening? So when you mate a male horse with a female donkey, you get a mule.
Right.
When you do it vice versa, you get a jinnet. Now, two mules can't reproduce. A mule is innately can't reproduce.
Oh, I have an answer for this.
The same sex.
Buddy, hold on a second. I have an answer for that. There's a beautiful line in the movie Trains, Planes, and Automobiles that answers what you're talking about. Do you remember the scene? It's a beautiful scene. It's one of my favorites of all time. Steve Martin says to John Candy, when you talk and you have a point, it's so much more interesting for the listener. There's no relationship between the donkey-horse relationship and the mule and the dog and the wolf. That's a non sequitur. That's a totally different topic, and I have no idea why you've related the two. Be careful what you relate.
Was that like me?
Yeah, I don't know what your point there was.
My point is they're unrelated.
Not you, the other guy. The other guy. Why he brought up the mule and the donkey and.
Well, he was trying to say he's splitting a hair. He's splitting a hair. And it's unhelpful, and I'm gonna hold back right now because there's so much to say here. But
I have to say something.
I don't want to commandeer. Anyway, Brandon wanted to ask me some questions, so let's have Brandon tackle me right now. Brandon
is not here. Brandon is not here. You can see it on his microphone ding.
Oh, okay. So who's talking? Ask me a question or make a comment.
I'm here now. Lirim, go ahead, and then I'll go ahead.
I have to say, I don't agree at all with this idea of essence. I mean, I don't even think Aristotle said it. I read some translations that make a very good point against it. Also, I never found it myself able to use the idea of essences. I mean, what constitutes an essence and what doesn't? Where do you draw the line? No idea.
I can.
So I just don't use it at all.
Okay, so let's talk about us, the human organism. What is our essence? This is a topic I tackle over and over again in the show coming up. Over my 500 videos, I've been very clear about what the essence of the human organism is.
Which is?
Productivity.
I agree. I agree.
What? Productivity? That seems like a non-essential.
Well...
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not letting someone throw a flag on the play without substantiating their comment. Go back to a fella by the name of Peter. Go ahead and substantiate what you just said.
I said productivity seems like a non-essential. There are plenty of animals that make things. And
I'm not talking about other animals. I'm talking about the human organism.
Yeah, he introduced it.
In order for something to be something's essence, wouldn't it have to be something essential that distinguishes it from other things?
So, Peter,
Excuse me a second. You are asked to defend the position of essences, and you give an example of an essence. That's the biggest non sequitur here, Mr. Todd. So please defend your position of essence.
Yeah, either.
Good God, I hate when some fucking Latino fucking middle goddamn Central American person calls me Mr. Todd. I'm Todd.
He's from
talking about me?
Learn the language.
He's from Australia, and I think he's quite...
I don't give a shit where he's
I'm
from.
the one from South America.
Mr.
Here.
Todd, I hear this on the... Whenever I call some helpline, I have a problem with Vonage or something, and Mr. Todd, I'm like, my name is Todd.
Well, he might be... Todd, he might be extending you the respect that he extends to me calling me Mr. Cropper, and you and I are starting a radio show together, so...
Call me Mr. Reinhardt or Todd.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Fine.
Yeah, boludo. Todd. That's your new name. Senor Todd.
Peter,
I like that.
Oh, I like that. Senor Todd.
Really? That means the same thing.
How, yeah, I like that. Senor
I'm
Todd.
a goddamn gringo, for fuck's sakes.
He's from us.
No.
Who,
Thank you.
me? Did I say Mr. Todd? I don't think I said that. If I did,
I
I'm
wouldn't
sorry.
fucking said it.
Peter.
This guy.
No.
That's what I said. I can't remember.
Peter.
Call me now.
Todd and Peter, I have to say to both of you, Todd, be careful. Peter has a very high IQ, and he's not to be careful with.
Thank you. How do you know that?
No. What did I just say to you 5 minutes ago? Unmute Peter. I want to hear what he has to say. I like this guy.
No, it's Liram I muted.
Oh, well,
Behave yourself.
Oh my.
we're all
Come
friends
on,
here.
You.
No.
You're confused.
No. Unmute everybody. Let everybody fucking talk.
Anyway, well, okay, you guys are going to have to deal with him, because I'm eating this last bite of my burger, and I'm going
No, you're the only one who doesn't like it, Mr. Brandon.
Who's not drunk? Who's not drunk? I want to know. You're not drunk? Okay, we have one guy not drunk. Gentle. Sorry to hear that.
Oh, me?
in the afternoon in Australia. Fuck, that's no good.
Yeah, it's 3 p.m.
Good God. I worked out about 6 hours ago, and then I had like one meeting after another, and I'm still in my workout clothes. USA.
Todd.
So, about your idea of essence.
Okay.
Let's go back to the essence, because that's an interesting conversation. Let me be clear about how I view an essence in a very simple, eloquent explanation. It's simply this. When you tear this entity, be it a wolf or a human, down to its basic self,
qualities,
what do you have? And I say productivity because when we live our lives, we need to feel that we are adding more than we're taking, or we're not psychologically healthy. Who in their right mind wants to be on their deathbed looking back on their life and saying, I found a way to fuck everybody? No one wants to feel that way. Everybody wants to go to their grave going, I lived a productive life. I added more than I took.
I have to say two things to that.
Tony, give me a minute. Tony, let me finish.
Okay.
Everybody wants to feel that they gave more than they took, and that is the very core of being a productive person.
It was another Aristotelian thought was called eudaimonia. I'm saying it wrong. I might be saying it wrong. I've only read it. Eudaimonia.
Brandon, help me with that. Or
Eudaimonia.
There you go.
Am
Okay,
I saying
fill-
well,
fill that in
eudaimonia?
for
The
me.
eudaimonia. It's like
Peter, Peter.
that's an important quality of human existence. Is your eudaimonia.
Peter,
Yes, sir.
can you help me with this? Can you fill in the blanks here?
Oh, he was just mispronouncing it slightly.
Yeah,
I'm
help
sure
me.
you know of it. It's the Greek word.
I've only read
Eudaimonia.
Yeah, put it into the chat.
Okay.
Can you guys
Okay.
hear me, by the way?
And Peter, give me a definition of that word.
Yes, Lyran, we can hear you.
Okay.
Is a Greek word commonly translated as happiness or welfare. However, human flourishing has been proposed as a more accurate translation.
Happiness. Okay.
Human flourishing or happiness. I'm pretty sure that that's the word Aristotle used.
Okay, so we have
We have no
gentle.
one for it in it.
Okay, can I take on the role of a bit of a director here? We have Gentle, Moan,
Yeah.
Peter, Sydney, and Tony. Can we go around the room and basically ask people for a 60-second definition of how?
Make it a 20-second one.
20 seconds. In 20 seconds, Gentle,
Yeah.
how do you feel the word happiness is defined?
I'll go first, will I?
To me, happiness is when I experience happiness, it's something that I get to go through, and then it goes away. So I define it as an emotion, and like happiness, peace ultimately is for me what I look for, and I don't experience that as an emotion.
Right. Mon, take 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and explain what happiness is to you.
I'm not gonna, because you were gonna defend the idea of essences, and now you're talking about happiness.
No, we're going
You
to
still
circle back.
didn't defend what essence is.
Don't be
I mean,
difficult to deal with. Don't be difficult.
I'm not being. You're the one being. Excuse me. You're the one being difficult to
Oh
deal
my
with. You were
God.
given to
Okay,
defend the
mute this
position, and you
fucker.
decided
Peter?
to say that is very not good, if you ask me.
Peter, Mon, happiness is a word that is core to philosophy. I said, let's go around the table and take a few seconds and define what the word means to us. I want to know.
Todd, I might give you controls because I gotta go to bed and I'm drunk. So listen, I told you to be careful with that bastard, didn't I?
I throw the word happiness to the guy, and he's like, I have an objection.
You should have let that dude laugh.
I really want to hear what Peter has to say. Mon, you lost your turn. Go, Peter.
Peter, and I want to hear what. Okay, yeah, Peter, go ahead.
What do I think happiness is? Or what I think it's defined as? Well, I'm going to be really unoriginal and say it's a non-contradictory state of joy, but I think people use the word happiness as the emotional state that you feel when something good happens, or so on and so forth. But I think that happiness can also be used in the sense that it's the state of living, a successful state of being. So, and when you say non-contradictory state of joy, it means that you feel good, there's no hangover, kind of thing. There's no contradiction in that in that
That's
actual
brilliant.
emotion.
I like that. I like
that. Sydney, do you have a mic?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, how do you define happiness?
Unattainable.
Wow.
No, that's a description of.
Come on.
Well, how the hell? I don't know. Then I don't know what happiness is. Can you help me?
No, stop.
That's fine.
Okay, I'm willing to accept the idea that you don't know what it is. Super Finn guy, what is happiness to you?
Hello everyone. Well, happiness is that everything is going right with your life, that you're realizing your dreams. So that's basically it.
Tony?
I would have to say it is perpetual movement in a positive direction.
Right on. And if I could have 20 seconds, I would say
No,
happiness is
wait.
not a feeling. Happiness is something you know, and you know you're living consistently your values. And when you know that, your body has a wonderful reaction to it. It's called happiness, and it abides with you through thick and thin. So happy, live your value. Tony, for the love of fucking Pete, shut the fuck up. I'm in the middle of my
Dude,
answer.
you've done your 20 seconds.
Tony, shut the fuck up.
Hey, Tom, you shut the-
Tony, stop talking.
Peter, I'm talking to Peter.
This thing is moving. I'm asking for 20 seconds.
Tony's Irish. He can't listen.
Good Lord, Tony, shut the fuck up.
Apparently got a
I'm
small
talking.
dick too.
Listen,
Tony, okay, I'm leaving this chat if Tony doesn't shut the fuck up.
All right, I'm sorry.
Okay. Happiness is knowing you're living your values consistently. And when you know that, your body and mind connection kicks in. And you begin to feel a wonderful feeling that is happiness. And it
Did you say it wasn't a feeling though?
It is
Or
a
what-
feeling. Happiness is a feeling. The feeling is a reaction to what you know, because the mind and the body are one thing. And when you know something, for example, when you're angry and you know why you're angry, your body feels angry. When you are happy, it's because you know you're living your values consistently. And that is my definition of happiness. Mr. Cropper, what's yours?
I just want to say, happiness is a state that we seek for itself and never for the sake of something else.
Aristotle.
I agree with that.
Aristotle.
And I don't think your definition is inconsistent. Tony, you're bursting at the seams. 20 seconds, go.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you got 20 seconds. You interrupted everybody, so talk.
Happiness is the only thing whose pursuit is in of itself and not for the pursuit of anything else.
I agree with that. Mr. Cropper, do you have a problem with that?
No, I was looking at trying to give you controls, Todd. What did he say in essence? Tony, let me just let Tony say it one more time, real quick, Tony.
All right, okay. Happiness is the only thing in human existence which is attained for itself and not in the goal of attaining anything else.
Yeah, that's a more verbose way of saying what I just said.
Yes, exactly.
But what you said is another way of saying what Aristotle said.
No, what I said was a direct quote from McKinnon's Aristotle.
Yeah, exactly.
So very good, Tony. You know your Aristotle by heart, so that's very good.
He's
Well,
awesome.
it is very good.
And we need our
And
Aristotelian
I
in the
have
crowd.
to. And Brandon, could you stay there for 1 second? Peter, I misspoke eudaimonia.
has
What's
asked
the
a
correct
question.
way to say it?
Peter has asked an absolutely... Peter in the chat has asked a fantastic question.
Well, hold on one
Thank
second,
you.
Brad.
I told you.
Peter, I said eudaimonia, and what did I
No, Peter, okay, Tony, shut the fuck up.
Todd, I don't know how to give you controls. I just looked into it, so you're in control.
Todd raises his finger and says, shut the fuck up.
There you go. That's your control panel.
That's my control panel.
I want to ask
We're
Peter
very
a
excited. No, Peter, you're awesome, and you're going to get a chance to talk a lot tonight. But when I go like, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, I love what Peter said.
May I ask Peter a
I
question?
love what Peter said in the chat room. Peter's right on the money. He's like, okay, you say that happiness is living your values, but what he said Todd didn't say anything about what values are at the root of this. This is a whole conversation, and it goes to the essence, and this ought to make our friend Mon very happy. They're all tied together. Values are your virtues, right? Your virtues and values are essentially the same word, because virtues are values in action. So what are the values that
Todd, if
underpin
it's okay
happiness?
with you, I'd like to ask Peter a question, if it's okay with you.
I'm answering Peter.
Okay.
I said that happiness is when you're living your values consistently. And he says, what values? The values that are consistent with the nature of who you are as a human, as a man, and as an individual. or if you're a woman, but there's no women here, so I'm just saying a man. And then on top of that, there's the idea that you need to live in harmony with the way the world really works. This gets back to Aristotle, and this ought to make Tony. This ought to make Tony very happy. We're talking about Aristotle again. Aristotle said, what is. So when you understand what is and how the world really works, and the more you learn about that, and the more you learn about who you are as a human being, as a man, and as an individual, and as the Greeks said, know thyself. I believe this is the bedrock foundation of what Peter is asking. He's asking, what are the values? So what augments the health of the human organism, its mind, its body, what augments your capacity to live well in the world, these are values.
So, Peter, do you have a reply? Do you take exception to anything he said?
Oh, no, I wouldn't take any exception. I think that he identified it very nicely. These values sort of have to be in line with your nature as a human. You can't, as I said, you can't be achieving values that are basically killing you, or you will sort of feel happy all the way until you die, sort of thing.
Now
you will bliss out into oblivion. You can't just sit there doing meth.
Tony had a question for you.
Yeah, I had a question for you, and I just want to remind Todd that it's not. I love to tune into his show. It's a hangout group, not the Todd show. Peter, what I would love to. First of all, I'd love to say that I think that your answer was the purest form of original thought. And I'd also like to ask you for my own future development. The word, I pronounce it as eudaimonia. I've only ever read it. I've never heard it pronounced. And Peter.
What was the question? Do you want to know the pronunciation?
Yes.
Well, I'm Australian, and I say eudaimonia, but it might not be correct. Eudaimonia is probably correct, too.
Well, where do you say?
Eudaimonia. But that's, I mean, I'm not sure if that's the way to say it. Eudaimonia.
Eudaimonia.
But I'm Aussie, so take that with a grain of salt.
Argentinian, what way should I say it?
He's upside down.
Yeah, I'm like this at the moment.
Would it be out of order? Would it be out of order for me, Peter?
Todd,
would it be out of order for me
it.
to kind of circle back around, Peter? Because Mon said we're getting ahead of ourselves, and I'm admitting that my question about happiness was tangential.
Yeah.
And Mon was right. Mon said, let's get back to talking about the essence of what it means to be human. In other words, if you tear the human organism down,
you were arguing about the
Tony, I'm talking. Tony, shut the fuck up. You're going to get your chance. Mon was right. Is it wrong for us to go back, Tony? Is it wrong for us to go back to what Mon was saying? And let's
but Mon didn't say
join
that.
this conversation about what it means to be.
Mon was arguing about why we're talking about essence. Mon wants to talk about facts.
Let's talk about the essence of the human organism. And I think this deserves more than 20 seconds. I'd like to go around the table one more time and kind of get everybody's sense of how they would define the essence of the human organism. And I'd like to start with gentle.
You would have to add...
absolutely, 100% disagree with being gentle for the human essence. I think that we are...
No, brother. He was asking me, gentle.
Gentle is a guy.
He was saying, yeah. He was asking me. He wasn't saying that it was gentle.
Right.
Essence is a space that one can look from within inside of themselves. That as soon as you attempt to describe what it is, it almost negates it. It's just an experience. Yeah.
Okay.
I know it don't make sense. It's got to be looked at from a different perspective or consciousness, brother.
Okay.
You gotta look into yourself to find your own answers.
Gentle chaos, I got you.
Tony, shut the fuck up. Mon, take the time you need to describe what you define as the human essence.
Now listen, Mon's muted right now, and I'm gonna unmute him, and it's like a fucking lion. You guys have to deal with this shit.
He's got 60 seconds.
Put him on, man. Put him on.
You got 60
Hello?
seconds.
Hello?
Make it
Hello?
count. Make it
I'm
count.
not gonna... Hello? Can you hear me?
Tony, shut the fuck up.
Can you guys hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Loud and clear.
I'm not going to answer that. I asked you to explain to me why you believe in essence. You're presupposing it works because you're asking me what's the human essence.
All right,
Are you
well-
going to answer my question
Okay,
or not?
we see again that he cannot assume anything and move forward and think about it. He destroys everything, and he's a deep.
That's why I love him.
He-
I do.
He's asking a serious question.
There's something wrong with that boy. Peter,
I guess he's
Peter,
a
take the time you need. Peter, take the time you need to tell all of us how you look at the human essence. If you tear the human organism down to its basic self, what do you see?
Well, I'm afraid I'm probably not going to answer the question very well because it's a very difficult thing, and I'm not exactly sure what we're saying by essence. But the way I would distinguish the human from other things would be the faculty for reason and concepts, which I think is the main, but that's more of the definition. It's the thing that sort of, that gives us the thing that distinguishes us from other animals or from other things. So there's a lot of things about humans that might be unique, but they're not like language, for instance. But that's more of a result of the fact that we have reason and so on and so forth. So, you know, what is the essence of a human? If a human doesn't have a leg, it's still a human. It can be all types of shapes and colors, so on and so forth, and still be human. But I think that the main thing is reason, or the capacity for reason. But then, of course, a baby is still a human, and it's really got the potential at that stage. It's not really reasoning on a higher level yet. So I'm not really sure exactly, but maybe you can tell us exactly what you mean by essence and what you think.
Well, when I get my turn, I'll kick at that can. Super Fin guy, you tear the human organism down to its basic chassis. Everything is built off this chassis. So how do you tell someone in an elevator who says, what is the human organism's essence? And you got a little bit of time. What do you say to this person?
Well, I say that to be human is to be able to think, like Peter said, to be rational, to make concepts, and also to create values, because it's been shown that what makes people happy is to create, to be productive. I think that's the human essence, basically, to understand the world, the human curiosity. I think that's basically the human essence.
That's my favorite one so far.
I love that. Okay, so we have Tony. Tony is bursting at the seams to tell us. Go.
Well, first of all, I think that the greatest human essence is humility. And, for example, I'm going to apologize to you, Todd, for being rude. And I apologize to everybody. I think that I think that we're the only thing in existence that can see the things we've done wrong. I think we're the only, basically, human essence is perspective. Now, I'm done. That's it. It's perspective.
Let me pull something out of you. Put a little finer point on that. So perspective of what specifically?
We can see where we are. We can see where we started. We can conjure and imagine.
Right? So we can see tomorrow. We can say
No,
tomorrow.
not only that, we can realize the present, we can project the future, and we can imagine the past. Because of our social instincts towards our mother and our father, our aunts and our uncles, we can imagine the way the world was. We can put ourselves in situations we've never existed in. We can emotionally implant ourselves into a time and a place and imagine how we would feel. We can create and stimulate our 5 senses in a world we've never been. We are creative, we are imaginative, and we are humble because we do it every single day.
Exactly.
And we treat ourselves like a species, an animal. So humility is where I would put the essence of humanity.
I think we are all richer for going around the table and asking this question. It is so, and no one said anything wrong. Everybody was bang on the money. We all moved the camera a little bit and looked at the same thing. And here's what I have to offer. It's not the definitive answer. I believe that the human organism's essence has to do with fulfillment regarding our productivity. And that's a weird word because it simply means that we want to feel that we're giving more than we're taking. We are participatory in our society since time immemorial, since we were on the Serengeti, way back when. We were helping each other, and if we weren't, we'd be all dead. And so we have this thing that is clinging to our essence that makes us want to be good citizens, marvelous individuals, but fitting within the construct of our society as well.
Beautifully said. And I would also like to, I would ask to go around is, I would ask the group to, for individually, for them to pick out whose expression connected to them the most. I'll go first. And
okay, go. I wasn't quite done, but you go ahead.
the cat guy. Who's the cat guy?
Well, we'll start with gentle.
No. All right.
I mean, that's a lot of stuff to take in. Thomas of Assisi, there was a quote, and this rung true to me, is what you're looking for. So this essence is actually the space within inside of me that I'm looking from. And all of this stuff that I'm here learning, it stacks on top of the essence of who I am. So it's a very, to actually know the word, you have to be able to look from the space, and it's like a non-attachment, and it's a challenging thing with all the stuff that's going on in the world. So essence is the space I'm looking from, and when I start to describe it, I just put my stuff on top of it. I'm the thing in there that is that when I die, when I leave here, my essence. So you got a dog that you like. When the dog dies and if the dog dies and you're petting it, what you loved about that dog is no longer there. So where did that to me that's the essence right there, the life of the dog.
So
okay, hold fire. Whoa, Tony, stop for a second. I want to say a little something about what he just said.
Okay.
Awesome. There is a certain recognition. He's saying the self. And I hate to plug my book, but in the first chapter of my first book of 4, the first thing I wanted to tell people is what he just said. He just nailed the first thing I wanted. Like if I'm on my deathbed and you said, Todd, tell people the most important thing there is before you die, I'd basically say what he just said. That there is this space within us that we recognize reality. And this is the core of what I call, and this is a new word, I-ness. It's how you as an individual perceive the world. And we do it through language, through metaphors. The metaphor of me and the analog of I. And this separates us from the animals. They don't have this perception, so they don't have the concept of time and space and looking forward as we do. And he just put it better than I did in my book. I took 13 pages to do what he did in a very simple statement.
I mean, that's the growth of us as human beings, is to find that space.
Exactly.
You know, and when I truly know what I am, then I can see that essence in every other living thing, because it's
and
the
what
same.
What I'm perceiving from what you're saying is you want to grow by listening and perceiving and moving forward. As you want to be a better man tomorrow than you are today, and you're going to do that by listening and growing and working to make it happen. Am I right?
I mean, I'm attempting to live it the best I can, brother.
You're
know,
growing.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to walk every day and.
That was awesome. Okay, Tony's bursting at the seams, so I'm going to skip the queue. Go to Tony. Go.
So, Mon, I have a question for you.
Go.
So, Mon, you love just talking right now. You love you love rationality. You love concrete things. How do you feel about the way the conversation is going today? And what are the best things you've taken away from it? And what are your main objections?
I have no objections. None.
Excuse me, the question was directed at me, I believe. I believe the question was directed at me, right? Honestly, this is pretend philosophy. That's all there is to it. Epistemology-wise, this is nothing. What can I take out of this that's positive? Nothing. Excuse me. I'm not doing this because I don't like you. I'm being honest. You told me about essence, and you bring this thing. Is that a philosophy? Is that an objective philosophy?
Yes, it is. It's
Excuse me, it's
objective
not.
to be. No.
It's
Who's
not.
muting? Brandon, are you going to bed?
I don't think he is here.
I think he's gone.
That's a horrific thing.
I'm trying. I was just laughing my ass off because
Tony, why did you do this?
Listen, Mon on him, Liran, we're gonna have to have a hangout about D2 and Peacock's stint.
I'm not a B2. I'm an objectivist. And you people want to create arguments out of nothing. These arguments are about concretes. And if you don't want to talk about concretes in a concrete way, don't have anything to do with objectivism.
More concrete than
That's
understanding
it.
your
Mon,
life.
Mon, can you offer up a topic discussion?
Brandon, mute that fucker.
Oh yeah, of course, because you can't answer me.
No, no, I
That's how
can't
you
answer.
can't answer me, and
I
you
can't
know it.
answer.
You know it.
Moan.
If you could, you would. But you changed the
Moan.
subject. Why would you change the subject if
Brandon.
you could? Liar.
Brandon.
Fake. Fake, fake, fake. That's
It
what
is
you
real.
want.
I can't
Wait
believe
a minute. Brandon,
Excuse me,
you're
you're
all
just fake. You're
this
pretending
movie.
to be a philosopher. You're nothing but a hack. Excuse me.
Brandon.
That's the truth. And I
What's
have no
more
problem not talking to a hack like you.
Moan, here's the reality of it. You have 70 or 80 years on this planet. And that's the concrete reality. And I'm saying...
That's not even a concrete. Learn philosophy. Concretes are not possibilities.
All right,
You
Liran.
should know that.
Okay, mute that fucking
I have
loser.
no problem leaving.
You-
It's
no,
called
no.
you can't answer, you bloody
No.
fake.
All right.
You're fake.
Brandon,
Todd,
Brandon, why aren't you muting him? If
No,
you don't
I-
mute him in 10 seconds, I'm leaving the room.
I see.
Even Mon,
Can I ask Mon a question? Can I ask him a question real quick?
You
it's
can't.
not the
What is? No, it's
not
fine.
true.
Gentle, go ahead.
Mon, what do you consider concrete?
Now someone else can answer for him because he's.
No, I would love to hear that, because I mean, when you come down to it, what can you know that's concrete in your?
Okay.
Well, Gentle, I was answering that question.
No, I'll let Mon answer, and I think
Yeah.
no, I think he's going to say the 5 senses. Mon, go ahead.
What senses
No,
them?
Brandon is right. The 5 senses.
There's
That's it.
5 of them. There's 5 of them. So
Yeah.
what senses all 5 of them? There's something that senses them senses.
No,
Does that make sense?
no, doesn't make sense.
No.
No.
There's
Proof.
a space. I can experience sight, sound. I can experience all these things, and so them are all different things. What is the thing that is experiencing all these different things?
All right, Mon is now banished to comments. Mon, you can comment, and if you want to know what Mon says, go to read the comments.
Okay, Gentle, can I touch on what Gentle just said? Gentle is amazing. Gentle would fucking be orgasmic when he reads the 3rd chapter of my first book, because it totally covers everything he just said. He's right on the money. Moan just left the room. Can't hack it. Gentle understands. Gentle understands.
By the way, Todd, is this your first, confrontation with Mon?
No.
Is this the first time?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, that's why I'm so tough on him.
Yeah, he's like that.
No, Gentle, here's why you're right. Gentle understands that you have 5 senses, but there's a 6th sense that I call the sense of life, and that's what I cover in the 3rd chapter of my book. And Gentle, I'm going to send you my book for free.
Come in. If you're writing stuff like that, I'll read it, brother.
Because it's a conversation about how we bring the 6th sense, how we engage our brain in a different way, so you can add to your 5 senses. But what Moan doesn't understand is we're on this planet for 70 or 80 years, whatever, and that is the concrete. Outside the scope of that, you're just a philosopher of the useless kind. I want to be useful. So your life, these 70 or 80 years, are rich, rewarding, and beautiful.
Life itself, you do that because life itself is going to be that way, you know.
Be
the change you wish to see.
Yes, which is, by the way, Gentle, 70 or 80 years, right? Or
sometimes 90.
90 if you're lucky. You're right on. I dig those people. So anyway, where were we? And by the way, it's Peter's turn, and where are we? And what are we talking about?
Peter's turn.
What are we talking about?
I'm not sure what we're talking about either. I don't know.
Peter, can you offer a topic for discussion?
We're in the middle of something. What are we talking about? Tony brought up a topic, and it's Peter's turn to kick at the can.
What was it, essence?
Is it okay for me to? Is it okay for me to mute everybody's mic or certain people's microphone? That's an interesting subject. Should I have muted Aaron because he's gone now, right?
No, all the evil people are gone.
Okay, well, all right. He does pop in and out, but anyway.
Here's a new topic. What's the definition of evil?
Well, that's not it, because he is, as far as what's his name, Mon. Yeah. That is fully identified with the mind, and so that's the box. The mind is the box, and it's possible to get out of it living in this body. It's just got to be different practices got to take place, you know.
So the matrix, we may be living in a matrix.
We can attempt to describe it like that. Yeah, I mean it's definitely.
I don't think that's what he's saying. I don't.
Well, I mean, in a
saying.
way, you could definitely describe the matrix.
I think I think what he's trying to say. I think what Gentle is trying to say is we're better than what we think we are right now, and we can expand using philosophy.
Oh, here.
I only find expanding, brother, by going inside of myself, sitting quietly.
Gentle Chaos, I can identify with that. I can identify it.
I read books like that. You know, science has its place, and you know, it all has its place, brother. I have just found life easier. It's much more fulfilling to walk through from the space that I found that when I was able to stop identifying with thoughts as being who I am, and it's just part of my experience, you know. And it's challenging to talk about.
I also like what Todd talks about, with his A.
With his what?
Like Todd, you look into like a lot of what you say identifies. Todd, I think that you cross over many areas that we're talking about here. Are we a concrete, discernible entity, or is there, in fact, a sixth sense that we don't know about? So I'd like to hear what Todd thinks about that. Are we just are we just our five senses, or are our five senses combined a sixth sense? What do you think, Todd?
Okay. I don't think there's anything magical happening when it comes to a sixth sense. It's a complex discussion. So the short answer is yes, we have a sixth sense. The long answer is, man, it's complex. It has to do with how we perceive work, laziness, honesty, integrity, and so on. So these discussions come together. And what I try to do in my book is talk about these senses, in terms of pleasurable gratification. We don't want to be sad. We don't want to be angry or upset. We want life to be pleasurable and good. And when we integrate on top of the five physical senses the pleasurable gratification of the mind, then we have a sixth sense. And to pleasure the mind, we need to be rational and honest. We need to tie everything together. So I'm being a bit of a hooer here. I'm admitting that this is not sufficient, that the discussion must be broader, and that's why people write books, and that's why there's many, many pages on this topic. But the sense of life, the sense that makes us good, the sense that makes us have integrity, be honest, and all the good stuff matter. And so they contribute to the pleasure of our life. So at the end of our life, we look back and say, we had a fulfilling life with love and happiness and prosperity. And so that's what I mean by the sixth sense. We integrate the pleasurable gratification of the mind.
The culmination of five senses creating the sixth sense.
And beyond.
Peter, I would love to hear your input on that thought.
I think I got a bit lost in the side conversation. They're talking about heat and molecules. I'm not exactly sure. I was trying to listen. What's the question? Well, I'm not sure what the actual topic is. The senses. I just wanted to say
the question is,
the number of senses is irrelevant. I mean, we have a number of senses, and I think that scientifically we have more than five. But if you want to lump touch into like all the things we have into touch, that's fine. But we have things like sense of balance. But it makes no difference. But when you're talking about a sixth sense, I think what you mean is something beyond. I think what you're saying is something. I think what most people mean by a sixth sense is something beyond physical senses. Is that what you mean?
Well, the way I would put it is, you've explained it well. Would it be fair to say that the five senses combined create the sixth sense of rationality?
No. I think that we get information through our senses, and the mind, the brain deals with them.
It's a lot of people call it intuition. When
Whoa,
they speak of
whoa,
it,
I'm doing a flag on the play. No?
Yeah.
I don't think intuition is a sense. We'll talk about that later. A complex subject, and I'm willing to spend time on it. Because I'm even worried about rationality as a sense. But I'm listening. Carry on.
Is Mon still blocked?
Yeah, I don't want to talk to him. That fucker is a loser.
Todd.
Peter and Tony. Peter and Tony are fascinating.
He believes in essence.
Oh my God, Mon is still talking.
I don't know. It's magic. Who the hell kind of philosopher argues like you do? How can you call yourself one? Pathetic.
Because I'm an awesome philosopher. I help people.
Oh yeah? What's
you
the
don't
definition
help
of
people.
concept? What's the definition of concept, mister? I want to be a
Consciousness. Consciousness is the very first thing I talk about in my first book.
Tell me what's the definition of concept.
Like you ask me a question, and like a typical fucking South American weirdo. You keep talking over top of me. Shut the fuck
because
up.
that's an
If you don't
answer
want to
for one time.
listen,
Brandon,
if you don't want to listen to the fucking answer, don't ask a
Yeah.
fucking question.
Do you have the I can't answer questions disease? Is it fatal?
You
What
asked
the
a
hell?
question.
You want
No.
to be a philosopher?
You're like a fucking
like
Listen.
You're a fucking weirdo.
We
You
can't
brown
even
skinned
understand.
people should shut the fuck up.
Listen.
Quiet. Don't
Listen.
philosophy.
Shut
Introduction
the
to
fuck
objectivist
up.
epistemology. Listen,
You
kid.
wonder why
you
we
need
hate
to learn
you?
a few
It's
things.
because you
Kid,
keep
kid,
talking.
listen to me. Go study, then come back and talk with the adults.
You
Get it? 'Cause
asked
as it
me a
is now,
question.
You don't know anything.
Todd, may I
No. This guy asked me a question. I started to ask it, and he kept talking over talking.
I understand that. May I
I
take
got rude to him.
Mr.
That's how this went down.
Mr. Crawford's trying in here. I want to chime in. I want to chime in, Tony. I'll let you go right after I say that.
Okay.
I picked this guy out as a D2. I told you people we didn't need to hear him. You people kept saying, "Oh, I want to hear everybody's opinion." You pansy-ass people need to realize that once in a while I can find somebody who doesn't need to say anything. Okay.
Money's fine, guy.
Brandon,
I want
Tony, just give me the floor for 1 second.
Okay.
Brandon, if you and I could talk here, here's what I would say to what you just said. Mon asked me a question. I began to answer, and he began immediately to talk over top of me.
Yeah.
I call that cuntuckery. He's a cunt.
Well,
you do not talk over a man who's answering a question you just
may I
asked.
interject a second?
But Tony, stop talking. Tony, Brandon, you're talking.
Go ahead.
He's gone. But Todd, may I interject a second? Every time we've asked him to raise a topic or lay down a platform for discussion, create an idea, he was unable to do
You said something.
He keeps talking. Oh my God, he keeps talking. Stop it. Stop it from happening.
You left the room and came back in.
It's
listen.
The very
by the way,
essence,
Brian,
or the very
listen.
essence that we all have within us. The only reason that it doesn't know each other is because all the separation, and this is what we're experiencing right here. Man, open up to ideas, brother. You're so closed down in this box, and the only reason I say that is because of your anger, and the only reason I know the anger you have, that's fine. You can cover it up, bro. Because I walked out of that. I lived that life, bro. I was a very angry person, and what I call my essence is the place that I got to experience that angry person, and right now I get to experience. Now he's gone. I get to experience me experiencing who I used to be. Angry.
Okay. Tony, before you jump in here, I just fucking love this guy, Gentle. He's awesome, and he's got it. He expressed everything I just wanted to say.
I just got
so
my
beautiful.
experience, bro. That's all I'm here to share. You know, I don't have nothing that's concrete. You know, the place that I'm speaking from, not now because I'm in I feel a bunch of different emotions. The place that I'm speaking from, it removes, once the separation starts being removed, and it is, and it's happening now in our world because of the suffering that's going on in it. And that suffering is starting to crack these humans open, and they'll know their true potential soon. You know?
Amen. Right on. Awesome.
Tony.
I love this guy. Tony, what do you have to say to that?
I just want to say that, like, well, I have to say that I have nothing further to add because, you know, gentle chaos is gentle chaos. I mean, it's very apt. I want to keep the ball moving. I want to talk about controversial subjects, and I'm going to raise one. And I want to talk about racism. And I want to know what your opinions are about the biological.
By the way, speaking of racism, I'm black. I'm the only black.
Yeah, that's the problem. Actually,
Superfan is a black guy.
I had no idea. I just assumed you were like some
kind of mixed, but
guy.
yeah, kind of black.
Peter, if you cut your hair, you would look like a white guy. But right now, to Americans, you look like a Mexican.
Oh, really?
So Now, Super Fin Guy, what do you think about the fact we have to judge people individually? I mean, obviously, if you said on average Chinese people have a 50 IQ points higher than white people, therefore all white people should be slaves of Chinese, that would be ridiculous, right?
Yeah, because yeah, as you said, everyone should be judged according to their character and stuff. And
you live in Boston.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
By the way, in Boston, there's some races in Boston, especially South Boston. Well, you find lots of mobsters and other, the mafiosos kind of Irish people. We still have Irish mafia here.
All right. So, what do you guys think of racism then? Because we have a proto-Mexican Australian. And
I could not be more white.
And we have literally a black guy from the western coast of Africa. Do I have that right, Superfin Guy?
Yeah, about 500 kilometers from the most western coast of Africa.
And then we have Todd, who's a Swede of some kind because he's from central or northern Canada or something, or some French sort of thing. Here I am, sort of Irish, British of some kind. Gentle Chaos, you must have some French in you if you're down from Louisiana area?
No, St. Louis.
St. Louis, all right, so who knows what's going on. All right, so we have a multiracial group because we have a black guy and a Mexican from Australia, so so Tony poses the question, what's going on with racism then?
So if you when one takes on the path of going with inside to look for that essence that we spoke of, that thing gets removed. It's a thing that's a reality in our world, and it's only because we block ourselves off with these labels of what we are. Even when we're born in a country, in a hospital, in a this and a that, in a neighborhood. And you got people at the Cardinals games that'll fight in the bathroom over the Cardinals and the Cubs. So it's just complete separation.
All right.
It's one of the stages of separation. It's getting down close to the end to where we cannot separate it no more, and that's something that I don't have nothing concrete for it except for what I've experienced in my life.
Anyone take exception? Anyone take exception? Anyone have anything to respond?
My battery went dead, and so I missed it.
Oh,
I was saying when I started to look, when the suffering got so great in my own life, all of my doing, and I decided to look for something different because I wanted other answers. I had to go inside and meditation is what I used, and to come to a space to where race is still a factor because of the area I live in. It's very challenging to live in. I can still see them as something much bigger than just the color of their skin, So
I brought up racism, and then my battery went dead, and you're still talking about it. But
yeah, just
I would have to say that race is probably the most My first opinion when I moved to America is I thought that they talked about race far too much. I thought that the media perpetuated division, and then as living life, going through life, I've seen that there is noticeable differences between races. There is. I've noticed them. And there's biological differences. And now I think that whereas they would talk about the division about races, I think we need to talk about the facts about races. And we need to build up on that. I think that we need to have, for a cohesive society to exist, we need to talk about races. And we need to talk about, in a multicultural society, how that plays out.
The facts.
Can I talk? I had to go for more whiskey and a piss, but I'm back now. Tony, can I answer to what you're saying?
Yeah, of course.
Philosophically, and I say this with all the love in my heart that I can muster, I'd like to take you out back and beat the fucking shit out of you. Just saying, no hard feelings. I hold the view that there are differences between the races. Fine. It could be on the IQ level, the genetic level, whatever. But I agree with Superfin that ostensibly it boils down to characters. You're interrupting me. Shut the fuck up. When I'm done, you can go like a madman.
Okay.
I have no problem with the idea that there's a difference between the races on a biological level, DNA, IQ, whatever. That doesn't matter to me.
What's the problem?
Character matters to me. You know what? We make way too much of this, and we as philosophers must be aware. You're fucking interrupting me. I can't imagine why you're talking over top of me. I can't imagine why you're talking over top of me. Let me finish my thought.
Exactly.
For the love of Pete.
You wanted to beat the piss out of me, and then you just regurgitated what I said.
I hold the view that we must disregard
hold on.
These differences that the politicians are trying to thrust upon
why
us.
do you want to beat the piss?
Okay, if you're talking, go. I'm not going to finish my thought. Why talk?
Before you start, why do you want to beat the piss out of me? What did I say that you just said what I said? Why do you want to beat the piss out of me? What did I say that was so angry?
Hold on a second. We must be careful not to fall prey to the politicians who bring out these racial differences. Because they do that for the purposes of power and bogus power and unearned wealth. No one cares about these things.
Very true.
You're the one who said 10 minutes ago, you said, I want to talk about race. And the first thing my brain said, what the fuck? This has nothing to do with anything
It's a big
real.
topic, though, in the world. And so
it's a big topic.
It's a huge, and it's what's...
Democrat politicians try to make it a big topic. For power.
You want to beat the piss out of me.
Right. And so talking about it, it's only in talking about it when two people that think they're separate can come together. So it's only in talking to anybody on here that until I come together and I have a better understanding of their perspective, nothing's going to change in my life. I got to understand how someone else that's labeled another color.
I'd want to take me on back and beat the piss out of me and then regurgitated everything I fucking said.
Tony, I would like you to repeat. Tony,
I'm sorry if I came off like that, Tony. I'm just I'm frustrated with this topic because I don't want to pander to the left wing, this nonsense on the left.
Tony, I want you to repeat what you said earlier about the black guy said being black in favor of whatever is not racism, and you reversed it. Can you remember that?
Yeah.
Pretty sauced up.
All right. So, Brandon, if you don't mind, I'm going to add a little bit of context. So, I was down with my wife and my brother-in-law and his girlfriend in a gay bar. They do great food, and it's a great restaurant. And, I had a few cocktails and stuff. We were dancing, and I was out dancing, having a laugh, and I'm open-minded, dancing with this fucking black dude. That's fine. Next day, I find I've got like 5 new Facebook friends. So, what happened was, he was putting up all these things on Facebook, I was, and we were liking and we were sharing. And he put up a post that said, to be pro-black isn't anti-white. And I said, that's fair enough. So I wrote underneath, I said, and vice versa. And he wrote back, you don't get it. And I could probably tag you on the exchange, and you could see. But basically, here's the old adage. I'm proud to be black, said the black man. I'm proud to be Asian, said the Asian man. I'm proud to be Indian, said the Indian. I'm proud to be white, said the racist.
Ha!
And that's what it is. And listen, I have to say one thing. If we're going to call, look, we have to have some cultural heritage as well. We're white people. We're entitled to have cultural heritage without being hateful towards any other racial grouping.
Well, I agree with that.
But
totally.
Like, philosophy is a white thing. Aristotle, Francis Bacon, Nietzsche. I mean, someone name a fucking an ethnic. Well, Asians, we have Sun Tzu and all these other people. But look, let's have an honest conversation about it. Let's not have an emotional reaction towards race.
Okay, Tony, can I jump in just for a second, because I was a little unfair to Tony. I was a little unfair to Tony.
I just want to add something. Like, for example, like Aristotle, Pythagoras, they would go to Egypt to study the philosophy there. Actually, a lot of them were brought up in the Egyptian kind of philosophy. They inherited a lot of the mentality from the Egyptians.
Yeah,
but who perpetuates it?
What does it matter what the race of the people are who come up with
exactly.
why like philosophy isn't white, even if it was made primarily by people who were white. It's for everyone. It talks about reality. It's for all humans.
Who engages in it?
Maybe mostly white people, but it doesn't matter. It's still for everyone.
Yeah,
I don't know what the point of putting that out is.
So right now, for me bringing up the topic, all right. Right now, for me bringing up the topic, okay, I am perceived racist. And
I don't think you're racist. I just want to know why you would say that.
Hey, Peter.
The reason why I'm saying that is because we're at a point of racial tension.
But I do take issue with saying philosophy is what something like that. I just
say that one more time.
I take issue with the statement. I can't exactly remember what it was, but philosophy is white.
It's not. No.
Well, no, it's not white, but the philosophers that
Peter, can I talk to Tony for just 1 second?
What Tony didn't even
What I'm saying is basically this. What I'm saying basically this is we can't have an honest conversation anymore, because for me saying this, I'm considered racist. And
well, if other people consider you racist for that, then I agree that they need to reconsider what they think racism is. But they will agree with me that what the hell is the point?
Okay, here's the thing, Peter. I want to iron out the details. Listen, I don't come to Google Hangout to pontificate. I come here to learn. I come here to sharpen my nails and sharpen my teeth, and doing so sharpening my mind. I'm not here to pontificate. I'm here to learn. And basically what I'm saying is, my point is, let's have an honest conversation. And you're engaging me in an honest conversation. And I am saying, what's wrong with saying that all of the philosophers that we're talking about, or that we get our philosophies from, are white?
No, nothing is wrong with saying it. It's the step, but it's just a fact, and it's beside the point. Are you implying anything by that?
You know what I'm implying? You know what I'm implying? I am implying that there is a left-wing agenda that we've been indoctrinated in all our life to feel like that white people are oppressing others where we're not. We can be proud that European-based people have created a philosophy.
Oh, hey.
But with that mentality, you're kind of saying that that you're sort of like perpetuating the leftist agenda by saying that by putting this as a race thing. It's not a race thing. It was an accident that that the Greeks were great philosophers. Like, you could say, for example, that the philosophy is Greek and it doesn't belong to other countries in Europe. You could say that it's the same thing.
I just want to let Tony know that
he makes a great Superfly Finn.
Superfin
guy makes a great point. You're right, and you're very correct. And I want all of you to know that none of my ideas None of my ideas are written in stone. These are my ideas. I want to forge them over the hot press of. I want to have good ideas. I want to test them. I want to talk to guys like you about them. They're malleable. But I want to broach the subject.
Well, can I say something real quick, Tony? And I honestly believe that, brother. When you sit here and speak that, the way you're speaking it, I believe that. And what I'll say is, what I've come to find in my own life is I've experienced life from a place of a consciousness. And if you're on a real journey to find them answers, and alcohol makes one unconscious, you won't be able to pick them up. You won't be able to pick it up because we don't remember ourselves already. This is the game of life, is find out who you are. It's just hard.
What I want to do, and first of all, Gentle Chaos, you're an absolute gentleman, and delighted to meet you. I just want to talk about the issue of race for one simple reason, and I believe there is a left-wing agenda to vilify white people, and I don't know, is anybody else feeling that?
Yes.
It's not only that; it's backwards too.
You know,
go ahead, please.
Tony,
am I the only person who's got that impression?
And it's vice versa, Tony. Just like you had, right? It's vice versa on the TV. You know, white people are made to hate black people even more by the way they set up the segments.
I want to hear Todd on this one because Todd's got great input all night. And
yeah.
Well, first of all, two things to say. I love Tony, and I agree with everything he's saying. What gets my hackles up is bringing up, like Super Finn says, you bring up racism, you're playing into the meta tone that is set by the left.
Well,
they're the ones talking about
the reason. Well, you know what, Todd, can I give you one criticism?
Okay.
Can I give you one criticism? You have great ideas. But it's not fluid. You pontificate. I love your ideas, and I appreciate your wisdom.
Well, you rarely let me finish a thought, but other than that.
I know, but
I'm trying to tell you something.
I will.
I'm trying to tell you something. It's really, really hard to talk to you.
Okay.
Because I feel like I'm talking in quarter tones. All night, I've never completed a thought. Because you decide to interrupt me. I'm trying to tell you, I agree with you.
Okay.
The thing that bothers me is that you're bringing up the topic at all. Who gives a fuck about racism? This is a topic that belongs to the left. And who cares what they think?
It belongs to the people that are labeled these different races, though.
Exactly.
I mean, it belongs to us.
I think by ignoring a thing doesn't.
Yeah, brother, definitely.
Existence.
I live in Ferguson.
I live in a world of ideas, and I'm having a hard time glomming on to the idea that philosophy is black or white or yellow or
no,
red.
it's nothing. It's none of it. It's past it all.
Let me expand on that point. As Peter said, is Peter gone? Peter's still there. As Peter said, very, very intelligently, that philosophy doesn't belong to anybody. It doesn't. Listen, this is a very prickly subject. It's an awful subject. It's terrible.
Not with me, it isn't. Super Finn, is this a prickly subject with you?
No, not at all.
Me neither. It's a prickly subject to people who have succumbed to the left-wing tone, and I don't listen to them for 5 fucking seconds.
Can I say something? I need to have your guys' input. Because you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. Look, if all of us standing here had access to intellectual thought and rebuttal, we wouldn't be here, would we? We wouldn't. We would be having a glass of wine, fucking talking to our buddies and stuff like that, but they want to watch a football game or something. We wouldn't be here. Basically, basically, I'm not opinionated. I want to forge my ideas through fire, and I am the raw iron rod, and ye shall be the flames.
Okay, so let me answer. Let me finish my thought.
Okay.
So what you're trying to say to me is, we all are in agreement, but you want to have an argument when you meet the losers on the left.
No,
as it pertains to
no,
philosophy.
no.
And that's how I view them. Why are we talking about this?
No. What I want you to do is I want you, Todd, to help me forge more ideas.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, but not to defeat losers, so I can have confidence in myself, knowing that every action I do in life is carried out with good purpose.
Sorry, I look at lefties as losers. You'll have to forgive me.
Listen, I'm not doing it for them. I'm doing this so I can solidify my actions in the future. And I'm not saying, and listen, it's not even about race or anything.
We never bring it up. That's the point. We never bring up race. Super Finn, a black guy, never brings it up because we're about ideas.
And so where the intelligence, this intelligence that is within us, if we're here having these conversations like that, and we're not bringing it up, at least, and I say something with even more of black and white, and it doesn't matter if we don't come together and have conversations.
You are racist. You are racist.
Was that racist, Peter? Peter, are you being racist?
Yes, he is. He's eating a
I'm
banana.
actually having fun with things. We're talking about something.
Yeah. I just noticed that he's being racist. He just showed me a banana like I'm a monkey, right?
Yeah, he's signaling. He's signaling he likes white dick.
No.
Mr. Cropper chiming in here. Mr. Cropper chiming in. I was listening in bed while I was trying to go to sleep, and you motherfuckers upset me so much I came back to the computer. I want to say, Tony, is your point ultimately that there is some sort of difference on average between the races, and we can admit it without running screaming from the room?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, I agree.
Absolutely.
Okay.
There is an undeniable scientific.
So when you said let's talk about racism, maybe what you should have said was let's talk about the fact that racism is a ridiculous and bizarre idea, and there is some objective reality to difference in the races, and what we need to have is individual rights and science and an understanding of reality, not racism.
Yeah. If you go on,
Mr. Cropper.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cropper, I would like to point out one simple thing, and the single most prominent economic indicator for how someone will succeed in life is their IQ, regardless of the race.
Right. Now, that's slightly racist of you to say, because that means Chinese people and Japanese people are going to be more successful. So that's very racist of you.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
What's success in life? What is the success you speak of?
And also the Brahmin in India. And we just have to look at the basic incomes, and that's it. And listen, I'm sensitive to this. Because the Irish are ranked as a low IQ race.
This is because you're fucking drunk all the time.
So am
You're
I.
a bunch of fucking drunks.
Yeah, but I'm drunk and I'm here dominating this damn.
You know what? Can I say something in all honesty?
I'm dominating.
Can I say something?
Tony's gonna lay it down.
Can I say something in all honesty? You know what? The very fact that people that say that Irish people are drunk all the time, I am going to fucking put my hand up and go, you know what? You're fucking right. We are. The only thing that separates the Irish from the rest of the stereotypes is we're the only fucking people that admit it. We admit it. Yeah, we're a pack of fucking drunks. But you know what? We're the most functional fucking drunks this world's ever seen. 11 of the signers of the Declaration of Independence are Irish.
Listen, I love the Irish. Canadians drink heavily too, and I'm sure the
you know what?
Aussies have had a few pints of their own.
Are you Canadian?
I am. I am.
All right. Well, you know what? You didn't read this in your history book. Google the Battle of Ridgeway. It's the first battle the Canadian Army fought without the assistance of the British Army, and it was fought against a ragtag group of Irish officers from the Civil War from both the Yankee and Confederate side. They crossed over the Niagara Falls, met the Canadian Army, wiped them out, and then retreated. Google the Battle of Ridgeway. And then
So I mean, it's a war, though, brother. It's life taking other life. I mean, that's the separation. If you consider yourself any different being Irish than me being a so-called American, we both live on this planet Earth. And so, what is that called? Why?
Listen, Tony. I know. Listen, Tony.
Just because I know you're
Tony, shut the fuck up. Tony, let me
You're genuine
for 10 seconds.
You're
Tony?
genuine. I can sense you're genuine about what you're saying.
Tony.
Todd, 1 second, please.
Please.
General Chaos. You know what? You're 100% right. There is only one time ever a person should ever take a person's life, and that's in self-defense. It's the non-aggression principle.
Tony.
Yes.
I've never seen people argue that totally agree with each other. I am in total agreement with you. The only point of contention tonight between you and me, Super Finn guy, and Mr. Cropper is a very subtle, off-to-the-side point. And it's this. When you talk about race, you're playing into the hands of the left. It doesn't exist as you describe it.
But it does, brother. It does so much. You can't see it in your neighborhood. Hold on, Tony, please.
No.
Please, brother.
That's a separate thing. That's not race. That's cultural. That happens to be race, but it's not racism.
So do the races...
I don't give a fuck. Like, nobody in the United States cares what color you are if you walk up to them and say, I would like to talk to you about a rational thought. Everybody in this room would say, I'm listening.
Todd, you are so correct, and Todd, you're correct in everything you're saying. You are totally correct in everything you're saying. Okay, but listen, you're talking to me. You're talking to every person you meet and every person I meet. We have to take a macro economic view on race. We can't discuss what me and you are doing. We have to discuss what people are doing.
Well, then we're not talking about philosophy. We're talking about sociology and anthropology. Yes, there are differences between the races on IQ and so on.
Todd, can you not say that there is an overlap?
No, no. The person I leave my keys with when I go on holidays is a black guy because I trust him and love him. But
I bet you every single person here is not racist the one bit. I'm not racist.
Me neither. I'm not. I don't give a shit. I'm like a character, like you do.
No one cares. I'm talking about society. I'm talking so you say it's got no philosophical input. You're correct. It doesn't. What I am saying is, how do we use our philosophical input to affect society in a positive way? And we can't do that.
Now we have a question.
No, we cannot do.
Have a question.
But hold on.
No. You just wait. Stop. You just asked a great question. Stop while you're ahead.
I'll be 1 second. I promise. 30 seconds and I'll be done.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, Todd. We have a question. That's fine. Listen, the macroeconomics of race is not going to be felt by me or you because we are open-minded people. All right? We compete for attention. That's no problem. Look, someone else will get your attention. But listen, dude, listen to me. Just listen. Take that out of your face. Take that out of your ear.
Massimo, turn your mic off.
Still, I've got to try.
Look,
I'm not talking now.
Massimo, turn your mic
I
off.
think it's bleach. I think it's bleach that is making all the noise.
I'm sorry, dude, for being so sensitive about my dancing. So what do we do
I feel like I'm listening to an Italian
Yeah,
song.
you got.
No, I mean right now.
I think he's taking advantage of the fact that no one can mute him. Oh, he's gone.
There we go.
Peter,
Finish up, Tony.
I think I want to see what Peter has to offer on the subject because I think that Peter's the most intelligent
Wait a
person.
minute, you asked me a question, then you just totally do an end zone
I was
around it.
making a statement.
You asked a great question.
I did.
And I wanted to bring it around the table.
All right, okay, all right. So, bring it around the table then.
But it's like
Start
10
with
minutes
Peter.
ago, like,
Start with
what
Peter.
the fuck was happening? When I said, like, stop, that's a question. We were talking about racism.
Well,
And
so
the
you've got the
idea-
question. So let me ask Peter, and then we'll move around the table. Peter. Now, all the people who are philosophically minded are probably more than likely not racist people at all. And we engage people on an intellectual level and not on, not an economic level or any other level. My question for you is this. How do you think about the macro relations between races? And we can't live in a fairy tale bubble, or do you think it's beneficial to, here's the question. Do you think it's beneficial to live in a fairy tale bubble of equity, or do you think it's more beneficial to have equality and see how it plays out?
Well, it's never beneficial to live in a fairy tale bubble, but I just want to say, yes, I recognize differences between races, and on a scientific level, there is a difference in IQ.
You're from Australia, right?
Yes.
All right. So, before we start the conversation, okay, highest IQ is the Ashkenazi Jew. It's 110. Then we have East Asians. They're about 1.5. Then we have Europeans. They're about 100. Then we have the African American, who's 85, which is full differentiator. So an Ashkenazi Jew and an African American, 30 points apart. Then we go to West Africa. You got IQs of 70, which is considered retarded in America. And then you go to where you live, and you have Aborigines, which is like 60.
I thought that's where you were going. Yeah, the Aboriginal apparently does, but in my own experience, there's definitely a noticeable difference. But my point is that under the law, we should all be treated equally under the law, and in your personal life, you just judge people on their merits. I mean, there's no reason why, if you see a black thug, to think, oh, like a guy like wearing the traditional like thug outfit and he's walking towards you. There's no, it's not racist to be worried, given
If you walk on the other side of the street, it's okay.
But if you're like doing business and some black guy is in the conference room with you, if you think if you think poorly of that guy just because he is black and he has proven otherwise that he is
so you believe in meritocracy?
Yes, just meritocracy. Okay, and we can recognize the statistical or the scientific differences between IQ and not be racist. It's not racist to recognize that, but it doesn't have any implications for politics. But I don't think it has any implications for politics.
But isn't the IQ difference a matter of social circumstances?
Well,
it's innate.
Oh, can I answer this one? Can I answer that question? Can I ask that super friend guy? It is actually not. It is actually not a difference of social circumstances at all.
Oh, really?
I think that there's some.
It's not. Democracy cannot exist with an IQ under 100. Can't.
What?
Just the studies have been done in the Middle East. They're packing a 90 IQ, and they need strong leadership and brute force.
See, this is where we differ. Then we differ on the implications. You think that population that has an average IQ of under 100 cannot sustain a democracy? Is
Like,
that what
imagine that, for example, Arabs were living in a Renaissance kind of era, right? If they were living that way, I think they would have a totally different mentality. Actually, there was a time where Arabs were pretty smart. They were the most advanced people on Earth. Are you aware of the Arab Golden Age?
Yes, there was a golden age.
Yeah, exactly. And at that time, Europe was in the Dark Ages. There were like all kinds of barbarians in Europe, and religion and all kinds of.
I just want to point out that even among white people, the people who are pulling the rest up are in the top 5%. Most people I meet are not inventors or great poets or writing books or doing any of this stuff that we consider so great. So even in a population that has a 90 IQ average, there's still going to be people who are above, Six Sigma, high IQ people who will be doing these kinds of things. It's just going to be a matter of how many more there are as a percentage of the population. But the idea is that under the law, they should all be under the law. Everyone, no matter their IQ or their rank, should be considered the same way on their merits. And there's nothing.
And that really doesn't have to be a law that's made by man. I mean, that's a law that is that's a law that we actually come with for any races, and the only thing that separates it. I mean, we have a whole bunch of things that we get to see in our lives that separate us from everyone else. And until I looked in, I could never see that, because the world told me I was different from these other people, and I can feel that there's many differences that I can see physically here. I can see all the tests people make, and still you can go on the internet and look at a little white kid and a little black kid, these two people that are supposed to be different, sharing in a thing called love, just some of the hugs. If you look at their faces they're making, like, it's pure. That's pure what's going on there, and it's only conditioned out of us in order to program us to go a certain way. Can
I say something?
Yeah, sure. Tony's gone, are they?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
First I want to say hello to you guys, because I got into the Hangout just 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I just wanted to pose a question about what Peter was talking about, and maybe also Gentle. Peter says you should be treated equally under the law, regardless. In particular, he was talking about, you were talking about IQ levels. Okay, let's put ourselves in a theoretical scenario. You are hiring people, okay, or maybe you are accepting application for a college or a post in a research facility. Okay, you put in the qualities of the recruitment advice notice that you must have at least a 120 IQ or maybe 130 IQ. Okay, because you know that for that job, for that position, it is rational to have such an high IQ level. Given that aboriginals, blacks, or other so-called race groups have different average IQ level, could this kind of requisite considered a racist?
I don't think so. No, I don't think it's racist, and it's because if it's racist, it's purely based on someone's race.
Okay, Peter, but since there is a more or less direct connection between ethnic group and IQ average level, it is not a cause and effect, but there is a correlation. So some kind of racism.
Massimo.
Yes.
I want to say one thing, and we can't ignore the facts. Some people are smarter than other people. Affirmative action began to get black people into college, but if IQ and standards were just based on merit, all of Harvard would be Asian. All of Harvard would be Asian. They have quotas for the races. I am a white man. I fully accept that. I fully accept that Asian people are smarter than me. They can learn and they can process information faster than me. I fully accept as a white man that a black man.
But listen.
But now you're talking individually. I've met a lot of Chinese people who are dumb.
Yeah, they're very dumb. Like for example, in China, people defecate in the streets.
Massimo, Peter, I'm talking about general statistics. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm talking about general statistics.
Okay.
But also, I will have to say, right? Look, I have to say one thing, and you know what? This is my opinion, and this is the forum to discuss opinions. I will say that I will say one thing that the one thing that European-based races are is that we are creative. We are the creative race. There's an athletic race and an intelligent race, the creative race. That's the way I look.
Like take for example the Asians. Like in China, in many places where there's a lot of ignorance, you have lots of violence. You have lots of nepotism in those places. And the IQ of an average person is pretty low, but that's due to the conditions, to the social conditions, to the literary conditions.
Are you saying that the IQ is low in Asia? Because in East Asia the IQ is very high.
Well, maybe like for people in positions of scientific positions, but for the average, I don't think so.
Listen, Super Fin Guy, you're incorrect. Because the IQ of East Asians is higher than Europeans. They
don't act like that though.
You know why? You know why? Because our system of governance. Because we have we went towards the Europeans went towards elected democracy where they stayed in feudalism.
Excuse me.
Even there was a study done. A rice farmer. It was a study done a long time. A rice farmer. I'm Irish. I hate to admit this, but it's the fact. A rice farmer in East Asia had a higher IQ than a guy in Ireland. And it is what it is. But it's about the social structure.
Tony, are you American?
I am Irish born. I'm an Irishman, and I am an American also.
Are you from South or North Ireland?
I am from South Ireland. I'm from South Ireland.
Oh, okay.
I want to raise the issue, and here's what I want to say: is the reason I want to talk about race. I want to talk about the reality of the world. The reality of the world is that the European people are now, they were considered the racists and the bad bastards and the cunts of the world. But I want to say what the European people is creative people.
I would like to say, I am not, I am a European, in fact I'm Italian. So this thing about races is not, it's kind of alien to me because we are pretty homogeneous in Italy and in Europe in general.
Excuse me, you're Italian?
Yes.
Italian. Okay.
I live in Italy, I was born in Italy.
Excuse me, Super Fin Guy. It's not foreign to you at all. Do you live in North Italy? Do you live in the Mezzogiorno, or do you live?
I am not Superfinga. I am Massimo.
Oh, Massimo. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Massimo.
I live in the northern part of Italy.
Massimo, let me ask you a question. Do you live in the bush or do you live in the triangular turret?
In the?
Do you live? Are you North or South Italian?
Northern. No, I am a northerner.
You're a northerner. Okay, you're
Yes.
a northern Italian. So it's very easy for you to think of that. But you have to understand one thing, that there is racism within Italy amongst Italians. The Sicilian people, and I work with them all the time, the Sicilians were considered the blacks of Italy. You might think that you're above it, but you have to know your grandfather, your grandmother, they were.
Yes, of course. Okay. It is. I think it is simply a human behavior to be hostile to different groups. So it is
tribalist.
Excuse me?
I said it's a kind of a human thing to be tribalist.
Yes, it
is, and
it has nothing to do with the racism. I think it is a normal anthropological quality common to all human people around the world.
And
yeah.
Excuse me. What I wanted to say is this regarding. In fact, I know in America there are laws that or regulations that force employers or colleges or government agency to hire people not based on merit or quality, but based partly on ethnic belonging.
Massimo, it's called affirmative action.
Okay, affirmative action. Okay, I think.
The name of the policy.
Okay, I think. I think this is.
Go ahead.
I think if this thing is really in place, and I think. From my perspective, is one of the dumbest things to do in a society, because it gives credit to one person based on something he didn't decide to do.
It's opportunity from another person.
Yes, but since I believe in individual responsibility, I think that give some kind of fast track to one person based on his ethnic heritage is not only unjust, but this is just my opinion. It is dumb because for a society, for a company, for a government, for a college, the best thing to do to itself and to the people inside it is to have the smartest people, the best people to work with, not to have groups decided based on race.
Massimo, if somebody else wants to add, I would love to hear it, because he's talking correctly.
I mean, I think affirmative action, when the time came, it definitely gave, it maybe stole some chances from people, and it also gave chances to people. So where if you're living in that time when that time was, I didn't live it, it's definitely a possibility that it was very beneficial now. It's turned into enabling in a way from anyone really making better of their own life. It still gives chances to those that take it. I believe that it to not have something like, I mean, we live in a world with a bunch of people that are different colors, and if the world's not treating itself in a way that gives everybody the opportunity, I don't even see that as a world really friggin' worth living in, man. If I'm gonna live here and, you know, be forced down my throat on the TV to hate some other group.
I know what you're saying.
But the thing is that the opportunity should be based on your merits, not on your race.
What if you're not even taught what merits are? What What if you're taught, you were raised up, not even know what merits are? When does that come in? You know, when does it?
Massimo.
Yes.
The way that Gentle Chaos is looking at it is, you know what? A lot of those people who didn't get to college places are a lot better off. And am I right?
Well, I wasn't saying that, and I believe you are, because college is the very thing that teaches out. Someone said it, the creation. If that's what we love to do.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point? And
Absolutely, brother.
My point is this: is regardless of your education, if you have a drive and a certain level of IQ, you will attain wealth, and that is proven time and again.
So what is wealth measured?
Never went to college because they saw the foolishness of it.
I can see that as well.
It's been shown too that for example, if you have like a lower IQ, you can improve it by studying, you know, by solving problems, by educating yourself.
You can improve your awareness.
Also your IQ, you know, our brains are pretty plastic, so.
Well, if there's a guy, if there's somebody that I meet, anybody I meet, I don't look at I don't ask them what their IQ is. You know, how a person treats people, how a person treats themselves. You know, or do they walk with integrity? That's what I look for in conversations, because I want to see the world change in a way that I haven't been able to see it, and I think that has to do with, you know, if we're a smart culture, wouldn't we take and lift up the ones that this test gives results that says these people are stupid? Because when you think of a low IQ, a person's stupid.
Not with the power of the state.
And the thing is that the IQ test is.
Peter.
Say again?
All I want to say is none of this with the power of the state.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you mean?
I mean that you know, if some private university is not, let's say they're just being fully racist and they're not letting black people in.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's the state has a right to force any private individuals to associate with others.
I don't either.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't either, brother. I don't either. And I also say with that as a culture,
it may not be
to have people educated, it shows to be a benefit for us humanity. And so, you know, the state shouldn't, the culture should definitely pick up the slack and go, what's going on wrong here? But not forced by anybody.
Exactly. Like for example, it's just like your house. You can let in people that you like, and you left the people that you don't like out. And the company should do the same thing. You know, you employ whoever you want.
Yeah, so, Google shouldn't have quotas on women or black people or anything.
Can I give you guys a great example? I'm friends with people on Facebook who live in New Hampshire in America, which is predominantly white and it's rural, they live in the mountains. And they put up a comment about some guy in Kentucky, he made an ark, right? It cost $100 million to make his ark. He replicated the Ark of the Bible. And they put up a post saying, oh, they got an $18 million tax break, and this is bullshit. So I went on the post, and there's people saying, oh, they should get that $18 million back. Oh, loads of bullshit, right? So I went on there. I knew about this ark. I did a bit of Googling. I went back and goes, by the way, I said they didn't give them $18 million. They have a tax sales rebate of $18 million over 10 years. And after that, the sales tax is going to them. It took 24 months to construct it. They had 200 construction workers working there, paying sales tax and all the material tax. It's like, and then my point was, this is private people with private funds doing what they want on private property. It's nobody else's business.
Yeah.
I can do whatever I want as long as I don't violate the fucking non-aggression principle. I can do whatever the fuck I want on my land in my place. That's it.
Yeah. So there were people that were against the the building of the ark or something.
Yeah. What it was, right, is because in America everything is divided across two lines, right or left. That's it. So
No, that's not it, bro. I'm in America. That's not what I see. I definitely see the division. It's a lot more than that.
In the media.
In the media.
Not you, in the media.
Okay, so you're saying that's the only two things there are.
In the media.
Okay.
So basically what happened is this guy wanted to prove that the Bible existed. Now, if I want this guy, his name was Kevin Ham, he's actually from Australia, wanted to prove that the Bible, Noah's Ark, really happened. And he dedicated his life to it. And he's after making $100 million fucking ark. He's made it. That's a successful person in my eyes. He had an idea and he pursued it and he made it happen.
The waste of human life, in my opinion. Success of life. Success what he knows, but not success of life.
And everybody was complaining and shit like that. And everybody said, oh, that guy got a tax break. We could have gave that to poor people. It was like, no, he's actually, I researched, he's getting an $18 million tax incentive to build it. When he builds it there, after 10 years, people will come for another 100 years to look at this thing. And it will actually generate more revenue for that state's coffers than it would have if we never got it.
Unless there's a flood that comes and takes it, you know. Why did he build that? Why did he build it?
He built it because he was he believes that the world is 5,000 years old, and he believes in the Bible, and he believes that the world is corrupted, and he says that the story of Noah's Ark was a real thing that happened. And then he said he was a winner in life because he said, you know what? I'm going to show them. I'm going to show the world that this is possible.
To build a boat?
An ark. To
build an ark. Yeah, it's very
well, in the Bible, it took Noah years to build an ark. But my point is, whether you agree with this guy or not, you cannot but respect.
Well, he had the means to build the ark.
He raised that $100 million to build it. He created a $100 million fund and created it. His idea.
Well, like for example, like con people can raise a pretty good amount of money, but that doesn't mean that they are successful or that they are, virtuous people.
What people?
Like con artists, they usually raise, some pretty good amount of money by conning people,
But
what was his con?
I would say to you, simple footing guy, the only
difference. The end of the world, the second coming of Christ. So
that's what he was basically saying, that the world is going to end and this is the way it's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. And people need to build the ark.
That's not my point at all. My point is that what can be accomplished with one person believing in something. That's my point. My point is, as ridiculous as it is, he still accomplished the creation of that. That's my point is self-belief.
Well, maybe he took a large sum of that money to build the ark for himself, and his real goal was to raise some money, so he could make a profit. But that's just speculation.
Well, maybe, who knows? But the fact of the matter is, the guy's worked every day of his life. He believes in what he believes in, and he's dedicated his life to what he believes in. He feels happy every day, and he thinks he's doing something every day. And I'm pretty sure he feels better about himself than any of us do. It cost $100 million to build this thing.
Can I say something to Gentle Chaos?
Yeah, brother.
You were talking about, I think, the way people must should behave to each other. In fact, to be decent people to one another, regardless of.
It's the essence. It's the essence that we spoke of. The essence of us is that, because it's in the other. So it is the thing. Yeah.
Okay. I totally agree. I subscribe to that notion. I think that it is very appalling to see people, for example, fighting in a parking lot for anything, or when they are in line in the shops, and usually there are some kind of racial slurs uttered in that situations. I'm basing my experience not on my experience, but what I see around in the internet, and that of course is a disgrace, because as individuals we must treat each other in a decent way.
Well, we don't must to, because we're not doing it. You know.
We should. Okay, we must, and we should, but we are not doing it as of now. Of course, it is my wish to see a world where people behave decently to one another. I agree with you. It is not the case now. Each one of us should do his own best to go in that direction. But I would like also to point out that it is a different issue when you run a business or run a college or a government agency. In that case, it is rational maybe to screen the possible applications based on broad general characteristics of the people who apply, just to streamline the process of hiring. You know what I mean? For example, if I were putting on a Broadway musical, or maybe I don't know, a dance competition, a dance team, you know, since I know that Latinos and blacks are better dancers on average, it would be only rational for me to look for people in that area. I would not, or maybe obeys. I know that in America now there is this kind of issue of not being racist against obese people, overweight people. It is crazy for me, because if I want to put on a dance team, would I even think about interviewing a 350-pound guy? You know. So
exactly.
I mean, well, if it's something that's not seen, you could definitely make it a hit show, because if no one sees dancing obese people and you have the one that can dance, brother, you could make a lot of money with that.
He's not.
But people don't want to see fat people dancing, right?
Well,
so
maybe some freak show, you know.
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah.
He's talking about having dignity.
Yeah, he wasn't talking about a freak show.
Well, and then again, you see a lot of you see actually dances away for a lot of weight loss possibilities. What I say is I won't eliminate a 350-pound person. I would at least stay open to the idea that they come and try out with the rest of them,
Well, guess
you know,
what?
and then make my decision
That's
from
what
there.
ballet show.
In some dancing, the aesthetic is also there, like ballet. They would never.
Yeah.
How can a male dancer pick up a 350-pound female dancer?
Can I bring it back to a little blue collar reality? Right, I have a construction company,
But-
blue collar thing. I've hired black people. I hire a lot of South American people. I hire white Irish people. I hire all kind of people, and I don't give a fuck what color or culture or language they speak as long as they produce the work. It's a meritocracy. It's about profit. It's about making money for yourself and your family, and that's what it's about.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what. Nobody cares. No. At the end of the day, if you're adding value to the market, nobody cares what color you are or how fat you are. You know, you could get a 350-pound fat guy who could pull off a pirouette, but it's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, we're talking about hiring a dance. Let's use something that's like we're talking right now about the college or the business has the discretion. I believe that. I said, yeah, I believe hire the best person for the job. And so we're talking about a fat person dancing now.
Right now, I'm talking about right now. You're wasting 4 years of your life if you're going to college if you've got a brain in your head.
Well, now we go to something else again then. And so I agree with that as well. I believe the education system, well, it's just set up in a way to run with the system. The system's failing, and we're seeing results of it. And so, yeah, the college doesn't work because of how it's all put together, man.
Look, we've got the underlying system, and the system's being the natural system. When all shit goes to fuck, then the biological system, and the survival of the fittest, and the weak are going to have to take a fucking nap.
I'm gonna have to hold a different vision from that for that, brother.
Dude,
because I'm not gonna sit here and see.
Look,
in Missouri, where it started at, where it started like increased at. When that happened here, I live right here, bro. So I know, I understand what you're saying. Like I see it. That's the fear that I feel inside of me.
Listen, if shit goes to fuck, if everything gets fucked up, if the American economy stops, if the food stamps stop rolling,
there's no if to it. It's just a matter of when. And what I'm saying, my message on here is there is a space within every white, black, no matter what color you are, there's a space that you can experience this thing we call love, and it's a common denominator in every living being. And so that space can be reached, and right now all this is happening because of the mind. We have so much data, and we've been told so much stuff and brought up to be labeled, all these different labels, and it's all of these labels that we use to separate. So will you go on a platform and speak to some, because I've seen some conversations that black guys are having on here. I've seen that they're at least starting to get on here and have a conversation, and that's where it's got to go, because it's got to be whatever groups are having the differences, they got to somehow come together, brother. It can never be a world where we're just going to wipe people out, you know. At least I don't want to live in that world.
No,
so I do everything I can to not live in it, bro. And I'm not living in a fairy tale life. I have my own shit. I'm dealing with it the best that I can. You know, when
you know what? The only way to attain the goal you're talking about is, you know, I got to admit that I'm not good at basketball, and you know, other people got to admit I'm not as smart as a fucking Asian. We all got to we got to know our roles in society. And
I'm as smart as an Asian.
Society. We need to.
Not as a race, as
individuals. Rewritten, brother. We're all taught to consume in this world.
I think that people should know you know, what they're good at, but that doesn't depend on the race.
Find them.
No.
Yeah, but you shouldn't. You listen. That's fine. That's fine, right? But don't get Superfly Finn. That's fine. But don't get mad when some other guy gets your post and you say, "Oh, that's racist." He got that
Oh.
because he's white, or he got that because he's black. Just everybody. We should live in a society where the best person gets the job. And
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Like, for
What is
example,
the best
lots of
person,
people
though?
say,
An IQ?
the person who could do the job the best.
Understanding is is something that one cannot put a number to it. Understanding.
I can put a fucking number to it.
Understanding, you can.
If
Huh?
I hired to use a plasterer and you came in and you fucking fucked up your ceiling, I said, "You're a nice guy. Sorry, I'm here to make money. Gotta let you go." It's simple as that. And if a Chinese guy came in and done a good job, like, you know what, I'm keeping you. If a black guy came in and he fucked up, well, get the fuck out of here. And if a fucking Eskimo came in and could do it and go, "You know, I'm going to keep you. I'm going to keep hiring you." That's all it is, man. You know, why does anybody want to stay in the job that they're bad at? Why does anybody want to hire to a job that they're bad at? Everybody should go do a job they're good at.
Man, you're talking about over half this country works a job that they hate. You know?
I do what I'm good at, and I only hire people who are good at what they do.
Awesome.
I take in a couple of bums every now and then, but just to make any.
Just the fact that you would sit and call them bums, brother, has you putting them lower than you on this totem pole of life.
Well,
you know, even.
Yeah.
So,
do you know what? Yeah, the air bums. You know what air bums?
That's just a judgment. That's a label that you use to put someone lower than you.
No, it's not that.
Yeah, because if they're bums like you speak of.
Am I going to get to speak?
If you tell a bum that he's a bum enough, guess what? He stays, bro.
Yeah, you don't approach people like that.
Doesn't
You know,
work that way.
someone can be a homeless person, but you sort of like give him constructive criticism, you know, so that he can improve himself. You don't go ahead and call him names.
Hold on a second, guys. Right, I'm after bringing more people back from the brink of addiction and giving them jobs and making them productive members of societies. I've done that. But let me tell you the cool hard facts of life. Some people are bums. Some people never get it. Some people just waste their lives.
Yeah, and what you can do, brother, what you can do if you want to, the journey you say you're on, that you want to walk in that, what you can do is start to see them and have compassion. Have compassion instead of the judgment.
Dude, you're not listening to me.
I am listening to you. I'm saying
hold on a second. Dude,
you're calling another human being.
First of all, I've told you, right? I've brought more people back from the brink of addiction and homelessness than
and you sit and use the word bum, and you, the other guy was a loser.
Can you listen to me? Can you listen to me? Please?
Brother, I'm listening to you say one thing, and then I'm listening to you. So you're saying, yeah, look what I do for the world, and then when you're speaking to me, you're calling them a bum, and you're calling them his name.
Can I clarify it for you?
Please. Please.
All right. So, I take two guys, right? Both having a hard time. I can give you examples that just happened in the last 3 months. I can give you an example. I hired a guy over that said he's nothing but a heroin addict, right?
You said that one, yeah.
Yeah, I told that, right? That's fine. That guy's getting an impairment, right? He's on his way to get his license, get his life back together.
That's
right?
awesome, brother. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, and because it was me in his ear telling him, all right? I encouraging him, lending him money, doing whatever I could do to make his life better. And then there's other people that no matter what you do for them, no matter how hard you try for them, they're always going to be a bum. And I'm sorry to break the bad news to you.
You ain't breaking bad news to me, brother. I look at them people and I just see them as suffering. It's a degree of ignorance. It's ignorance is what you're seeing.
No,
It's not a bad word. It's in
no,
everything.
listen, stop being a starter. It's complete laziness. It's
Gentle Chaos.
Yeah.
I basically agree with you that they don't deserve, to be given a fair chance. There are people that are beyond help. I agree with Tony on that.
Yeah,
That's a very sick world, brother. Yes, I agree with that too.
Everybody, listen. You can criticize me. You can criticize me for saying it the way it is. But
No. I'm not criticizing you, brother. I'm simply.
Nobody gives everybody a better chance than I do. Some people are bums. Some people are lazy.
Yeah, and it's just you speaking the label itself that shows where you're at with it. You can see these people in a different light. You don't have to give them a job, but then you don't have to sit here and call them bums to me and then tell me a story how you're helping. Because I see you're helping. I believe that, brother. I believe you're actually out there giving people chances.
Listen,
but then
if you don't work hard after someone gives you a chance, you're a bum.
Okay,
well,
right.
I think if I can say one thing, I think I don't want to sound presumptuous because I'm not a native English speaker, but I think there's an issue here about the word bum. I think this word maybe rubs Gentle Chaos the wrong way, or could.
It's anything that is sort of I learned bum from my father when I was younger. That's where I learned that word, and so getting to experience it then I found out in that situation that I wasn't a bum when I look back at that. It was just his judgment of me. So
I'm starting to appreciate the fact that some kind of words might be cringeworthy to other people. Maybe even myself can sometimes cringe when I'm hears some kind of words. So I appreciate that maybe there is some tension about this in this conversation. I would like to add one thing about it. I had some kind of work experience in different places, and also I talk about work problems with my friends, my acquaintances. And there is a growing concern in the works around that there are people that are difficult to train for any kind of job.
Absolutely.
And at that point, we must face a dilemma, if you want. Do we have to put in efforts to educate these people better inside at the job?
No.
But this maybe could take away resources for the job in general, and in the long run create a worse work environment. Yes,
the person who's doing bad at their job is not happy. You're prolonging it. You should fire the person right away.
You're prolonging what? Them not being happy? What are you
I've heard about that. Like for example, in some bosses, they say that they make the person fire himself.
Yeah.
So they make that person is uncomfortable, and sometimes they just quit.
Okay, I make another example. If I don't know if it matters, but I'd like to put it forward. I give you an example from the schools. Okay, because I had some experience in school also, and there are situations where you have a class of people, maybe 20 kids, and there are 2 or 3 kids who are difficult kids because of many reasons. Okay.
Of course.
Oh, the thing is that as far as the Italian system is concerned, I'm talking about the Italian system, but I see no differences in other countries, as far as I know, is that the 95% of the efforts of the school is towards these 3 guys, these 3 kids. And the other, maybe there are 5 very good kids who could benefit for more attention to themselves. They may be brilliant in the future, but the systems deviates resources, efforts, not to the potentially brilliant kids, but instead to the difficult, problematic kids. This, for me, is an issue.
For me also, and I must say, as a person who wasn't intellectually gifted, I think that the world would be better if more people with intellectual gifts were made to prosper, because it would benefit all of society.
The next, what I see we're about, what we're walking into as society, it's going to take way more than the human thinking. It's going to take us to evolve another step, and it's going to, I believe, it's a spiritual evolution of sorts. When that place that we spoke about earlier, the essence, is like there's something actually in there that is that's coming through me, life itself. And there are a lot of schools that do exactly what you said. It's more of the affirmative action thing.
But the thing, but if you rely, sometimes if you rely on emotions, you can do the bad thing as well. You know, it doesn't imply that you're relying on your feelings that things are going to work out. I think if you want to make a real change in the world, we'll have to to be rational about it. We'll have to use our minds.
Yes, but
right.
I'm afraid that we have only a few years to use our rational minds, because by Moore's law in 1919 we will have the first self-aware computer, and what that will mean for humanity will be devastating. We will no longer be the most intellectual prowess upon the planet, and we will become subservient to supercomputers.
You said,
I mean, that's
supercomputer.
2019.
You may think I'm crazy, but you know about Moore's law.
I don't think you're crazy, brother. I'm just saying, if this thing that you speak of is something that it goes along with all the other, like I can see the change that humanity can make.
Well,
you know, I see it with my own eyes with work. We're not taught. We're not taught to tools.
Can I tell you a quick story, gentle? It's a little story. So the emperor of China discovered this game called chess. So okay, that's great. So he summoned the guy who made the game. Goes, I love the game so much. I love it. It's brilliant. I love it so much. I will give you whatever you want in the world. I said, okay. And he goes, what do you want? He goes, well, on my chessboard I made for you, put 1 grain of rice. And then on the second, put 2 grains. And on the third, put 3 grains. And keep going on. He goes, that's all you want, really? He goes, that's all I want. And by the time he was done, it was more grain than was ever harvested in the humanity of the world, because it's called exponential growth. And Moore's law is that computing processing power will double and half in size, meaning computer processing power will be smaller, but its capacity will be double. So we are now. Here's the thing: when you're the emperor, when you realize you're in trouble, you realize when you're halfway across the chessboard. That's when you realize you're in trouble, because then it's a double of that, and it's a double of that. Right now, Moore's law of exponential growth is like we are at halfway at the chessboard. Like, have you noticed all the technological advances that have been coming on? we are on the precipice of a new stage of human evolution, which will be transhumanism, and we are not going to be the smartest species on the planet in 4 years, by the predictions. In
So
4
in
years,
No. Even if we have a computer far enough, we still have to figure out how to make it smart. That's one problem.
Yeah.
No,
Like for like
infinitely smarter than us.
No, my problem is that even if we have a computer with enough processing power, we still don't have the software. We still really don't know how a computer.
What did you say?
We still don't have a way to make a computer generally intelligent. So even when we have the processing power, we're still going to have to figure out how to make the computer actually smart. Because computers are not smart. Computers are not intelligent in the way humans are yet. I'm not saying they can't be. I'm saying that just because we have the processing power doesn't mean that they will be.
Peter, let me give you a different analogy.
Another analogy I understand perfectly.
All right. Okay. We're approaching. We're all right. Please, one more analogy.
Okay.
All right. Let's take this can, right? And this can has like a microbe in it, and every second the microbe doubles in size. All right. When do you realize you're in trouble and the can's going to be full? Halfway. You have to understand that we're not going to progress. Like, listen, 200,000 years ago we were living in caves, right? Look how much we've progressed in the last 100 years. It's exponential growth. You have to understand that No, it's exponential.
I understand exponential growth perfectly.
I believe in the next 4 years we will have an artificial intelligence.
Can I say you something that as far as my college memories hold, I was taught that exponential growth is a purely theoretical kind of behavior, because in reality there are always some kind of there are some kind of controls in nature, some kind of
Let's take it for granted that exponential growth will go on for another, say, 10, 20 years, and computer power will have more calculations per second than a human brain. Let's just take that for granted.
Okay.
Even then, it doesn't mean we will have a general intelligence just because, just purely because of that fact. We still need to understand. I've got a book. Actually, I don't have it. It was a library book.
What consciousness is, for example? We don't know.
That's where you get into.
Listen.
Computers
are not intelligent.
So are you implying that computing processing is different from human consciousness?
You're
cutting out. What'd you say?
It is different from human intelligence. Let's keep consciousness out of it. It's irrelevant.
All right. Okay. Well, I don't know. You have to tell me these things. I don't know. I want to understand your ideas.
No, because some of us bring up consciousness. It's got nothing to do with how intelligent a computer can be. We might have a really intelligent, super intelligent computer, and whether it has consciousness or not is a completely different question.
It doesn't have consciousness.
Something.
Okay. Well, is it going to be aware?
Some things require consciousness. Some concepts require consciousness.
Intelligence, I don't think requires consciousness, but maybe. But it doesn't matter. The question is, can we build a computer that is a super intelligent, way beyond a human, that can do things that we can't even imagine?
Well, if we can, I hope that we can, because human beings are not doing it on this earth right now. So maybe a computer would help us out.
I think that we can. I agree that we can.
Peter, I think it's going to happen.
I think that it will happen eventually, but I disagree that just because we have the processing power, that it will happen automatically.
They'll require
it's very difficult. The software by itself is very difficult to build. Listen, a computer does nothing without software, okay? I understand exponential growth. You're kind of pissing me off now. I understand.
And right now, the problem that we have is not for a general intelligence is not processing power. It's about the process. It's about
Exactly. We
it's,
still
it's
don't even
about
really
the
understand.
software.
Yes, we still don't even understand the software. No, because he keeps
It's
saying
the process.
things to me
I
over
think
and
it's
over
the
again. And
process,
then I
sir.
don't have any. And then he interjects, but I understand. I understand.
Who is it? Me?
No,
Are you
not
talking
you,
to me?
not you.
No.
I was talking about Tony. He keeps saying about the processing power.
Yeah.
And he keeps.
That's not the case. But I think that even if
Peter,
we
I'm
manage to
pretty
create,
worried, right? And at the risk of sounding patronizing, I'm just going to say one thing, right? With every platform of technology, we use those platforms to create new technologies. So I'm projecting that with the processing growth that will allow new technologies.
You have not listened to me at all. I have agreed that we will eventually reach artificial intelligence. All I have disagreed with you on is that it will automatically happen when we have the computer processing power of the human brain. That's what I disagree with.
Well, we're on the same page.
Yes, we're on the same page as that it will happen probably eventually.
and even if you are able to create an intelligent machine, generally intelligent machine, I don't think it will be bad for us. I think we'll learn a lot from it, you know, and
Yeah,
it
and I
will be far
disagree
rational than
that. It would be a very good thing.
yeah.
Well, the other thing I fear is that exponential growth in virtual reality, which people think, oh, it's retarded, but there will be virtual. My prediction is there will be virtual reality hermits in 20 years. People who don't leave their house, don't do anything, they'll deal in Bitcoin, they'll move shit around. I think that my imagination is based on reality than what I see around the place. There will be virtual reality hermits. And
So basically, the Matrix will happen in 20 years, right?
I do believe so. I do.
Well, the Matrix, brother, and this thing we call the Matrix, to me, it can happen any time for a human being. It just takes being open to the possibilities. You know, if what I see is what I get. I live in the state of Missouri, so our thing on the license plate, it's the show me state. So like you got to show us something before we'll believe it. And in my life, in my experience of it though, it wasn't until I actually started believing inside then I started to see the stuff. When I didn't believe, when people couldn't show it to me, I couldn't believe it. And now I see in my life I can start believing something, take action steps towards it, and create almost anything I want.
Well, gentlemen, one of the most influential philosophers of like the Western world was Descartes, and Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am," because
absolutely.
he realized that for all he knew. Oh, okay, Peter, go ahead. Let me finish first. He realized that his five senses were how he incorporated the world.
Mm-hmm.
And for all you know, it could be a brain in a box. And I would love to hear you.
No, I don't agree. I think therefore I am is primacy of consciousness, and I believe primacy of existence.
Oh, so you think that I think therefore I am is not a premise for validating existence?
No, because in order for you to think, there must be an existence in which you're thinking. So in itself. Because if you're saying I think, therefore I am, and then you're saying, well, I don't know if anything else exists. Well, you must exist somewhere.
Peter, you're cutting out real bad.
That's why I think.
Well, I think that Descartes completed the circle with that one sentence.
What he was basically saying is, watch what you're thinking. You know.
You create your reality.
Absolutely.
I don't believe that at all.
No. What about your own reality though? You don't create that's not coming.
I do agree with you, Peter. I do agree with you. I do absolutely. I want to get back to Peter. 1 second. I'm sounding like Todd now. But listen, Peter, it's like when you think about it, really, it's like you're completing the circle. It's like that statement is so amazing. It's like, am I just a matrix, or am I a brain? The way Descartes thought it, am I a brain in a box? Or the way we talk about almost science fiction, am I part of a cybernetic organism? And he was basically saying, it doesn't matter. I'm thinking. The fact that I'm thinking means that I exist.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't disagree with the fact that it exists.
Context, yeah.
What? Who was that?
But I think the fact that I'm thinking means that there is an existence outside of me that I do not create just with my thoughts. It's an objective reality that is not just subject to my thoughts.
No. What if it's subject to all of our thoughts, though? Is it not subject to all of our thought? Like the culmination of humanity? Is not the result?
Depends. But the thing, it depends on our actions. It doesn't depend only on our thoughts. We know that.
No, right, absolutely.
No bullshit. No bullshit. I want to call bullshit on that, because the purity of the thought that I think therefore I am is it's yes, like all of those points are made mute, because for all I know, maybe all of you are figures of my imagination. Maybe
you can't hold anything. You can't hold anything, even as a hypothesis, without some kind of evidence. You don't start with a what if and then consider that a possibility. You have to have some evidence. And you have no evidence. You don't have a shred of evidence that you're in a vat. None. You've got to just assume that this is it.
And from what we know, we live in the real universe. We don't live in a simulation. We don't live in the matrix.
I think that, excuse me, I think it is all very interesting, and I think there is a genuinely, I think, philosophical problem here, because if we all agree here that consciousness is not a material entity, I think we can agree with this, because it is silly to identify a material object like the brain, for example, with the consciousness, which is unmaterial. Okay.
Well, you can say that the brain is a substrate of the mind.
It's made of matter. So it's an object.
So then for you to say that the brain is a substrate, then you're only imagining that there is a substrate. We have to conclude that the only thing we understand is our senses and our perception.
No, what I was trying to point out is that in our Western society, we are how can I say, we are in a habit to think that material world is separate from spiritual world. You cannot influence the material world, material objects by thought alone.
Well, Mrs. Mo, what I'm saying is there is the idea that there is a physical world and there is an intellectual world or a mind world. It is all based on we perceive that there is a physical world.
So what's the thing that's perceiving that there is a mind world and there is a physical world? There's something that's seeing both of these worlds. So what is that?
What I'm saying is I'm humble enough to know that I don't know.
It's a perfect answer.
Right. Well, let me tell you something.
I know.
Let me tell you something. Like, the thing is that we humans, we are not only perceptual beings. We are conceptual beings. We perceive the world, but we also know from all the relationships around us, we know that we're not a head in a jar. That is connected to a computer, for example. We know that.
I think that Tony is actually alluding to the noumenal world that is talking about
And
Fingal. I
Plato.
think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying that we can't know that there's.
I am simply.
Yeah, exactly. I'm addressing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He like Tony's saying that he doesn't know that if we live, for example, in a real world or if we live in a simulation. But from what we know of the world that we live in, we know for sure that we live in a real world. Like we can observe the relationships around us. We can observe how things work. That shows us we are in a real world. That there's no evidence to show. Yeah, go ahead.
What's real though? What is real? What you can physically touch?
I think that one of the.
Not only that, what you can understand too.
What you can understand. So an idea, is an idea real?
This statement that is more.
Well, yeah. Sometimes it pertains to relationships in nature, like a concept.
Okay, so if you give me a concept and I don't understand. All right, go ahead, Tony. Go ahead, Tony.
Hold on, right? So, Massismo, basically, we're still based with one underlying truth that we are all basing ourselves with, that reality exists. That's the only truth we know. Reality exists. What I am talking about is, what is this reality comprised of?
Matter.
But is it matter? Is it matter? Because it's our interpretation. It's the information our mind is getting. Like our existence, our mind, our mind are based upon the ideas. Our brain is processing the data that we get when we touch or we smell or we taste.
Yeah, and we can connect the dots. It's not only about the data; it's about the information as well. Like the data is telling us something.
Listen, I am not being absolute. I'm not an absolutist. I'm not saying that we are a simulation. I am saying that we cannot truly know. I believe.
Well, I agree with that.
I believe that we have to take the data that we have, and then we have to go forward in life with this data that we have. But
yeah, we analyze
it. Mamizo, if I hit you with a rock, it'll hurt you. It'll be pain. Okay, that is a nerve ending hitting you in the physical world, and will send a message to your brain and sending it back to your. So I hit you in the arm with a rock. It's a message that rock hits your arm to your brain, to back. I got hit, and then you look with your eyes. What was that? Oh, it was a rock. But what I'm saying is, listen. I love reality. Reality exists. Reality exists. But what I'm saying is, we don't know. The way we perceive reality is beautiful, but what I'm saying is, we are basing experience.
Excuse me, Superthing. Can I say one thing? I think that the latest example made by Tony might be misleading, because it has really nothing to do with consciousness. It has only to do with self-preservation, with his self-preservation, self-protection. You can have a completely mechanical object to behave exactly like Tony said. Think, for example, of self-inflating car tires. If one of that tires get a puncture, there are sensors who can detect that pressure is going down, and it self-repairs itself. So in a way, it is conscious. Let's say in quotes, conscious of an attack, and it is able to rapidly self-heal itself. But this has nothing to do with consciousness. in my
It
opinion.
does, though, because consciousness is the very thing that created that. So it does have a relation to it, because it was only through consciousness that this thing
But
became a reality in this world.
But
Would
what
you-
about?
excuse me, would you
what about
say,
animals,
Dr.
for
Chaos,
example?
would you say that a self-inflating tire is conscious?
No, it's just a result of consciousness.
Oh,
is what
yeah,
I'm saying.
but the thing, there are microorganisms that function in a similar manner. You know, they're very simple organisms, and they act like that. You know.
Yeah.
Superfly,
And no one.
Superfin guy. I want to go back to what General Chaos said, and he basically said the old saying: if a tree falls in the forest and no one is there to hear it, does it actually make a noise? That's basically we may like to think of ourselves as sophisticated philosophers, but these are the questions that people have been asking themselves since the basis of modern philosophy.
But
Brother, I know.
from a physics standpoint, we know that like a rock will emit sound waves regardless of if people are watching or not.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. That's true. Listen, I'm not denying physics, but I'm saying that the fact we experience physics through our senses. It could be that we are in a program of physics. But listen.
Well, maybe, but there's no evidence for that.
Hold 1 second, Superfin guy. Hold on
Superfin. Yeah.
Hold on a second. We are in a program, and the program is the laws of physics. We cannot escape the laws of physics. That is our program.
Yeah.
You understand? It's like we can't escape it.
I
see your point, but
to where?
Yeah.
There is nothing else.
Peter, am I right? Or anything else?
I agree with that. Like I think what you're saying is that maybe we're living in a physics simulation, you know, but there's no evidence for that. From what we know, we are living in a real world where matter interacts. So.
And so a question that I asked myself, that I had to ask myself in the journey that I'm walking is, like, what is real? What is this thing called real to others? Because is what's real to me real to somebody else? So isn't this thing we call real an ever-evolving thing? There's been many great teachers that have said, when they were asked the question, what is real? And they said, what's real is what doesn't, or that which does not change. And so then I have to take a look at everything else and go, and then a great saying, even one day the mountains will crumble. So, like, what is really real in this experience that I'm having?
Well, I can answer that in the best way I could.
We can all do that, brother. We're just have a bunch of opinions here. You know, for me, it's a matter of how much do I care first about myself. Because when I care about myself, then I'll care about other people. And we are spiritual beings in this system that has taught us through many, many different teachings that, well, this is the result of it right here, what we're experiencing. And I believe it's just consciousness evolving. So I don't look at none of this stuff as being bad or being good. In the big picture, it's consciousness evolving to whatever it's going to. So I'm just merely a snapshot of this.
Well, General Chaos.
Yeah.
I read a thing on a Facebook meme one time, and it said, whenever you're feeling upset, remember you're a talking monkey on a spaceship going 365,000 miles per second around the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's the truth. Like, it's like, if we really...
That's not the truth, because that's not what I am, bro. I'm not a talking... we are actually individuals that are at least coming together and having a conversation. Like, we have the ability to love one another. We have the ability to hate one another. So what is the definition of a talking monkey then, you know? Is that
I want to know what this guy thinks. Superfly Finn, what's your take?
About the talking monkey?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
that
well,
reality?
I think we are related to monkeys, but I think we're superior to that. I think we have something that monkeys don't have, and that is the conceptual consciousness, and that makes
I'm
us
not talking
different.
about that. I'm talking about maybe Peter could help me out here. What is that strain of philosophical thought, absurdism? Does anybody know about that? It's
Say again, please.
absurdism. It's a philosophy.
Oh, okay.
It's absurdism, and it's just like what we're doing is absurd. It's just absurd. It's like humanity's absurd compared to nature. It's just
humanity's part of nature, brother. I mean, we're like one and the same.
Yeah, exactly. Like I wouldn't say we are absurd, because I guess absurd means that it's something weird and twisted. But I think
the humanity is weird. I think it is absurd. I think it is ridiculous. I mean,
here's the.
I think humanity is beautiful and something more beautiful than nature. So I wouldn't say that.
It's just part of it, brother. It's to label, even to use the label weird.
Sure.
Even to use the label weird that you speak of. This is something that is, I don't know, is like calling someone weird. What does that mean? What does that mean about them to you? So when you call something or someone weird, what does that mean to you?
Was that directed to me?
Yeah. What does it mean when you call someone weird? What is the emotional? What are you speaking with when you say that?
It wasn't never met with disdain. I kind of feel like that humanity is like right now. This is out of the realm of nature. It really is. Like I'm in Boston. Where are you?
I'm in St. Louis.
Mrs. Mo, where are you? Where are you, Peter?
Who?
Where are you?
Peter,
South Australia.
Peter,
South Australia.
yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna jump off here, man. Cause I want to first say thanks to everybody who stuck around, and just the fact that people are, it's very challenging to be in this conversation for me, because I was never really able to talk about stuff. So it's an honor to be on here sitting and talking about sort of moving forward. And,
Thank you, brother.
I'd also like to say, Tony, like, because I can see how genuine you are on wanting to learn, which is friggin' awesome, because I think that's the whole point of life. And if one takes it serious, the stuff they can learn is like out of this world type stuff, and it's just in the experience. It's not something that's given in results necessarily of some test, where we have found that very useful as humans to do that. Also, there is a space within inside that one can reach, and because I see you're serious about wanting to do it, or you've stayed around for the conversation, think tomorrow how much of the conversation that you will actually retain because of drinking. It's not a judgment towards you. I did it for a long time, brother. If you really want to learn more, it's going to be inner work, and it's going to be hard to do with that in your life, brother.
Well, I gotta tell you one thing. Tell you one thing, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking, and it's just something I do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
no judgment, man. I'm like,
it's not a defining factor. You
Well, I hope.
You probably see me skull like 15 beers. I don't know.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you're
Look, it is what it is. Look.
It was meant to be positive feedback to you, and it's just because of how genuine it's coming off how you want to grow. And I'm just saying my experience with it. When I put it down, the only reason I picked it up was to cover something up, and the very thing I was looking for, it was covered up with it. And so, brother, you could drink for the rest of your life. I would still love you, and I would respect the words that you're speaking, because you're coming from that beingness, and you're saying that you want to talk about this stuff. I just say, when you get to a point.
Can I say something to you?
Yeah.
You know what? It's like, I understand you saying that, and I appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
You're welcome, brother.
And I just want to say to all of you, it's a. I don't have an outlet to talk about these things. I don't have an outlet, and it's just great to have open-minded people, and it's a very intelligent people as well. And I learn a lot. It's like it's great. I'm talking to you from all over the world.
Yeah, brother. I mean, I'm me too. As I look around and hear different accents and sharing in conversation, it's definitely it makes me feel much better in my experience when I see the world around me, and then I see conversations like this being had. As much as tough it is as it is for me to get in here, it's like, man, I'm being called towards at least continuing the conversation. And out in this world, I get to experience a lot of that because I'm looking for it. Most of the time, people are so tied to through their emotions to any one given thing that to talk about it, it's like there's no openness to it. So to at least sit here and talk about it, I thank you guys for that.
I want to say one thing as well, and I think everyone would agree that we all bring different points to the situation. I don't know where I fit in, but I know and I can't speak where everybody else fits in. But for me, the situation is that you're a listener and you're a learner, and then you incorporate what you learn into your experience, and you talk, and you've got confidence in speaking, confidence in learning, and that's all I want to do in my life. So I think it's like a mutual effort on everybody's part to grow.
Yeah, I believe it's consciousness evolving through whatever's got to take place. Consciousness is a real word in my life, and I use it a lot. And I know it's not accepted in a lot of by people. I've been experiencing that, and it's challenging because I didn't grow up like this. I didn't grow up in any religion. I grew up people telling me I was Catholic, went to prison, had drug addiction, ran my life for a long time. So, and I was able to walk out of that and able to feel peace and joy.
That's why you got angry with me earlier when I was
that's great, Jen.
That's why you got angry.
I see these negative attachments. I still have a negative attachments towards words because I know what it can do to somebody inside, what they can think they are when someone says it, and I just don't see that as being beneficial.
And then I told you how many people have helped and how many people have got out of it. And
that's the instinct of you, I believe, brother. That's part of that.
How many people I've encouraged. But do you know what I consider a bum? Is when I go on my way and I bend over backwards with a person and I do anything that I think they need, do everything I can, encourage them, and then they turn around and fuck me over. And you know what? Then I'm entitled to call him a bum.
Yeah, but when you take that on, when you take that experience on from that guy, it only affects you, it doesn't affect him. And so that's when it comes in that these tools that I've learned, like forgiveness works in this answer. Like forgiveness has been so powerful in my life because I've been able to let go of all this shit that I've been holding inside of me through a practice, you know?
General Case, can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I'm never going to ever stop my life giving people a chance. Ever.
Good.
Never going to stop.
Because it's when you do is when your life will stop, you know?
Well, if I have a bad experience with one guy, I don't learn unless I move on to the next guy. The next guy proves me wrong. And you know what? It's not a business decision. It's not a rash decision. It's a completely human decision that I want to do it. One guy I've been helping out a lot, like that. I went to the job and he was throwing shit around, he was banging stuff around the place like that.
It's all ignorance, brother. It's all ignorance.
And I said, hey, get the fuck out of my job. I said, get off. I want you off my job right now. And he kept walking away from me. He goes, hey, I'm talking to you. Get the fuck out of there. And he came in and goes, Tony, I'm a team player. You know that. I said, listen, what the fuck's wrong with you? People are emotional things. And then I goes, look, next time you call me, tell me. Out of pure selfishness, nothing makes me fucking happier in my life than to fucking build a person up. Nothing.
That's a great trait to have, brother.
Listen, I work my balls off for myself and the family I hope to have. And I'm a capitalist. I work hard. I accumulate resources so I can be there to help people. I get as much as I can so I can give out as much. I don't need to know all that. People say, well, what are you going to do with all the money? It's not like I have a whole lot of money anyway, but, you know, my sister fucking got fucking, had to get her breast removed. I was living over here running the business, couldn't do anything. I was able to send home $1,000. She appreciated it and made things easier for her.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? If I can go and run a business, make a living, and if I can fucking help a person out along the way, that's what I'm about.
Bro, that's a great life, absolutely.
And you know the other thing as well? When I help a guy out and I keep telling him, let's do this, let's do that, and he keeps falling.
Well,
you want to call the guy your bum.
Steve, these people that you say you're helping out, you can't. There's got to be a way that you can tell somebody to do it without being that like, because it's the experiences that these people have in life.
I don't do it like that. I'm not retired. I'm a human being.
Well, I understand that, brother. But when emotionally you're feeling this guy's on your site throwing tools, and you tell him get the fuck out of here. Yeah.
Did I tell you what happened after that?
No. You just told me that.
Yeah.
You know.
I goes, what happened is he was throwing his tools, right? Because I've been helping him so much. He threw his tools down and he fucked around. And I told him, goes, what the fuck are you doing? Get the fuck off my job. And he ran back into the job, started walking. I went out and was, hey, where the fuck you going? Get the fuck off my job. He ignored me. He went up, picked up the tools again and I stopped him, where the fuck you going? He goes, Tony, you know I'm a team player. I go, well, stop.
Well, brother, that can be very confusing communication what you're speaking right now. Because if I'm helping someone,
listen.
No, because it would be hard for me to accept that someone was actually helping me if they talked to me like I was a lot lesser than they were. It would be hard for me to believe that this person was actually helping me.
Hold on.
I'm just telling you what a perspective could be, brother. That's
exactly. All. There's your perspective. You're looking at a narrow crack of a small window.
It's not a narrow crack.
Okay, do you want me to tell you the whole story?
You're giving me your experience and you're telling me. I can see you talking with.
I'm telling you about today. Do you want me to tell you the whole story?
No, brother, I don't because I'm still stuck on this part right here. And all I'm saying is this: if I was a worker, and I had whatever life experience I had that got me in a position to where I was feeling down, and there was somebody that spoke the words, I'm attempting to help you here, and tell them this and tell them that, and then speak with that type of emotion and tell them, get the fuck off the job. See, like when you do that right now, you're speaking, there's some emotion coming there. So I know you had it then, because you're not making it up. I mean, right? And so if someone's telling me to get the fuck off the job, there's a possibility that I won't see them actually as being someone that helped me. And they could be someone helping me because when I get fired, I get a new job that fits better. No.
All right, John Cass. Listen, don't prejudge.
Do I what?
Listen, there's a lot more to the situation. A lot more to the situation. When the guy started working with me, he was a fucking heroin addict.
So the guy had substance abuse, yeah, absolutely.
I encouraged him fucking every day.
By telling him get the fuck off the job.
I kept telling him every day is better than that. Every day is better than that. I kept telling him every fucking day is better than that. Every time he needed money, I lent him. Not only that, I kept telling him I had to go get a fucking bed and detox. Who picked him up in detox? I did.
Bro, I hear the story. I understand. I get what you're saying. Yeah, you were definitely a benefit in this guy's life.
Yeah.
Right now, you tell the results of it.
Here's how the story ended. Do you want to hear how it ended?
Well, it hasn't ended yet, right?
Yeah, he kept walking away. That's what I said that, and he kept walking away, And I caught up with him at the end of the job site. And I go, Ted, put the fucking tools down. I told you to get off the job. He goes, Tony, you know I'm a kid player. He goes, put the fucking tools down. He goes, I'll stand them up. He goes, what the fuck you doing? You know I bend over backwards for you. Why are you throwing shit around my job? He goes, Tony, I'm going to get it done. He goes, what's the fucking problem, Ted? Why are you doing this? He goes, Tony, he started to give him stuff. He goes, Ted, I fucking pay you every fucking Friday. I bent over backwards for you. He goes, I'm sorry, Tony. Do you know what? I bent over backwards. The guy's acting like an asshole. That's just part of the story you got.
What is that? No, you said he just got his teeth pulled. He's gonna get brand new teeth.
Yeah. Do you know what he said to me first thing got into the van? He goes, Tony, look at this. Pulled it in, there was like fucking loads of holes in his teeth. Do you know what he said to me a month ago?
Yeah. Well, no, I know what.
I goes, hey Teddy. Goes, hey man, I'm delighted you got I picked him up from fucking detox. He goes, you know what he said to me? He goes, Tony, thank you. He said, a lot of the stuff you said to me got me good to my heart. You know, one of his kids died. One of his kids died. He's working for me. One of his kids died, and
no, I didn't know that.
When he was still on heroin, and he had to get the train over to meet me for money. I said, here's $400. He goes, thank you, Tony, I'll pay you back. I go, you know what? Just give me back $200. And that's what it is. I told you one snippet of a story where, like, I put myself in a position of power through a hard work where I can help people, and I do. I don't waste it. I'm not a miser with my power. If I can help someone, I help them. But I can't help anybody if no one respects me.
Yeah, it's a challenging, very challenging world to navigate these days, brother.
But you know what? I'll tell you one thing.
Helping other people is part of the fun, right?
I mean,
helping other people is an obligation.
Cazzaro? I don't accept the obligation to help others.
Me too. Yeah, I don't believe that. You can help people. That's all right.
Choice.
But
it's a choice.
You know, it's voluntary.
It's a choice to help others.
I wasn't speaking for society. I was speaking for myself.
Oh,
okay. But you think it's a moral obligation?
For me, I get to choose what I do and don't do. For me, I get to evaluate who deserves help and who doesn't. You know, and that's why Gentle Chaos was upset with me when I deal people bones. I'm actually in the trenches with lives who I've actually changed people's lives. I've actually got people better. I've actually helped so many people. Literally by myself. I've done it within my sphere of influence. I'm not one of those people who goes, oh, somebody should do something about that. Somebody should raise it. We should tax everybody and have a government agency deal with that shit.
I'm not. No. But I'm not speaking of a government agency, brother. I'm speaking of the essence of that we spoke about earlier. That is what it wants to do. It shouldn't be counted on no one else to take care of a culture other than the culture. So the government was put together to attempt to do this, and then we see after all these years that the system's totally broken, brother.
Yeah, they failed.
General Chaos, I'll tell you, if you ever met me and you ever met the people I know, you'd know what kind of man I am.
Brother, I'm not sitting here and denying anything you're saying. I'm not sitting here denying anything you're saying. All I'm saying is this: if you want to more benefit, remove some of the negative judgments you have about people that are displaying some method in their life, and the method is merely a learned thing that they learn. And so any of these methods,
hold on.
You can say it create.
I gotta ask you a question. Within the last 6 months, how many drug addicts have you got employed and off drugs? You personally.
No, what he's saying is that you're doing good, but to do better, don't call them bums. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying even do better. I'm just saying where you're at right now. You're working from a space to where you're making a choice to help people.
I need to elaborate on this. I have tried to help other people. Okay. Now I differentiate between people that have actually succeeded and bums. I have bent over backwards for people.
Haven't them people succeeded at being a bum though?
I have.
So we just keep going round and round with it, bro.
Look, the people I give help to everybody. The people who take it and the people who succeed, I love them. And then there's people I give every opportunity to. And what do you do with them? That's what I call a bum.
If you love them people, then what do you think about them people then?
Anybody who fucking refuses help and accepts help, and anybody who lies to me and takes all the money I give them and all the opportunity I give them, and then fucking goes back doing the same thing as a bum. We have to have a definition of a bum here in society.
I don't employ that word, bro, in this world. I see that as something that only brings the very consciousness that we're speaking of. This mind keeps it trapped in a way. You know, the mind, we're trapped in this mind thing.
Guys, let's. It's like we've talked enough about this, about helping people. Let's change the subject.
Okay.
You know. Yeah.
And
like
before
when
General Chaos, I'm not a bad person.
I didn't say you were, brother. I didn't never say that. I don't.
Yeah, we know.
My opinions about people. Okay. Next topic.
Next topic.
I would like
you want to talk about Fingar?
Can I propose turning the problem about consciousness one notch, one level forward?
Say again, please.
Okay. I would like to propose to set the discussion about consciousness one level further.
I'm interested.
Okay.
Have you ever considered that consciousness and awareness are different things? For example,
yes.
It is a common experience that there is awareness outside consciousness. For example, when you dream or when you have Freudian sleeps, you know, when you think you say something and you say another thing instead.
Yes. Like, for example, there was an experiment that the students, for example, like every time that a teacher would go to one side of the classroom, the students would act in a way like they would compliment the teacher. So the teacher naturally started going to that part of the classroom unconsciously of what he was doing, because he wanted to be complimented, you know. So learning can be unconscious.
So since consciousness and awareness can be uncoupled at this level, it is conceivable, at least in my opinion, since we accept this step, to do one more step and maybe one even more than one step, and we can infer that even material objects can be self-aware.
Yes.
Yeah, like cameras, like for example, security cameras, you could say that they are aware, like they can detect movement, you know.
I mean self-aware.
I have considered this.
Self-aware, yeah, that self-aware, I think it's another thing, yeah. It's
but
not conscious.
You can point the camera towards a mirror, for example, and there you have self-awareness.
No.
Does that camera look at the picture and know it's a camera?
I don't know if...
I mean, that would be the self-awareness part of it, right?
Well, if you say know, if you would use the verb to know, I think you are moving towards the consciousness part of the spectrum. The point I was making was that awareness or self-awareness is a different animal compared to yes.
I think when I believe when consciousness becomes so consciousness itself in this experience, I can become aware of if I am the self, and we could call the self. So if the self is the consciousness, the only way to become self-aware is to move towards the self. And so if in consciousness, it's all a play in consciousness. It's all happening within the bubble of consciousness.
So what I mean is that awareness is to have an internal representation of an external object.
Yeah. Like for example,
self-awareness is to have an internal representation of
something in the real world.
Self-awareness is to have an internal representation of itself.
Okay. Like for example, take a monkey, for example.
A camera or a computer can have self-awareness, but because you can simulate a computer inside a computer.
Yeah, true. I see your point.
I was trying to make these silly examples just to debunk the idea that
self-awareness,
that mere processing power leads to consciousness and in the end to intelligence.
That's what I believe. I believe that eventually processing power will result in intelligence.
But I think I just showed you with these examples that intelligence and processing power are on different qualitative levels. You know, you cannot leap from one to another as a matter of steps, gradual steps.
Yeah, or the speed of
I believe it will not be gradual steps. It will be exponential steps.
Can we get a working definition of consciousness, please?
Yeah. Like for example, like Massimo was saying that awareness is like, for example, like a computer can identify that it is itself, that something is itself, right? Like a monkey, for example, can look in the mirror and realize that that's him, but that doesn't mean that the monkey is conscious. It has consciousness.
I think that humanity is in for a big surprise very shortly. I think that humanity is going to have some competition, and that's based on it's not just my
Bro,
belief.
I'm telling you, humanity has competition right now, and it's leading up to the sort of the what you're speaking of.
Intellectual competition.
Yes. Okay. For example,
I think that would be great.
Can you imagine that it is a serious matter in the specialized literature now that in 20 years it is projected that in 20. Okay.
I promise you this: it will not creep up on you. It will overwhelm you. It will not creep up on you. It will overwhelm you. That is my prediction. I'm on the record. And listen, I don't.
Brother, there's many people around the world predicting that same thing for a long time. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely coming. And so what is going to help to move us forward? What can we do as human beings to move forward through this thing that you say is showing up, that is it's going to be right on top of us? Because I've been experiencing it for a while now.
The frightening thing for me is that in less than maybe 20 years, that there will be no job whatsoever that a machine could do, that a man could do better than a machine. You know, in 20 years we will run out of manned jobs. You know.
Well, I will interject on that one, Massimo. That is, people. I don't hear anybody crying today because they didn't have an opportunity to be a farm laborer because the combine harvester took the job.
I didn't understand the last words you said.
Well, what I'm saying is that the people today are not crying because the combine harvester took their job. It's the way
who took it?
You know the combine harvester.
Ah, okay.
So listen, no, I don't have to go to a printer. I've got a printer in my house. You know, I don't have to get a TV station. We have TV right here. We're doing everything today. Technology only frees people. It doesn't.
No. It don't only free people, brother.
It also frees jobs positions in the sense that you are not any longer entitled to a wage, since your skills are obsolete.
You know what? I will tell you one thing. I can't hunt. I can't fish. I can't weave clothing. And I tell you also, I can't make an iPad or a computer or design an internet by myself either. We have to work together as a society to create these things. So if we were hunters or fishers or fishermen, we wouldn't be having this conversation. If we weren't people who invented plastics, or if we weren't people who invented the wheel, you have to understand, technology is a human creation, and it inevitably brings us closer together. Sometimes it brings us closer together where we have war, but I believe one day humanity will run out of war and we will just be close.
Okay, but let's imagine 20 years from now, maybe 90% of available jobs will be taken by machines because they are more efficient. So what will the human race do at that point? We will have the whole world unemployed.
Honestly, I actually believe in 10 years we'll have a fully automated society. I know you think I'm crazy, but
yes, but you have to think about the consequences of this. You know.
It's very plausible, brother, with the stuff that I hear. You got to hold a different vision, though, man. I mean,
huge consequences. There is going to be massive consequences.
Is it a possibility that it could be a good thing?
Well,
Would you say that?
There's going to be a lot of pain, there's going to be, look, human civilization, humanity only strives because of the huge atrocities. We actually are living in a good time. A lot, like, it's 50-50 with humanity. Humanity is either 50% absolutely terrible or 50% not too bad. We're living in the not too bad era of humanity. We have Black Plague. Like, our civilizations have been through so much shit. There's going to be massive disruption. Like, during the Industrial Revolution, where people didn't need farm laborers anymore, they all fled to the cities. Then there was squalor, then Black Plague. It's awful. There's going to be major disruption, and I'm not going to tell you that it's right or wrong. I'm just going to say it's going to happen.
Well, there were. I once read that even in our, as you so kindly described, the bubble of civilization, some guy told me that we are only 7 meals away from middle age. If you know what I mean.
Well, actually,
we are only 7 meals away from cannibalism.
Yeah,
because
that's all because we have an industrialized society. If you think, like, I live in Boston, in the
okay,
so there is no agricultural land where I live. Everything is trucked in. Everything is based on oil, shipping stuff in, getting. I think that if there was a disruption with no oil, I think that cannibalism would happen in 7 meals. Easy. The Battle of Stalingrad in World War II?
Of course.
They said that it was a siege. It was a siege. They said that the scariest thing you would see was a plump man, a fat man, because that meant he was eating the dead.
Yeah.
So the scary thing is that human beings are capable of these things.
I think it was Leningrad, but it's okay.
In Leningrad, my history may be a little bit askew, but I will tell you one thing: we are a species who are designed to. We are intellectual, but we are designed to be base and biological. We will do what needs to get done to perpetuate our species.
Yeah, it's exactly right, and that's what's happening, and that's exactly whatever happens to come up and do this is exactly what's going to happen. And for me, it's just a matter of being able to, be on at least at the end of my life, be able to say, I've lived honorably. And for the first years, I couldn't say that, and now I'm to a place, and I know the process I went through, and it was a matter of it was only when I was able to watch all these crazy thoughts that were going through my head that I realized that I wasn't the actual thought. I was the witness of this thing. I wasn't the feeling, I was the witness. And so where you say humanity is coming to this place, that's where I believe the evolution is. And it's hard to put anything in concrete. For me, when I talk about this, it's just from the experience of my own life. And so all these words are just to describe an experience. And I just know that I honor everybody else's, in honoring everyone else that speaks here.
I feel the passion you put in your words, Gentle Chaos. But really, it is scary for me to think of myself, and it can be possible to think of myself as a cannibal. I could even eat my own friends if I reach the point that I am so hungry and so desperate that there is nothing less to eat than to eat my own family or my own friends.
And right now you're speaking out of attachments to family and friends. If you were brought up in a culture, if you were brought up and they used to go hunt your neighbors and bring it back for you to eat, and this is what you've known since you were a kid, you'd do it with no problem. It would be programmed into you subconsciously, and definitely you could have thoughts because you're eating something that sort of looks like you. But that right there, what you speak of.
So you see, this is the crux of the matter for me. The fact that we as men, as human being, we have at least two levels, and we must cope with that. We have the reptile level, which has never went away from evolution.
The reptilian brain.
The reptilian. We have a reptilian core brain, which is the most massive part of it. And then we have this thin layer of civilization, the cerebral cortex, that appeals to higher concepts and society and things like that. But for me, this is a scary thought. I have to live with that. But it always bothers me that when the shit hits the fan, when the chips are down, I could kill, I could eat a fellow man, I could do whatever I now define as impossible, unthinkable.
Yeah.
Well,
brother, I agree with you.
I think that you are wasting your time thinking about it.
Well, I don't think about it.
Let me tell you why.
No, it explains itself, brother.
If the situation ever arose, you wouldn't think about it. So don't think about it now.
So why did you bring the comment up then? Why did you say it?
It bothers him. No, it's him. It bothers him.
No, but you didn't bring up the cannibalism?
No. Well,
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I mentioned it earlier in a line, but it's like I admire the fact that you're thinking about it, but you have to understand that if you were the last person on the planet and there was 5 women, and you have to do that to create our species again, it's your obligation.
Well, that's another story, because obligations. I'm not talking about obligation toward my own species, which is something of a moot point. I think about the mere survival of the individual. You know. But
are you religious?
I don't think so.
Are you atheist?
Well, I don't like to box myself into definitions. Let's say that I always feel the need of some kind of proof for any concept you throw at me.
Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
Again, I don't think believing has something to do with my life. I don't believe in anything.
Okay, let me rephrase it then. Do you think that God exists?
Well, you are rephrasing it, but it's the same thing. I really think that existence is not so important as an abstract concept.
Okay, so when you eat a banana, do you think that banana exists?
Yes.
It doesn't matter if it exists or not.
That
matters. Because if it doesn't exist, you're gonna die.
Yes,
let me ask you.
The banana, I think I believe in the banana. Yes.
If me and you
believe in
were on a plane and the plane crashed and you were dead and I was going to die, would it horrify you that I would eat you?
Of course.
Would you tell him beforehand, before he died, that you were going to eat him?
I would wait till he was dead.
Well, then how would he know?
Okay. So you are telling me that you can, I will die peacefully, and then you will harvest for my flesh?
You're dead. I'm waiting to get picked up. I get hungry. Would you mind?
I would say, please go be my guest. I don't care, because I'm dead.
Say start with the testicles.
Well, I only would add one caveat. Please, Tony, be sure that I am really dead. So at least let 24 hours pass between the heart stopped. Put me
I'll make it beautiful.
put me in a refrigerator for at least 24 hours, and then go ahead, be my guest, eat my dick. Okay.
If our plane crashes in the Alps, it'll be a refrigerator. If we crash in the jungle, I'm gonna have to kill you before I eat you.
And then I will have issues about that because I have issues with pain. You know, I don't like feeling pain. So
I hereby give every one of you here permission to eat me if we die in a plane crash. All right? If I die first.
Alive?
No, I have to be dead.
Oh, okay.
Only a plane crash. If it's on a boat, doesn't count.
Okay.
What if you're dead in a boat?
Yeah, you can't eat me.
Okay.
Okay, if we are in a boat, you can eat me too. You can eat me too, but please put me. You can eat me if we are in a boat, but please be sure I'm dead. So put my body, my head in the water for 1 hour and then eat me.
I'll cut your head off.
Okay, that's fine for me. That's fine.
I'm not going to be eating you. Like, I'm going to cut a bit off, cook it. Look, I don't think this is ever going to happen. Really, realistically, the odds of this shit happening.
Fact is, it's difficult to process a human body. I think if you have not the necessary skills as a butcher, it is easily said than done. Do you have the tools? Do you have enough sharp knives? Because you know, dissecting a body is not an easy task.
No, it's not. It's and if you butcher an animal incorrectly, you will spoil all the meat.
Of course, yes.
I had a guy work for me one time, and his father had an arbitrary, like they had a farm. They killed the animals.
You have to be very careful with the bladder. You know, you don't have to puncture the bladder, because if you puncture the bladder, it taints the meat.
Well, not only that is they told me that you can't scare the animal. If you scare the animal, if the animal is terrified, if the animal knows it's going to die, it ruins the meat. So you have to surprise it with that, because otherwise the heart is pumping adrenaline and it blackens the meat. He said, you know.
Yes.
So the animal has to be killed by like boom, and then get good meat. You know what? In 100 years from now, maybe 50, they will think that we are butchers because we eat animals. They will really will.
Yeah, that's evolution itself, brother. So whatever they think then, you know, right now it's like, man, what can I do to be a benefit to the world right now? And first and foremost, it's myself. And when I start to take care of myself, it naturally happens to the world. It's a thing that spreads very quickly, and taking care of oneself.
I think in 150 years from now, they will look at eating meat like slavery.
Whatever they do. Right now, we're finding ourselves in sort of the best spot that we can be in. You know.
I'm actually interested in doing some videos on veganism.
There's a lot of powerful videos out there about it. You know, that's it's definitely a topic that sparks interest in me.
If you're going to do a topic in veganism, look at how a dog can be vegetarian, but a cat will die if he doesn't eat it.
Yeah, like dog can eat rice and stuff like that, potatoes. Yeah.
But a cat will die.
When I was in school, I was a young child. They do a project on animals, and it was herbivores, omnivores, and carnivores, and we had to cut out little pictures of different animals in magazines. And I came in and had a picture of a family, a human family, because they're fucking omnivores. Because we're omnivores. We need to eat other animals. That's what
We don't need to eat other animals.
No.
Are you a vegan, Peter?
No, I'm not a vegan. Everyone always assumes I am because I always defend the vegans with the right.
Oh, okay. I think meat is a very rich source of nourishment. You know.
Yes, and we don't need it though. We don't need it to live.
Well,
but we need it to be healthy.
No, you don't. I know some very healthy people who don't eat meat, brother. I eat meat. I'm not condoning either one of them. It's just a personal choice, and you know, it's a choice one gets. And so, is one thing better than another? I guess we'll find out as we evolve.
Okay, excuse me. What do? Oh, thank you, Peter. I see almond milk. Okay.
It's vegan.
It's vegan. What would be the point of giving up eating meat?
Well, this is a very interesting choice. Well, no. If most vegans, if you listen to them, they're very, very, very prominent on YouTube. There's a lot of vegans, and most of them, or the most prominent ones, they would disagree that it's a personal choice because they would say that animals have the right to live, and you have no right to kill them, so it's not a personal choice.
Peter, but also potatoes have the right to live, but you kill them, you slice them, and you eat them. You know?
Yes. But the vegan answer to that is that animals have consciousness, or they have the ability to suffer and feel pain, and so they are on a more important moral level. For instance, you are causing suffering. Although
this is a moot point because who can say that potatoes
plants, plants.
Oh no, I agree. Because plants don't have a central nervous system and they don't have pain receptors, so they have a good point.
Yeah, but the thing is that I've seen documentaries that show that trees and plants can react, to certain situations.
Yes, but a reaction is not necessarily that they feel suffering or pain in the way that the brain does.
Sure.
So that's the vegan argument. I'm just pushing it out.
The vegan argument is that the discriminatory point is the existence of a central nervous system. Okay.
The ability to suffer in the same way that a human does, in terms of feeling pain.
Well,
and we can't disagree with that because a potato definitely.
How can you prove in a unrefutable way that individual X suffers and the individual Y does not?
This is vegans because this is the arguments meat eaters make, and they're terrible arguments because that's the point of the issue. The potato, I mean, we can just scientifically check whether or not it has all the prerequisites required for feeling pain, and you're also ignoring the fact that when you kill a cow or when you kill an animal, would you say that it's not feeling pain? And when you cut into a potato, it's just a potato. When you pull out grass, it doesn't scream.
I have the best.
They don't have pain receptors for one. So
I agree with you, Peter. Like a cow can feel a lot more pain than a potato. Like a cow, it's a lot more evolved. But the thing is that if you kill them humanely, they won't feel a pain. They won't feel pain. Like I'm against, slicing their throats, and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm against that. That's for sure. I don't want to eat. I don't want to eat meat that's been, harvested that way.
Let's say I want to butcher and eat a Peter. Okay. From a vegan point of view, it would be unacceptable because Peter can feel pain. But let's say that I first put Peter under anesthesia, so he cannot feel pain anymore.
Yes, that's Right, exactly.
You see that the vegan.
That's a good argument.
I have a couple of things. I know that I always I'm very loud, but the way they kill animals in Ireland is a humane killer. They put a thing in its head and it's killed instantly.
Yeah, there's no pain.
Yes. Okay. So there might be ways to kill animals where they don't feel pain. Okay, so that's not how it's done at the moment. But let's take.
You know, I have a philosophical argument that vegetarians can only exist in a carnivorous society.
I don't. Let's go back to whether it's right or not to kill animals. Okay, so the vegan argument is it's not right to kill animals.
Because it feels
one
pain.
would be suffering. One would be suffering, and the other one would be it's just wrong to kill another sentient creature. They have the right to exist. Now,
Like
the right to exist.
like some we need like some animals, some humans depend on on animals. Like for example, like in the middle of the desert, people depend on goats to survive. I would take the lives of humans over those goats any day, So I think it's wrong to kill. Yeah, but I think
I grew up in Ireland. And
yeah, exactly. You have lots of goats there.
Yeah, and Ireland is basically a big farm with a couple of cities here and there. Ireland is agricultural. So I grew up, and wherever I was always a stone throw from cattle, or sheep, or pig.
Potatoes and barley.
Yeah, well, no, where I was, it was beef. It was and beef and dairy. We didn't. That's my particular area. But I will tell you one thing: the quality of life that the animals had in Ireland was brilliant. When I came to America, I was married when I was 23, and then I brought my American wife back to Ireland. And when we were driving to Ireland, she wouldn't eat meat because of the cruelty towards animals. She wouldn't. But she liked meat. She enjoyed the taste of it. And we were driving through Ireland, and we have big, huge open fields with 5 cows in them. And I go, look at the way we treat animals here. And she goes, she said, I'm going to have a cheeseburger, because she didn't feel just as bad because they got such a good life in Ireland and stuff. No, the way they do it in this country is just, you can't overcapitalize life like that. There was a symbiosis.
Yeah, like for example, taking nature. In nature, animals, they kill each other every day. So vegetarians would have to stop that. They would bring a case against lions. Not.
Superfin, I think that vegan or vegetarian positions are weak, just like religious people positions are weak, because they have so many holes in their absolute positions. Any absolute position develops sooner or later some hole, because you have to hold on to some unmovable principles, some undisputable truth. And since we know that there are no undisputable truths, that's the point.
Okay, so they say animals have rights, okay, to live. Okay,
Yeah.
so most
Look,
humans have the right to live too. So why is it wrong to kill a human?
Because we are conscious. Like we are of a higher intelligence. No animals that we know of have conceptual.
No. I would like to say it. To kill a human, it is illegal.
Okay, is it immoral?
Well, but I don't care if something is illegal. I care if it is moral.
Well, I do care instead, because laws govern my life on a daily basis.
Why is it law? It's the law because people think it's wrong. It's wrong to kill humans. So let's imagine society thought it was wrong to kill animals, any animal. It would be illegal to kill animals. And then should it be illegal? So my question: if it's wrong to kill humans, what is different from an animal? Now, the fact that we both are mammals, we both are sentient, we both feel pain, we both want to live. This is the vegan argument, and unless you can offer a good response, then you don't have a leg to stand on.
The sentient thing is not defined because you know, a cow is not sentient. What you mean by sentient? So I think that's one of the weak spots.
A self-aware being is sentient.
Well, like I see sentient as a being with consciousness, with
no, they don't have to be.
With the ability.
Well, by your definition of consciousness, they wouldn't be conscious and sentient, but they have the ability to feel, perceive.
Peter.
Yeah, I agree with that.
May I interject here? The only difference between animal consciousness and human consciousness is abstraction. That's all. We can abstractly think about things. They can't. But this reality that we experience.
So why does abstraction give us the right to not be killed by other humans?
Why does a right? Why does look?
Oh, well, Tony, I think that you are partly right, but think about it. If some animals are capable of making plans, you know, and to make a plan is a sign of abstract thinking.
Yeah, I stand corrected.
No, it could be like an instinct, right?
No, exactly. So how can you say that the human capacity?
I have been corrected. You are dead right. But here's the thing, right? There was a scientist who said that the greatest catastrophe that has ever happened was agriculture. Because agriculture gave us more leisure time, or no, it actually robbed us of leisure time.